Slightly unusual weather for this time of year and this region of the world, because for 2 days now it's been pretty windy and a little bit damp as well. And this first session of the day here at Macau today, the day 1 of 4 for the 71st Macau Grand Prix, the Macau Grand Prix FIA FR World Cup, the single-seaters that are about to come out on circuit. This is going to be the first machinery that we have seen on track today. Normally we'd start the day with motorcycles. They were due to have their 56th edition free practice for the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. It's too wet. The motorcycles don't go out at Macau on a wet circuit. So when we left the hotel this morning, plenty of the motorcyclists were enjoying a leisurely breakfast and not coming in for the opening action of the day. Instead, it's going to be these. And I am absolutely delighted to say that alongside me in the commentary box, David Addison looking down on a familiar picture, single-seaters in the pit lane here at Macau, but an unfamiliar surroundings, because we've got a wet circuit.
Absolutely. Alan, hi, good morning. Yes, it is a wet track, wet tyres, wet Pirelli tyres on all of these Catius-built chassis. They're a Formula 3 style car and take part these in the myriad Formula Regional contests around the globe. And in a way, this is kind of going back to how the Macau Grand Prix was, where you take one rule set for single-seaters and you get the best drivers from Europe, from Asia, from, in the context of some, the Middle East, and you have this level playing field. Whereas the last few years when we had Formula 3 cars here, it was a bit like a non-championship race for the same people that have been competing all year round. So what this has done is go back to that earlier spirit of the Macau Grand Prix. We've got some familiar names that have raced here, whether it's been in F3 or F4. We've got plenty of newcomers as well for the Macau Grand Prix this year, so it is going to be absolutely fascinating. And this first activity of the day, as Alan rightly says, on a wet track, is going to be a real eye-opener, because for many it's the first time they'll have been here. For many it's certainly the first time they'll have been here in the wet, and it is a properly soaking circuit. It looks very wet. I can tell you the rain has eased compared to what it was about half an hour ago, but it's going to be a real step into the unknown for many of them for the first few minutes. 40 minutes this session will be, and I think self-preservation is going to be the main aim here. The teams don't want a repair job, they want some data, and they want their drivers to feel confident.
And so many of these young drivers are racing here at Macau for the very first time. Exactly, so yeah. There is no opportunity during the year to test on what is a road course. In fact, over the 4 days of the Macau Grand Prix, it is a road from 6 o'clock until 6 o'clock. That's where buses and lorries and vans and all the normal road traffic use this circuit. In fact, it's become a bit of a tradition now when we get the car from the crossing, come over the bridge from Hong Kong Airport and arrive here. You need to get your phone out quick and take a picture of you in a taxi going underneath the starting lights. Every year have to do it.
And it's not even the kind of circuit that you can easily walk round and go and get any reference points, because it is a road, as you say.
Or run around.
Well, you can do that if you're up really early. And I was up early, I promise you, yesterday. But yeah, if you're a normal person and you exist at normal working hours, then even a track walk is not the work of a moment, just because of the amount of traffic that uses the road. And that's why we have a tight curfew here, so the roads can reopen to all the traffic at the end of the day. But the first traffic we need to worry about are going to be these single-seaters. Looking down there, you can see number 6, which is one of the stars from FR this year, Tuka Tapanen. He starts as one of the favourites, but we do know, and Alan, you've been here more than me, that the form guide, no matter what you do in a championship, can go out of the window here, because it's just a unique place. Because
so many times we have had stars that have already been earmarked as being Formula 1 star drivers of the future, and it's always very exciting. I remember maybe the last biggest name that was here at Macau that everybody wanted to sort of say, oh, that's Max Verstappen, he's going to be the next big thing. And people come here to Macau, but maybe they expect to do well, maybe the media expect them to do well, maybe the fans expect them to do well. Who knows who's going to do well? But experience does count for a huge amount around this circuit. If you've been here before, if you found out the little tricks in a single-seater, whatever the single-seater may be, then you're not going to be using free practice to learn it for the first time. You're going to be tweaking what you've known already.
Last year, as the lights go green and the pit lane opens, the real star was Luke Browning. who had had a mediocre Formula 3 season, but was an absolute revelation all weekend here, and was a very deserving winner of the Grand Prix. One or two of the people he was up against are in this entry, but as we've been saying, there are lots of new names. Oliver Goethe, for example, drives number 1. He was 9th in the Grand Prix last year. He is one of the drivers who's been competing in both F3 and F2 this year, so he sort of takes a sideways step. But that gives you an idea on the way down towards Mandarin of just how wet it is. Oliver Goethe, who is part of the Red Bull Junior team, hence the livery, tiptoes his way through. And bearing in mind that when we left the hotel about 7 o'clock, the ship was dry, we've had an awful lot of rain fall in the last couple of hours. And not only are there going to be puddles and standing water, there's going to be an awful lot of spray. Not everybody has yet left the pit lane, which would be quite a sage move, really. And the last thing you want to do is get stuck behind anybody and lose visibility here.
Just look how much standing water there is just in front of our commentary box, which is just down by the start-finish gantry. There are puddles just next to the pit wall itself, which I went down to the pit lane yesterday to just acquaint myself with the various things. These liveries are wonderful, yes, they are exclusive to this weekend. And you realise just how long the pit lane is here. It's a remarkable place, Macau, because so much of the infrastructure is here all year, because Macau is very much so aware that this is a huge event every year. It's something for everyone who lives here, everyone who works here, it's something to look forward to every year. So obviously the garages are here. So many of these structures that go up are temporary and will start to come down. And indeed, as soon as the Grand Prix finishes at the end of Sunday, then the barriers there put into. I'd love to see the storage units. I mean, there's a huge amount of hardware that gets stored away, isn't there?
Absolutely, because it's a 6-mile lap, and there's an awful lot of barrier, marker, you name it. So, from the Solitude S's through towards Moorish and Police, the cars tiptoe, and at the end of this, we'll start to see going on to a flying lap, but it is going to take a long time before we get really representative laps. The rain is still falling as well, so it's going to be confidence more than anything that starts to determine the improvements in lap time. They've gone out largely team by team, so just been looking at numbers 2 and 3, Valerio Rimicella and Matteo Colnaghi in the other 2 MP Motorsport cars. The blue car in the background, the KCMG engine car of Noah Leon. And this is going up now through Donna Maria. The next part of the circuit is the, I hate to use the word iconic, but it is at the sort of focal point of the circuit, the Melco hairpin. So tight a hairpin that overtaking is prevented. And if you've seen it before, that's how tight it is. 1 or 2 drivers struggling with the lock.
But it's not easy.
Just getting it right.
It's not easy.
And then the road opens up, doesn't it? So this next bit feels a lot wider. You can sort of breathe again, and the speed builds coming out of our bend up towards the timing line, and then that long, fast run all the way back down to Lisboa.
I do remember there was a demonstration building up to the Grand Prix one year. There was a demonstration of Formula 3 cars of yesteryear that competed here at Macau, and I think at least one of them couldn't get round the Melco hairpin because I think it was underestimated. And this was someone driving it that knew a lot about motor racing. But it's quite a long car, and they get buses around the Melco hairpin in everyday life. But I think you've got to get your line right.
So, onto a flying lap goes Oliver Goethe, and it will go green, it will go purple, because he's the first person from all of the sectors on a proper push lap out of Lisboa, and now through San Francisco, up the long, steep climb of San Francisco Hill that starts about now, and it's deceptive. You get to a crest, and you think, God, I've got to the top of the hill, but then it actually keeps on climbing a little bit more, and a little bit more, and finally, the road dips downhill ever so slightly. Behind him, Tuukka Tappinen, however, is going even quicker within the first sector of the lap. There are 5 sectors for the Macau circuit, the gear circuit, and Oliver Goethe will go purple in each of them. Because he's the first one there. But behind him, the likes of Tukkanen and also James Wharton, who's been another star of FR in the European Championship this year. They're going quicker still. And interestingly, Alan, 1 or 2 at the end of their outlap heading for the pit lane.
So they've had the exploratory lap, and they can maybe bring back a bit of information to the team. In fact, some teams are bringing in all of their cars, aren't they, after one lap, just presumably it's going to be a feedback from the drivers about just exactly how wet it is. Well, incredibly wet. You saw Oliver Goethe just breaking into Lisboa, and that little twitch from the back of the car. That's a sign to us all. It's not easy, this. Very, very difficult. And also, first thing in the morning, the circuit is quite greasy anyway, with all the traffic that's been going overnight. Normal everyday traffic. Put a load of water on top of all that traffic. This is not very nice stuff. I also like the fact that you have run the circuit, because now when you're talking about going around the track, you're talking about undulation, which we don't necessarily get an idea of on the television pictures, but when you run it, you know all about it up to the Macau hairpin, don't you?
Yeah, pretty much. After the hairpin, it definitely drops downhill, and there are, as you've seen, slight dips on the way down towards Moorish, but largely, yeah, there's a long climb on that part of the circuit. And here, well, big slide by Goethe. The confidence, I think, comes back to you because the road opens up and you think, good, it's wider, I can push. And Goethe proving that you can't push quite as hard as he would like. He got perilously close to the wall. He's going to come through and set the target time. And this, of course, is the first ever flying that for an FR car around here. So Oliver Goethe goes through and does a 2:55.674. That's the benchmark, which I think will go in short order, with Tuka Tappanen and also James Wharton looking quick behind him. But Oliver Goethe has gone through. Tappanen actually not as quick, 2:57.8. Look at the spray.
I was going to say,
hanging in the air.
The poor cameraman just, you know, hold your line. It will appear at some stage, but the amount of time we're waiting for the car to come into view from the ball of spray, if you're following someone around, you just can't do it. You can't see a thing.
And I think that's one reason why we've had cars into the pit lane, on the basis that we're not going to achieve anything in the spray. Let's see if the road dries out a little bit. Oliver Goethe then the quickest. The
trouble is, without cars going around, it's not going to dry out a little bit, because humidity here is normally very, very high. And with the amount of water around, this is going to be something like 80% humidity or something, isn't it?
I think you're right. Freddie Slater has now gone fastest. You can see on that timing tower, SLA is Freddie Slater, who came here last year to race, not in the Grand Prix, but the first weekend. It was a double weekend event last year in the Formula 4 category, and everybody expected, because he is a star driver, to win in F4, and he had a problem in the race that caused him to drop back. So I think took the F4 victory. But Freddie Slater, perhaps with a point to prove, feeling that last year a win got away from him. He's certainly a driver to watch, Freddie Slater the Brit, because he's very highly rated. He's got a very good pedigree in junior single-seater racing. He's won the Italian and the UAE Formula 4 titles this year. And although this is his FR debut, he does know the circuit.
Yeah, so a debut in the Grand Prix, very much the headline for this year, the FIA FR World Cup. But as you rightly say, last year we had a double weekend. We had a celebration of the 70th Macau Grand Prix. So we had a shorter meeting for the first weekend and a longer meeting for the second weekend. And the one thing that it did was to open it up, and they do it every decade. So they celebrated the 60th Macau Grand Prix with exactly the same two-weekend best of the places. It does get lots of seats on track, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And if you've got a circuit that's only open for 4 days in a normal year, to have it open for 6 days was a great opportunity.
Gave more of the local drivers a chance to race as well. Alex Dunn, who was another driver here last year, but in the Grand Prix rather than the F4 race, he's lighting up sectors right now. So it's an interesting session, this, as you start to see who is prepared to push on. This is Tuka Tappanen then, heading up towards Fisherman's Bend and then towards our bend at the end of the lap. Through the spray he will come. And Freddie Slater remaining the fastest, 2:54.9, but it's going to be really revealing when we get to a dry circuit over the weekend what a proper lap time can be. What can Tappanen do? He's down to 5th at the minute as he comes up towards the line. Tuka Tappanen goes through and goes quickest, 2:53.274 now. So the lap times are coming. I wouldn't say the road is drying, but I think the driver's a bit more confident. The escape road has gone. Number 88, and that means that the strive is Kai Darianani for Evans GP, the British driver, up the escape roads towards the end of the lap, turn 18.
He's been racing in British F4 for the last couple of years, as Kai, and competed in F4. It's second year at Macau for Kai. Came 10th in the F4 last year. Alex Dunn goes to the top of the times. He was on course for it, wasn't he? The first three sectors went purple, so quickest to anyone. He was superb last year, absolutely superb until, unfortunately, a crash rather hindered his progress. But Alex Dunn is something that we need to keep an eye on. Proved that already. Yeah. Got to the top of the times.
Yeah, the speed was there, but he got sort of sucked in, didn't he, in the Grand Prix itself, down at Lisboa, and that's where the accident took him out on the first lap of the Grand Prix itself, because all the categories that we have for Grand Prix GT touring cars, they will have, if you like, a qualifying race and a main race. It was the main race that did for Dan last year. Darianani has got going again, so the road is clear, and at certain parts it's a little bit less grim, isn't it? You see Valerio Rinicella go by, 20th in the European FR Championship this year, David Macau, and coming out of the MP Motorsport stable Dutch team. 28.5 minutes still to go as the drivers explore. The pit lane is pretty much empty. We've got one or two cars still there, but more and more drivers now deciding that, yeah, track time matters. Let's get on with it.
Yeah, they get the longest sessions on the circuit. They get 40 minutes. Everyone else today gets 30 minutes for not only the TCR, the FIA TCR World Tour events of Macau, but also the Macau GT Cup. The FIA GTs will get half an hour, and so too we have our GT4 cars, and we have our road sports local drivers competing today as well. And there is one competitive element to today, in a day of free practice, so just the opportunity to, for many, learn the circuit, for many to dial into the conditions. But we do at the end of it, so the next time that we see these cars on circuit towards the middle of the afternoon, 3 local time this afternoon, they will have their first qualifying session today.
Yeah, as you say, it's a day largely of free practice, valuable track time. So Alex Dunn the quickest at the moment by 0.7 of a second, which is quite a margin, as Rinicella then heads towards the timing line. He was 9th and has now gone 5th fastest, Valerio Rinicella. So it's Dunn, Goethe, Tappanen, then Mathieu Colnaghi is up to 4th, Rinicella is 5th, and Enzo Deligny now into the top 6. Deligny, somebody else who has been a regular in FR machinery this season, 12th in the European series, the Shanghai-born driver, Enzo Deligny. But that's all changed, because now up to second quickest has gone another potential winner of the Grand Prix, Dino Beganovic, who did drive here last year, and 2 years ago was an FR European champion before he went off to race in the FIA Formula 3 Championship. But he knows the machinery and he does know the circuit from last year. So Beganovic up to 3rd, Freddie Slater back to the top of the times.
Yep, so Slater top of the times, Freddie Slater with a time 2 minutes 48.3, and Alex Dunn therefore 2 minutes 48.5 down in second place. However, Alex Dunn is pressing on. He's gone purple in the first sector, so overall best in sector 1. It's just reviewing what Alex Dunn did last year. We were talking about his impressive performance over the course of the weekend. Qualified in 6th, came 2nd in the qualification race on the Saturday, and then it was the DNF on Sunday. So that great performance on Saturday rather led us to think that, well, he could be on the top step of the podium on Sunday. And then it all rather came unravelled. Well,
and Beganovic was the same. I mean,
yes,
he was another
exactly
in the main race, the Grand Prix itself, who crashed out early on. Yeah. Right, this is Freddie Slater, fastest, 2:48.3. So he's ahead by just under 0.2 of a second. And bearing in mind that he's learning about this car, this is quite an impressive start to the weekend, isn't it?
It really is, yeah. And impressive by all of them to have, bear in mind that many of these drivers have just experienced Macau for the very first time and have done it in possibly the worst conditions that you could hope for. And they've done a jolly good job of not causing any kind of delays. For the first time we've seen just see that slide coming out of the corner for Freddie Slater, really pushing on, just trying to work out how you can apply the power on such a wet circuit.
Goes up through Donna Maria, and at the moment actually has brought the road to himself, hasn't he? There's nobody around him to get in the way, so at certain parts of the lap it doesn't dry all the way around, and of course it's not a consistent tarmac all the way around, is it? There's, you know, new patches here, old patches there, so the circuit continues to evolve for the drivers, especially in these conditions that are far from ideal. But I think the rain has stopped, even though there's an awful lot of spray still hanging around. And
we've got quite a few changes at the top as well. Ugo Gachukwu has gone top now, the American driver, part of the McLaren a course of young drivers.
Oh dear.
And unfortunately we have the first bit of damage, and that has been unfortunately it's gone the way of Kobayashi.
And triggered a red flag. So straight away, not even a crane to get the car out of the way, straight away a red flag is called, and the session is stopped. Now, free practice, you'll be familiar with this, the clock will carry on ticking, so the downside to the interruption for everybody is that they're losing out on mileage. So the clock ticks on down, but Rui Marquez, the race director, instantly calls for the red, and there, quite a big impact and a very hard stop for the Japanese driver Rikuta Kobayashi into the tyre barrier. Rui Marquez, I mentioned, as the race director for the Macau Grand Prix, and has been in the papers quite a bit this last couple of days because he's going to be the new Formula One race director with immediate effect next weekend from Las Vegas onwards. So got some air miles to accrue from here to Vegas. But straight away, red flag. Won't take long to get that car out of the way, but I think the nature of it, where it was, and as you can see, the nose firmly planted into the tyres, it wouldn't really have been safe to carry on the session and try and move that. But it's being moved very, very swiftly.
Yeah, they do not mess around, these recovery cranes that are placed at strategic points around the circuit, and you get one of those incredibly unique pictures where you've got a car which is going around to come around a very long lap to come into the pit lane, and a car and a crane just above it.
Yeah.
They come around this bow, which is pretty rare. But when you walk around the circuit, you see just how many cranes and heavy lifting equipment are strategically placed around the circuit to aid a pretty quick resumption of on-track activity here at Macau. It's just an incredibly well-oiled machine here.
Yes, it's a good contract to have, isn't it? Because yes, you need them at every corner. You could say business is picking up.
Very good.
Now, you know, I said it was not raining anymore. I lied. It started again. So the rain is falling, even if it's relatively light. Everybody to the pit lane.
I think it's going to be like that all day.
Yeah, I think you're right. And the session is suspended, so we will get back up and running as soon as. But as you can see, the clock ticks on down. Yeah,
coming off the wet tyre. Absolute fountain of water coming out from the tread on the tyre.
You're not going to see it on the wets, I don't think, but on the Pirelli slicks, you will see a dragon logo as well that's been incorporated into the design for Macau this year. Pirelli supply the tyres for not just the FR World Cup, the Macau Grand Prix, but also the FIA GT World Cup as well.
So cars into pit lane, opportunity to have a quick chat to the teams. And bear in mind, you can see the teams walking around the cars, and you may well see the pictures of the rain coming down here at Macau, but the guys down in the pit lane are all wearing short sleeves. That's because it might be raining, but it's pretty warm here.
Yeah.
The ambient temperature is still very typical of this time of year around this area. So it's warm rain that comes down when it does rain. It's just as wet as the rain that we know in the UK, but it's an altogether nicer rain, nice and warm.
It's like having a hot shower, you mean?
It is a bit, yeah.
Number 17, ready to go back out, Evan Gilter for ART Grand Prix, and Gilter yet to get himself into the top 14. One driver has been noted for crossing the pit lane exit line, and that is Rikuta Kobayashi, who's, as we know, in strife because he's got a rather broken car, but he's also possibly incurred the wrath of the race officials as well.
is getting a view of Kanato Lee. 17 years old is Kanato. Has been competing over in the UK last year in British F4 and FR Euro this year for Kanato Lee. Ended up 7th in the British F4 Championship last year, did Kanato. Just look down the, there was quite a shuffle of order just before the red flag came out, bringing this session to a premature halt. Alex Dunn had gone quickest, Dino Beganovic was second, Ugo Chukwu, who we were in the middle of talking about, weren't we, Ugo Chukwu. The McLaren Driver Development Programme is the course that Ugo Chukwu has taken for the last few years, because even a couple of years ago when he was competing in British F4, there was quite an iconic, I was doing the podium for one of the races and I thought, do my eyes deceive me? But is that Zach Brown running around in front of the podium with his phone out taking a video? And it was Brands Hatch. So very hands-on managing of Ugo Chukwu by Zach Brown.
Now, is there another car?
I think there is,
that needed to be retrieved. So it wasn't just Kobayashi's car, which you could argue, seeing that the speed it was removed, they could possibly have kept the session going for. But another car maybe has come to grief elsewhere as well. That is Ugo Chukwu, who was in the F4 race last year. And Kobayashi crossing the pit exit line is going to be investigated after the session. He won't be going back out, as we know, with the damage, but I'm trying to work out who the other driver is that we've got in the wall.
Can't quite see it because it's required the mobile crane. We've got.
Can I offer you a thought? Sorry to interrupt you. Dino Beganovic has not made it back to the pit lane.
Just gone second. Yeah.
Yeah. So Beganovic back to Macau, but with the same fortunes, seemingly, going off into the barrier. And Beganovic, one of the drivers for, if you like, the home team, because although it's Prema Racing, Rennie Rossin's team, it carries the SJM and Theodore name as well, Teddy Yip's team, Theodore, which was a family so associated with the Macau Grand Prix. So Beganovic, sadly, looks as though he is also a casualty of the circuit and triggered the red flag. And
that rather iconic livery as well, the red and the white and the gold that we see every year on the Theodore cars here at Macau. Very distinctive. I love the unique liveries that we have for this weekend. It's a joy the day before we start the on-track action, just walking around and seeing what the teams, the amount of thought that's gone into the not just the single-seaters, but we see it throughout the day for the saloon cars, for the touring cars, the road sports cars, and for the GT cars as well. The thought that goes into the GT liveries is immense for this meeting.
Yeah, I think that's kind of evolved into an unofficial competition now, hasn't it? Of the best
really
liveries.
Has. Yeah, it really
the manufacturers taking it very, very seriously indeed. Murray Boyer, another driver that's going to be worth watching, I think, this weekend. Experienced single-seater racer you're looking at down in the pit lane for the KCMG IXO by Pinnacle Motorsport team. 31 there is Freddie Slater, who was the fastest, but he's dropped to 6th now. And that is a legacy of others going faster. One of the best parts of the Macau Grand Prix weekend, unquestionably, is that what you see on a timing screen is what you get. There's none of this track limit lap being disallowed, because if you exceed track limits here, well, you see what happens, you're in the wall, and it doesn't all focus the attention. That's the man that's quickest then, Alex Dunn. Second generation racer, his father Noel, very handy Formula Ford 1600 racer, just like actually Freddie Slater, second generation racer, because his father Adrian was a very handy Porsche racer going back 20 something years. Cooper Webster ready to go. Now, I can't remember how many minutes we had on the clock. I want to say about 24 to go, but we've lost the best part of 10 while this is all being sorted out. So the drivers eager to get back out again.
Yeah, it will be rather different when we go into qualifying mode for later on, 3:25 this afternoon. The second time that we'll see the single-seaters out on circuit, the FR cars, because a red flag will bring the clock to a stop during free practice. That's when it continues to tick down, and basically they're losing familiarisation time, which is rather costly. But isn't it super? On the Thursday, when you see how many people are out there, families that are out there, school trips that are out there enjoying everything about this event, it takes over the whole of Macau. It's just a great feeling.
And we are within a minute of a green flag, so those fans happy in the grandstands will be happier soon, because they're going to see cars back out on the circuit. And let's see whether or not we're going to have much shuffling of the order. The rain has eased once again, but it's going to take a lap or two before tyres come back up to temperature and back up to pressure. And at the moment, as we've been saying, it is Alex Dunn who is the fastest, and surprisingly, we've got 3 drivers that have yet to do a lap time. Sorry, two drivers. Kai Darianani, who we'd seen up the escape road, and the other one, and he raced here last year, is Noah Leon. He's not yet done a lap time. The palindromic Noah Leon. So the green flag is imminent, and now the session goes live. 14 minutes to go.
Yeah, so the cars making their way out of pit lane. They've got all of that work to do. How warm do you think they were able to get those tyres during that? Probably not at all, really. Very little.
No, I think they've got a bit of life into them, a bit of warmth, but you know, we're talking really about the tread needing to cut through the water more than anything. And I think they were starting to cut through. I think some of that water was dissipating. It was looking a bit more palatable a line, wasn't it, before the stoppage? It's
going to be at the end of this session. It's going to be touring cars that go out and GTs after that. And everything is replicated over the course of today. So free practice for all 6 of the categories that we have racing here. And then we replicate that this afternoon, just with this qualifying session being the only competitive session of the day today.
Now, that's Lisboa, where, and Alan, you talked about this last year, it narrows on the way down, doesn't it? It's a nice wide part of the circuit, and then it does not funnel. And it's a blind corner pretty much, isn't it? And again, we see drivers going wide. We've seen it in this session into the barriers, but when we had onboard shots last year, it was so difficult to find the clipping point, the turning point for the corner.
Such a public moment, isn't it, when you understeer straight on at that corner. And there's a huge grandstand, always immensely populated. Already a problem for... now, you pronounce this far better than me. So what are we going to agree on here?
Alexander Abkazova.
Yeah, beautifully done.
Is up the escape road at Lisboa, the aforementioned corner. And actually, he's done the right thing. If you're nervous about turning in... Go straight on. Go straight on. You might lose time, but you've not picked up any damage, and Abkazova here can sort himself out, get going again. But yeah, we saw drivers, and we will see it over the weekend, getting themselves in strife coming into the corner and trying to fight the car round and ending up in the wall, rather than jinking left, up the escape road, spin it round and rejoin. So so to finish the conversation, sorry, about no, not at all. Lisboa is one of those iconic shots, isn't it? Yeah. And one of the reasons is that it's named after the Grand Lisboa, the hotel, which is just on the other side of the corner. So the shot, the television shot of one of the most obvious overtaking opportunities, because they are absolutely racing down towards that braking zone for the right-hander. It is perhaps one of the most iconic shots here at Macau. It was a fantastic photograph from last year. I think it was a Drew Gibson photograph. Drew's the official photographer for the event. And it says everything about Macau. It's from the GT race. And the whole first lap, the whole pack, every car a different colour. You've got the crane hanging over it, you've got the narrowness of it, you've got the barriers, you've got the Chinese writing, the shops to the right. It's a brilliant photograph that just says Macau. Sums up everything in one picture. Yeah. I think it was used in the GT report in Autosport magazine in the UK last year. Anyway, back to the plot with 11 minutes to go. And now Oliver Goethe goes on to a flying lap. Again, second generation racer. His father, Roel Goethe, occasional GT racer and historic racer. The Goethe family has this amazing Rothko collection of Gulf-liveried racing cars, which is quite something. And Oliver Goethe, the single-seater gun in the family, and his brother Benjamin has become a very handy GT racer as well. And that's Lisboa. That's the thing I was talking about, the shops on the right-hand side. And it's worth pointing out, Alan, as you look around the lap, that although there's a free practice session going on, so is normal life. All those shops around the circuit are open for business. You can nip in, watch a single-seater, and do your shopping and carry on, whatever.
The thing that maybe we can't convey so well on television, it's the noise from well, 7:45 in the morning when the motorcycles in a normal day go out on circuit. It's pretty much the noise around Macau for the entire day. It echoes everywhere because there's all these barriers there. They bash the sound back, they make it reverberate around the circuit. For Macau life, which continues, we can see it all happening from the ferry terminal just opposite us. Little motorcycles going around and buses, and you would be in no doubt, not just because the fact that these local roads are closed to have the gear circuit on them, but you will hear it for as far as you can drive.
And there will be a shot towards the end of the lap of the cars on track and the traffic on the next road parallel, just as we've been saying, going about ordinary business. Now, into the last 10 minutes of the session, Oliver Goethe improving straight away, first flying lap after the red flag, and he's able to do purple sectors. That would suggest that the road is starting to dry, and even though the tail wags there coming out of Donna Maria down to the Macau hairpin, the drivers are getting the confidence to push, go wide towards the barrier, as much lock as you can use, clip the tail out, spit it round the corner, and Goethe is on a mission here.
Really is, yeah. As you say, purple in sector 3, purple now in sector 4 as well. So personal best in sector 2, but purple in the middle sectors. Final sector just about coming about. So this is going to be exciting, isn't it? Coming up towards the completion of this lap, and we've got 8.5 minutes of this session that remain.
And not only is Goethe going nicely to do purple sectors, but so also is Alex Dunn. So this is Oliver Goethe coming out of our bend up towards the timing line. He's got to try and do something better than a 2:43.7, and Goethe will break the beam and go second fastest. 2:45.222, second and a half down on Dunn. Now that's a big improvement. Oliver Goethe, with 8 more minutes on the clock, is on a big charge now. That puts him ahead of Dino Bogdanovic. The next driver that's just gone across the line is Tuukka Tappinen, who's having a bit of an understated session here. There is Tappinen, he's only 9th.
And Alex Dunn has gone purple in sector 1, purple in sector 2. Now bear in mind, this is free practice. It's the acclimatisation, if you like. It's the getting used to the conditions that we've got. But it's a view into what could potentially happen if track conditions are the same in the first session of qualifying this afternoon. And in fairness, if the weather cheers up and it's a lot drier tomorrow, the qualifying session this afternoon is going to be absolutely meaningless.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, the drivers want a dry track. Right now, they're learning about Macau, learning about the car, and it's all useful experience. Alex Dunn, 2 purple sectors, but he's a bit down in the 3rd. Alex Dunn in another of those Prema Racing cars. But in the meantime, who else do we anticipate improving? Well, almost everybody is finding something in a sector at the moment. And whoops, up the escape road goes Murray Boyer for KCMG. Murray Boyer 4th in the times, and he's gone off at Lisboa, so he's done an Abkhazova, he's gone up the escape road. And now Noah Leon, first proper lap, is 2nd quickest. That's very impressive, 2:44.611. So Noah Leon up to 2nd fastest in number 7. That's the teammate to that car for KCMG. He was 10th in the Grand Prix last year, Noah Leon, as in the meantime, Murray Boyer tries to sort himself out from the escape road.
Freddie Slater has gone overall best in sector 4 on this lap. Alex Dunn is top of the times. Noel Leon is 2nd. Oliver Goethe is 3rd, having just put in a purple in the middle sector, and Freddie Slater has put in a purple in the 4th sector. We've got 6 minutes just about of this session remaining. A few of them electing to come into pit lane with 6 minutes left on the clock.
That was Alex Dunn, wasn't it? I think, who came in. So Dunn in. Slater goes top, 2:43.2. So by 0.4 of a second now, Freddie Slater goes to the top of the times. It's a Prema / Theodore 1-2. Slater from Dunn. Noah Leon is 3rd. Oliver Goethe is 4th. The damaged Bogdanovic, not taking part, 5th. Murray Boyer 6th. Ugo Ugachukwu is 7th. Evan Gilter is 8th. Enzo Deligny is 9th. And Théophile Nael is 10th.
Goethe's going to go top, pretty sure. Yep, does. So
spot.
purple in 3, 4 and 5, and that amounts to 2:41.2.
And amounts to 2 seconds.
Yeah.
2 seconds, count them, quicker than anybody else. That is a mighty, mighty lap. Now, either that proves that Oliver Goethe is testicularly enhanced and has taken his brave pills this morning, or that the road is drying out and everybody else can go quicker now.
Don't expect me to talk after that, please.
The point being, that's quite a margin, Alan.
Yeah. Very impressive.
The time, certainly.
Yeah.
So, Goethe top, but now we'll see if anybody else can get close to him. 2 seconds is a lot of time to find. So, well done, Oliver Goethe, because that was quite a lap. And actually, Freddie Slater, on his next lap, not improving in sector 2. And somebody has picked up big damage there. Broken car, limps on.
James Wharton.
It is James Wharton, who should be one of the stars, because he was a race winner in Europe and also in Strife, having had one moment. Kanato Lee has had another problem. And where is that? It's in the middle of the road. He's going to get going again. And mercifully, he's in the right direction. So he carries on. I wonder whether those two got themselves together. Anyway, James Wharton's rather broken car limps on.
In the final throes of this first free practice session, because we've only got just ticking down to now 4 minutes remaining. That's not going to be easy to drive back. Look at this. Goodness me. It's going to be quite a feat in itself,
yeah,
to drive it back.
And you know what the frustration is? That someone on a quick lap is going to find that, and their lap's going to be compromised.
Yes.
Okay, it's only free practice. James Wharton's trying to drag it back to the pit lane so they can start work on that car, but good luck getting it around the Malco hairpin. I'm not convinced. No, absolutely. It's not easy in a straight line. Now, bearing in mind, as you can see, it's crab-like with the suspension all tweaked. I think the magnitude of what he's got to try and do now is starting to hit home for James Wharton, the Australian driver. And quick car behind.
What do you think?
I think he should have gone up the escape road.
I think
and
you're
parked
right.
it. But anyway, he's
right.
offline.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. Yellow flag turn 19. There you can see James Wharton just can't make the corner. So Goethe, Slater, Dunn, Leon, Tappanen, Ugachukwu is your top 6. But I have to say, that was a mighty lap by Oliver Goethe. Next casualty up the escape road, not for the first time, Alexander Abkhazova. I think it's Lisboa again.
So just as we get towards the closing stages of this free practice session, it all just gets a little bit much, doesn't it? They've, by and large, and a red flag comes out. So with 2 minutes and 45, the next time we see these cars on circuit is going to be for their first qualifying session of the weekend, because I very much doubt they're going to get things cleared up in time to get cars back out on circuit. That's going to be it.
That was Wharton, who just aquaplaned towards the barriers, cannoned off them, and when he came back into shot, had done all of the damage. Alan is right, the session will not resume with only 2 minutes on the clock. So there's another car stationary. Who is that we've lost? That is Sota Agawa. So,
how many cars did we lose right at the end there?
Abkhazova was at the escape road, Wharton was stuck at the hairpin, then there's that. So there's a general sweep up, I think, really. 3, 4, 5 cars right at the end of the session. However, one thing that we did learn during that session was how many drivers potentially could be at the top of this field, which is fantastic to see. We might have had maybe half a dozen drivers that were for a shorter or longer period at the top of the times, and that was these conditions, these really testing conditions. Yeah, Oliver Goethe, I think, for my money, the real standout with that margin to be fastest by 2 seconds from Freddie Slater and Alex Dunn third. Noah Leon fourth from Tuki Tappanen, and then 6th, Ugo Ugachukwu. The top 10 rounded out by Cooper Webster, Teofil Neal, Dino Beganovic, who crashed in the first drama that caused the red flag, and Enzo Deni running out that top 10. 11th, Mari Boyer, who'd got up the escape road. Evan Gilter, 12th, Alexander Abkhazova, twice up an escape road. 13th from Valerio Rinicella, Matteo Colnaghi and Matteo Palla. Then Yin Nakamura, James Wharton with damage, only 18th in the times. Kai Darianani never got a lap in. He was a casualty right at the start up an escape road and wasn't able to get a lap in at all. So Kai Darianani on the back foot going into activity for the rest of the day.
So a red flag came out with around about 3.5 minutes left of the session. There is now just half a minute of this session, and we get the chance to review our first on-track activity this year for the 71st Macau Grand Prix.
Here in Macau for the Kuma FIA TCR World Tour. We're about to get things underway in about 5 minutes' time. As you can see here, Norby Michelise is currently our points leader. Before the last round in China, 25 points lead. It's now been cut to just 10 points. So I want to grab a few words with team manager from BRC Hyundai, Gabriele Tarquini. Let's grab a few words with Sim to see how he's feeling. Gabriele, big weekend for you, big weekend for the team, and of course Norby. Just 10 points coming into the final round here in Macau. How's he feeling? How are you feeling?
It's feeling a very small gap. When you are leading between with only 10 points, is like nothing, because we know Macau is a lottery, is just like a roulette. Everything can happen since the first corner until the last one. And that's my feeling, because I was sitting on this car long time ago, and I know how he can feel the drivers, the feeling of the driver, the feeling of the driver.
Gabriele, let's just pick up on China in the last round. I spoke to Bibu, he was leading the whole race, got past in the final lap, and he you got the fastest straight here of the championship.
We cannot work on this
Right.
on this item, because I mean, we know that our car is very, very good on the cornering, and Macau is true. There is a long straight, but also a long series of corners. So I think probably we pay a little bit on the last partial and probably the first partial, but we think we are very strong on the rest of the track. So that's the key of the race weekend.
Been in that car before. You've taken
a few selfies, signing a few autographs here. You're like a celebrity in Macau. This place holds a special place in your heart.
Yeah, especially because I never won a race here, because by unluck sometimes, but I never score a win. But I won 2 championships, because I mean, especially in the past, and except for COVID period, we always finish the championship here. And it's something special. I mean, because you know that also with the 25 points, you don't feel safe, because I mean, we saw sometimes people and driver lost the championship also with a big gap. And for these, your feeling is always very, very good.
For us and the spectators at home to get that unpredictable.
Yeah, on top of this year, the rain, I mean, is adding something more risky, and that's the lottery of Macau.
Just 10 points. It's going to be a big weekend. Best of luck to everyone for the free practice 1. It's over to commentary.
What a lovely way to start the day, to hear the musical tones of a former champion, Gabriele Tarquini, former Grand Prix driver as well, and still absolutely passionate about motorsport. And welcome to our second session of the day here at Macau for the 71st Macau Grand Prix. It is the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour free practice 1, half an hour in prospect for the World Tour event of Macau, competing of course for the very famous Macau gear race. There we can see the cars lined up, getting ready to take to the circuit for the first time on what is a very damp circuit. David Addison joins me in the commentary box. Alan Hyde here in the commentary box alongside David. And touring cars are always a bit of a highlight of our weekend for the Macau Grand Prix.
And this is a very busy grid, because it isn't just a round of, and indeed the deciding round of the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour. It is also championship deciding weekend for TCR Asia. and TCR China. In the Chinese Championship, Jason Zhang is 1 point ahead of Martin Chow, and in TCR Asia, 16 points split Zhang Zhendong from Max Hart. So you've got 3 championships on the line this weekend. Obviously, we're going to be talking about the gear race and the World Tour itself, where Norbert Mikulich, Esteban Guerrieri, Ted Björk, Jan Alaché, Mikael Ashkona, and to a rather mathematical degree, Nestor Girolami and Santiago Urrutia are all the 7 that could possibly win it, but there's a lot else to look for. And of course, if any of those visiting drivers, if you like, get in strife or get involved in circumstances that can affect the World Tour, they're going to have quite a lot of impact on it.
Had to go to a smaller font to print out this lot because there are so many that are entered, and this is always one to savour. There are plenty of drivers that could triumph around the gear circuit this weekend. We'll come to a few of them over the course of the next half an hour. But what they're dealing with, as we see just there in the foreground, is Davey Todd, who is one of the stars of motorcycle racing, and has just announced that he'll be riding this weekend with FHO team. The motorcycles not racing this weekend, well, not racing today. They will be racing this weekend, but not racing today because of these conditions. It's a bit wet, David.
Yes, it is improving a little, but the touring cars now, if you like, being the pioneers and trying to sweep some of the water away. The first session of the day for single-seaters was largely wet. It eased a bit, the rain came back. It is certainly better than it was an hour and a half or so ago, and the drivers now all exploring where the grip may or may not be. You're riding with Ted Björk then in the Lincoln Co. out of the Lincoln Co. Cyan Racing stable. Ted Björk knows his way around this circuit, so he's going to be one to watch. Only a free practice session. It's only half an hour, and the last thing the drivers need is to get into the wall, because of course if there's a stoppage, the clock ticks on down. Those in the World Tour, you could argue, are the better drivers, because that's why they are used by the teams and the manufacturers to do a World Championship. In TCR China and TCR Asia, you've got less experienced drivers, and if anybody could trip up, it could be one of them. So fingers crossed, this is going to be a trouble-free session.
I understand they pulled back the curtains this morning and said, it's turned out nice, hasn't it? Because this would have been a little bit of a surprise, not least for the motorcycle riders that would have been out first thing this morning at 7:45. But that session, the motorcycles do not race here at Macau when it's wet, and so all the circuit furniture was in place. They have extra cushioning around the barriers around the circuit, but that was being taken away. The motorcycle riders got the chance to have a slightly more leisurely breakfast this morning, and they'll be packing everything into tomorrow morning. So instead of frequency session today, they will have it first thing tomorrow morning. But the cars, well, they can compete. We've already had single-seaters. The FR cars have been around over 40 minutes, and it was only when we got to the end of their session that we started to see them meeting with the circuit furniture, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was a sort of tipping point where drivers started to push that little bit harder, and in one or two cases too hard. Riding with Norbert Mikulich then, everybody onto a flying lap now, so even though there is a notional order, it's an irrelevant one because it's all come from an out lap. But Norbert Mikulich heads at a circuit that he knows, down now towards Lisboa, and we'll get to the braking zone for the corner in a moment, trying to avoid all the puddles. The road tapers the closer you get to the corner, curb on the inside, blind entry, narrow corner as well, so it's one of the most challenging corners on the lap, and it remains narrow through this next section, through San Francisco, up San Francisco Hill. Mikulich then on his own, but Mikael Ashkona in the next to the Hyundai, quicker than anybody thus far within Sector 1.
And Norbert Mikulich, of course, claiming the title, the first title for the World Tour last year here at Macau. Just looking back on his results in the qualification race, is essentially the first of the races for the weekend. Won the race, and 8th place in the second race was enough to claim the title last year for Norby. And is, as you say, from the outlet, top of the times, first car out onto the circuit. And Mikulich has had success over such a long period of time here at Macau, dating all the way back to 2010, when Norby took his first success in a touring car around the gear circuit here at Macau. But as they head up towards the right-hander. This is one of the pinch points on the circuit, where inevitably over the course of this weekend we will see cars coming into contact with the circuit furniture. But as David quite rightly said when we were talking about the single-seaters first thing this morning, a phrase you won't really hear this weekend is track limits, which is yeah, which is jolly good news, because the track limits are those distinctive, iconic yellow and black barriers right the way around the circuit.
Now, Norbert Michelisz, just to finish the point about him, he's only had 2 wins within World Tour this year, but he knows exactly how to win championships. He's been busy racking up the points. There is, of course, one other name that we ought to factor in. We'll get to him in due course on screen, but Rob Huff, who's been racing in the British Touring Car Championship and has had 11 wins around this circuit, not all in the gear race. There are some years where he's raced in the Touring Car Cup, which hasn't been the gear race. There are some years where both races have counted as the gear race, and other years where only one. So he has a given number of gear wins, but I think 11 is the total of victories around here from all of his touring car days. He is a real master of Macau. We'll see what he can do. I'm not necessarily convinced he's going to be fighting for pole position, but the reverse grid, the second race, the gear race itself, could well be another victory for him. We will wait and see. He drives for the Volcano Motorsport team after his season in the British Touring Car Championship.
There's a volcano on the side of the car as well, isn't there? It is a very impressive livery.
Nestor Girolami goes quickest, 2 minutes 55.2. You're riding with Esteban Guerrieri at the moment and getting perilously close to the barriers there. Down towards the Burr. There's not much rain, but there's an awful lot of spray still. And one of the other factors about the day is it is occasionally a bit blustery, and that wind could do with being there to get rid of the standing water now.
Yeah, the other thing to mention, even when it's not raining like it has been for yesterday and today in Macau, it's normally very humid. We are surrounded by water at Macau, so it is normally hot, it's normally humid, it's normally a bit hazy here as well. So unfortunately that rather adds to the problem of drying out the circuit nice and quickly. It's there's a lot of moisture in the air normally, let alone when it's been raining. So they know what they're doing. They know exactly what the conditions are going to be. It's going to be exciting to watch. And I'm glad that you mentioned Rob Huff first of all, because I don't want to be accused of being a huge Rob Huff fan, which I am, because around the streets of Macau, Rob Huff is just every lap exciting to watch. Just brilliant.
Yeah, got involved in a tangle, didn't he, last year, which ended up with the bonnet popping open, visibility obscured, and having to drop out of the race effectively. You've got here, though, Guerrieri in the Honda, the GOAT Racing team, Goriola's team, coming under attack. It's almost like a race battle, this, as the Lincoln Co lines up to make a move and goes through on the inside. Quite brave stuff there, because it wasn't the widest part of the racetrack. Guerrieri has to slot back into the queue now as he heads up the hill, heading up towards Donna Maria.
The touring cars do this, don't they? They squeeze through on that tight sort of uphill section of the gear circuit at Macau, places that you wouldn't expect other drivers to try it, but it does work, it can work.
Absolutely right, yeah, cars almost breathe in, don't they?
Squeeze it through.
Yeah, it'll be fine, thread the eye of the needle, down to the Malco hairpin, where you can't overtake. It's a given for all the car racing categories, no overtaking, because if you try and make a move there, you're never going to get round the corner.
It was Huffy, wasn't it, that said, if I've still got 2 wing mirrors at the end of a session, I'm not trying hard enough.
Yes, indeed. Let's see how he fares in this. He's yet to get himself really into the reckoning, but proper times will come. Half an hour rattles by very, very swiftly indeed, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. It's a long lap, particularly in these conditions. It's just 5 seconds shy of 3 minutes for the quickest lap here. So Girolami with a best lap time, 2:55.2. Ted Bjork is second, Vicky Smutlitz is third as they stand after just 1 or 2 flying laps in this free practice session. They get free practice again later on this afternoon, half an hour. We have 1 qualifying session today. It is qualifying 1 for the single-seaters. Everyone else, free practice. And what they learn today may well bode well for tomorrow, because we've got a forecast of more rain tomorrow, but over the course of Saturday and Sunday, that's when we get into racing, qualification racing, and then racing on Grand Prix day. The weather forecast is quite the opposite. It's from one end of the spectrum to the other. 30 degrees and full sunshine all day on Saturday.
Now, Nestor Girolami, the fastest by 2.7 seconds. How much you read into this in the wet is up to you, but it's Ted Buick second, it's Norbert Mikulich third, and Rob Huff has now gone fourth ahead of Santiago Urrutia and then Marcin Hua. The best of those out of TCR China is the championship leader, Jason Zhang, who is 8th. And then the best out of TCR Asia takes a little bit more unraveling, but I think it is Huang Doyun who is the quickest at the moment. And there aren't quite as many in the TCR Asia element as China. That's the stronger of the two local championships, but even so, it does make a very, very busy grid.
It certainly does, and as you say, 30 minutes is very quickly going to be eaten up in this free practice session. If you bear in mind, we are looking at lap times now. Quickest lap time, 2:52.5 for Girolami. Number 129, top of the times. There's going to be a fair bit of traffic. That is Girolami with the wipers on. The bonnet came up for Rob last year. We didn't realise just how cracked the windscreen was as well, and the visibility. And already we've got a car with problems. That was the car of Santiago. Just getting. Did it get back onto the circuit?
Yeah, I think it bounced off the barriers pretty much.
Yeah,
it ran deep.
Bounced back on.
Yeah. Paul Ridgway in the background with the spectacles on, part of the Brains Trust for the Cyan Racing Lincoln Co team, studying all of his data. But yes, Santiago Urrutia getting himself sort of sorted out, but may well appear in the pit lane with a little bit of damage. The incident for Rob Huff happened here last year, didn't they? They all concertinas, and he felt, I think, that he'd been brake tested, got in the back of traffic because he was trying to help his teammate to win a championship.
He being the only touring car driver that has a Madame Tussauds waxwork in the local museum here, the Grand Prix Museum at Macau, is an amazing state-of-the-art sort of thing to visit over the course of your Grand Prix weekend. I think it's open today and tomorrow, but not Saturday and Sunday. I can't remember if that's correct, but it's well worth a visit. Absolutely super. Waxwork, we've got Eduardo Mortara, who represents single-seaters and GTs, and Michael Russell, who represents motorcycles, and the likeness is eerie. Yeah, it is. Isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So, Nestor Girolami fastest, but he's now into the pits. There, number 155 is Marcin Hua, and 6th in the times at the moment. We're almost at the halfway point. I'm really railing against saying that they are behaving themselves impressively at the moment for fear that they will not. But yeah, we've got through without much drama. There, the Volcano Motorsport Audi, the Rob Huff, we're going to get through the traffic. His teammate is John Filippi, who's been a runner-up in the European Championship, TCR Europe. But Nestor Girolami it is, the quickest, and there he is in the pit lane then. Girolami, by the moment, 2.7 seconds quicker than anybody else.
With 3 flying laps having been completed, just the out lap, and 3 flying laps into the pit lane for the halfway points. Norbert Mikulich has just gone overall best in sector 3. Just how much they learned today, it will be interesting to see, really, because with the prediction of weather conditions for the course of this weekend to be completely split, wet today and tomorrow, and then dry for racing on Saturday and Sunday, it's going to be interesting to see, isn't it? How much is gained or gleaned over the course of this weekend. Certainly things could be upset for the course of this weekend if you end up having to have a car repaired, rebuilt. So a bit like a warm-up session on race day morning, it could cost you dearly and maybe not gain you an awful lot.
True enough. There to the pit lane, 36, that being Jason Zhang. Now he is the China Championship leader in his Lincoln Co. that comes from the Teamwork Motorsport stable. So again, yes, we're focusing on the World Tour because that championship's on the line. But there is also TCR Asia, TCR China titles up for grabs as well. And Jason Zhang, who always goes pretty well around here. If you think back to when the local touring car championships kept the gear race alive, Jason Zhang was always there or thereabouts, wasn't he?
Yes, and another driver on the world stage from the region is Marcin Hua, who has just gone overall best in Sector 3, overall best in Sector 4. Ted Bjork currently in 4th position in this free practice session, but we are at the halfway point. 14 minutes and 10 seconds remain on the clock. That is the 145 car of Marcin Hua. He's had good success here at Macau over the years.
Yeah. There is Marcin Hua swarming along, and whoops, into the wall goes Zhang Zhendong. Yes, put himself mobile again. A little bit of debris on the road, but the road is clear. And that's a driver that knows his way around here, Zhang Zhendong, who's had 4 victories this season in TCR Asia, championship leader of TCR Asia. He's up against Matt Tarr. That is not what he needs to be doing. He needs to be keeping out of strife, but dramas for him. Zhang Zhendong recovers. So the Hyundai Elantra continues on its way. 13 minutes on the clock. Interesting, though, that these are cars that are able to bounce off the barriers and keep going.
I was going to say, yeah, the advantage of a bit of bodywork around you, it's yeah, it can be a bit forgiving, can't it?
But it's interesting where they're having the problems. The single-seaters largely contrive to do it at Lisboa, and here it's around the sort of Moorish police parts of the circuit where the touring cars are just carrying too much speed and understeering out wide.
There's some engineering brains. John Waterman just in the background, and also the engineer that engineered Jake Hill, the BTCC champion this year, Craig Pauling, just in the background. And it is great for this event. It's the end of the domestic season in the UK, and the top engineers and mechanics come out to Macau for this final meeting of the year and bring a huge amount of experience to this event.
That's the replay of the headbutting of the barriers from Zhang Zhendong, but able to get himself out of trouble. John Philippi is in trouble, and that is at Lisboa, is it not? He's gone up the escape road. So having said that the single-seaters were doing it there, John Philippi in the other Volcano Racing Audi has taken it upon himself to go and explore the outer limits of the circuit. No stranger to Macau, John Philippi. He's been here before, but brings out that yellow flag within Sector 2. And now gets the car mobile once more.
Well, it's a bit more than just bodywork damage, isn't it? As the team go to work on Santiago's car. It's be down there for a little while. Oh, never a good sound when you've got the mallet out down in pit lane.
No, the hammer is being used liberally. This is John Philippi doing the right thing. He turned in, realised he wasn't going to make it, and goes left and up the escape road rather than not making the corner, but the trajectory putting him into the wall. So he did the right thing.
And the only problem he's got now is effecting the 3-point turn, which very often turns into a multi-point turn, doesn't it? Get it back onto the circuit.
Another yellow out on the track, as Norbert Mikulich is now 0.6 of a second quicker, and the reason for the next yellow is that their Man Siu Ming is up the escape road in his Honda. That is another of the cars that comes from the TCR China Championship, the Evolved Racing Honda Civic Type R, the FK7 version. Got an FK7 and FK5s, FL5s rather, represented on the grid. So at the moment, it is Norbert Mikulich in the Hyundai, ahead of Ted Bjork in the Lincoln Co, and then third, Nestor Girolami's Hyundai. That's the order in the top 3. 186 in the pits is Guerrieri's Goat Racing Honda, and this is going to explain exactly why up the escape road went the Honda. Just went straight on there, never got slow enough to make the corner at all, did it? So Man Siu Ming tries to rejoin.
On board with Norbert Mikulich, Hungarian driver, coming to Macau in one form or another, in a touring car, part of the World Touring Car Championship, and then the World Touring Car Cup, and now this TCR World Tour for many years here at Macau. And for so many years, there are so many historic pictures of someone claiming a world title at the end of the final race of the weekend, the gear race at Macau. Not least, that man there, Rob Huff, claimed the title here at Macau in 2012. Emotional scenes as some of the family were here at Macau, some of the family watching, certainly Mum was watching at home back in the UK, but his dad Peter was here in Macau to enjoy the moment with Rob claiming a world touring car title. 9 gear races is one here at Macau. It's an incredible record, isn't it, for Rob Huff?
It is. We're going full course yellow in order to retrieve a car. So full course yellow was coming up on the timing screen, and we are about 10 seconds away from the full course yellow period. So a car can be removed without the need to stop the session. Everyone slows down, and that will give the marshals time to work full course yellow now. I haven't seen many yellow flags going out, and FC whiteboards now they're coming out. Yes.
I heard you.
Yeah, thank you. So it was called, and everyone will now slow, and that enables the circuit to be cleared rather than stop with 8 3/4 minutes to go. So the pit lane, 1 or 2 others set to get themselves back on track. Andy Yan out of TCR China, 72 there is the car of Juan Carlos Zhu An, and that's another Teamwork Motorsport Lincoln Co from the Chinese Championship. Quite a few electing to pit while the full course yellow is out because they can't really go any faster.
And John, make a few adjustments as well.
Yeah, John Philippi was one we saw at the escape road, wasn't he? So, and he is. And that's the reason for the full course yellow, that's stuck on the escape road is Mansiu Ming's Honda. And he's now going the wrong way because he needs to try and spin it round if he can.
So Mansiu Ying gets the car going, and these little adjustments might just be to dial the cars a little bit better for the conditions that we have at the moment. Not necessarily dry conditions, but certainly with wet tyres and the amount of standing water. How are we doing over the other side of the circuit? Just take a view of the puddle that we had just opposite the commentary box, which is just by the starting gantry, and there is certainly less water, standing water on the circuit in front of us on this part of the circuit. But bear in mind, this is a long circuit, over 6 miles around the Macau gear circuit.
Don't want to be a pedant.
Go on.
6 kilometres.
I beg your pardon, I said miles.
And that is relevant because I'm not running 6 miles. I don't be running 6 kilometres. I draw the line in this temperature at 6 miles, all right?
Uphill, downhill.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
So the point that you make is that you have done it this year. You've run the whole of the circuit when the rest of us were sleeping and the milkman was coming round delivering milk. But it was about 5 o'clock in the morning, wasn't it?
About 4:15 I set off, yes.
Goodness me.
Which I thought was the right time of day to do it because there wasn't much traffic, because of course the roads were open.
It's really difficult to walk during the day.
Yeah.
When the buses and the lorries and the vans are threading their way around the roads around Macau, it's you have to breathe in a couple of times, that's for sure.
And it was quite a sight for the locals as this funny tourist with head torches and lights adorning him. Yeah.
Well done.
Plodding around.
Well done.
Lots of sane people came out of casinos and pointed.
You were taking pictures, which was good.
A bit blurry, weren't they?
Yeah, they were.
Yeah. So, full course yellow rescinded, green flag is back out, 6 minutes are on the clock, and it does look drier. It is drying, the times are coming. Mikael Ashkener is now fastest on a 2 minutes 51.3. Mikael Ashkener in the next of the very rapid Hyundais. You've got this Hyundai versus Lincoln Co battle, really, as far as the two key brands, key teams, key manufacturers are concerned. Mikael Ashkener, another driver with a very good track record of touring cars, and one major touring car racing as well, having raced in the Audi TT Cup as well as Clios and Seats, but he was the World Touring Car Cup champion 2 seasons ago, and Ashkener then tops the times with 5.5 on the clock.
I was going to say, yeah, we're very much into the final part of this free practice section. They've got another free practice session. Local time, 1:45 this afternoon. That's scheduled to get underway, and the local time now here in Macau is just coming up to 22:11 in the morning. Wherever you are watching around the world, a very good morning, good afternoon to you, wherever you are. This is the first time that we've seen the TCR cars on circuit over the course of this morning. One session didn't happen first thing this morning because of the conditions. The motorcycles did not have their free practice session, but the cars, the single-seaters and the touring cars able to just push the water out of the way. Not so simple on a motorcycle. They haven't got any wet tyres here anyway.
No, exactly, no. Yeah. And it's just another sobering thought that we've now had effectively 10 years of TCR regulations. It feels like it's not that long ago that TCR was created. But
you're right.
Marcello Lotti, who is here, the man behind TCR, at the end of its first season, of course, the gear race was going to be for TCR cars. There was a little bit of discussion about, is it going to be a good grid, and do we need to invite cars from other championships to boost the numbers? But no, it was all fine. Championship resolved, and it fitted into the format of the gear race just as effectively as its forebears had done.
So 4 minutes remain, and we'll do an onboard lap around the circuit. A very damp circuit here at Macau. It's maybe a little bit drier than it was first thing this morning, which was 9:15 local time when the FIA FR World Cup single-seater cars went out on circuit. Now we've got potentially the slightly more protected cars of the TCR World Tour out on circuit. 3.5 minutes yet to go. Those windscreen wipers that are working away, very, very important indeed. The huge amount of spray that's being kicked up on this circuit, the tarmac, right, and not just one type of tarmac, all sorts of different tarmac. These are the roads of Macau. This is a road circuit, a road course, and there are parts of the circuit that have been recently re-tarmacked, the parts of the circuit that have got little bumps. That's what you have to deal with when you come to Macau, and every year it gives us the most thrilling racing. A circuit that just doesn't change from year to year.
And this part of it is, for my money, the best, because it is so wide, so fast, and then at the end is a real swine in the corner. This is part of the track where races are won and lost. 51 coming late on the brakes, Rui Fan, and he's under attack from Rainier in the Hyundai Elantra behind, and Rainier gets through on the run-up now through San Francisco. 2.5 minutes of the session to go.
And you can squeeze the two cars through, can't you?
Although you do need the person that you're squeezing past to be compliant, and you can tell that this is a free practice session rather than a race, because were that a race, Rainier would have made that a lot more
after you, sir. Yeah, this is absolutely fine.
Yeah, in this session.
For now.
Yeah. We'll go with that, but in the race, it's going to be a bit more elbows out.
2 minutes to go in this first session of the weekend, Macau gear race, and we are watching the number 2 car thread its way through. It's the car of Rainier.
Can I just wave the flag briefly for Martin Scher, because he is now 6th. So what, you might ask? Well, that means that Martin Scher is the fastest of those out of TCR China, the first non-World Tour regular. Everybody that's on the grid is part of the World Tour and can score points. Another car up the escape road. We'll get to that in a moment. Driver out, so that's his session done. He's gone a long way up the escape road, suggesting that might have been a problem that put him there. Yes, Martin Scher, as I say, the best of those out of TCR China. So a job well done. He dropped to 7th because Ted Bjork and Rob Halford are ahead of him now, but still not a bad effort by Martin Scher.
1 minute to go in this first free practice session of the weekend for the Macau gear race and the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour events of Macau. And by and large, okay, we've still got 50 seconds yet to go. They're looking all right, aren't they? I know.
But no, you are right, and it's been a sensibly driven session, especially given that you've got a few drivers that, you know, are less experienced in touring car team terms than the regulars out of the World Tour. Watching some of the stars like Robert Mikelish or Ted Bjork, Santiago Riccio at work, it is a masterclass of where you thread the car around the lanes here. So precise against the walls, the barriers and everything else.
Most of them have sort of eased off as we head up towards the checker flag. Ted Bjork has put in a overall best sector in Sector 3, and Girolami has just gone on to the final lap and puts a purple sector in sector 1 as well. So keep an eye on those two. Ted Bjork is going.
Yeah, they're the data that the teams are looking at. Checkered flag is out, so it's his last chance, this, for Ted Bjork. You're riding on board with him now as he comes towards the end of the lap then through Fisherman's Bend. Our Bend is next, this fast, short straight. And then down to the end of the lap. So Ted Bjork 6th in the times. He needs to find 3 seconds to go top. I don't think that's doable, but he should be an improver. He's done 2 purple sectors, 2 absolute best out of the 5 sectors of the lap. And as he breaks the beam, Ted Bjork 2nd fastest. And he, well, I said he's not going to make up 3 seconds. He very nearly did. He only missed out by 0.175. So that was a mighty effort by Ted Bjork.
Right at the end, yeah, did a jolly good job of that, didn't he?
Absolutely.
2nd place, takes the checkered flag, first one to take the checkered flag of the top 16 times that we've got. So good time there, Ted. Heading into this weekend, lying 3rd in the standings of the TCR World Tour.
Started off as a sports car racer before touring cars came knocking, as the checkered flag is waved to Rob Huff, who ends the session 6th. The Volcano Motorsport car is yet to erupt as he would like it to, I suspect, but we'll worry about the real pace when we get to qualifying.
Came out to China a couple of weeks ago, didn't he? Did Rob Huff, and competed, and naturally we've been asking him for so many months, haven't we, back in the UK. So have you finalised your deal for Macau? You knew he was going to get something. It was just what he was going to be driving and for who. And having completed his first full year in the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship back in the UK, first full season for 20 years after his exploits in World Touring Cars, claiming a world title and coming back as cool and as calm as you like to the BTCC, and claiming 2 race wins over the course of the year.
Over the line goes Santiago Urrutia, who improves in the final reckoning in terms of his time and stays 3rd fastest. It's not just spectacular liveries, it's spectacular costumes as well that adorn the pit lane. I'm not sure that's made out of Nomex, but even so, it's quite a costume.
Wasn't quite sure what I was looking at there.
This is Ted Bjork, who has taken the flag. So 2nd he was when he took the flag. He's on his in lap. Bit of sunshine, I think, over the part of the circuit there, coming out of Police up towards Donna Maria. And that's another archetypal shot of Macau with the different lanes. So you've got race cars and then everyday traffic on the parallel road.
It is, isn't it?
Up to the timing line. Here comes Sonny Wong, who ought to be a little bit higher up than he is. He's not really broken into the top 16 in this session. Gabriele Tarquini studies the stopwatch and goes to join the team on the pit wall, but with the session at an end, even though he's in the pit lane, Nestor Girolami then the fastest by just over 1/10 of a second. Track map on the dash there you can see for Norbert Mikulich. That's not because he doesn't know where he is, he doesn't know the circuit layout, far from it, but if he gets an instruction, yellow flag at turn 9, he can quickly look at his map and he knows what turn 9 is all about, and it's a quick reference point, but he certainly doesn't need that to tell him when to turn left or right. So the cars making their way down the pit lane. Nestor Girolami the fastest, with Martin Scher the fastest out of TCR China. TCR Asia is going to take me a little bit longer to unravel. There's nobody out of that in the top 16, which is what we have on our timing screen. So Max Hart only 24th overall, Huang Doyan 22nd, and Jason Zhang, who is the Chinese championship leader, he was 21st. So the drivers out of TCR Asia to be found, as I say, quite a long way down the order. Everybody getting the instruction then to remind them to head to the pit lane. You take the checkered flag twice, you find yourself in hot water with the officials. So everybody doing the right thing, coming
also delays quite a few things. It's a long lap,
See how breezy it is because of the waves on the water there. But that's helping to drive the circuit, but it has got very blustery.
Breezy is an understatement. Have you tried to use an umbrella today?
No, I don't do umbrellas, I wear a hat.
Yeah, no, good idea, because an umbrella was really hard work.
Now, umbrellas are pointless things because they blow away in the wind and you get a cold, wet hand anyway. Don't see the point. Put a hat on. Rant over. Down the pit lane then comes Norbert Mikulich, one of those 7 drivers in with a chance of leaving Macau as the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour champion. At the end of the session, Nestor Girolamo used the quickest by 0.175 of a second over Ted Bjork, with Santiago Urrutia third, Nicola Ashken a fourth from Norbert Mikulich, Rob Huff, Esteban Guerrieri 7th and 8th in the times, Martin Shea being the fastest of those out of TCR China. 9th fastest goes the way of Martin Tsao, ahead of 10th quickest Ma Qinghua, Marco Butti 11th from John Filippi, and then Dusan Borkovic, Rainy Her 14th, Jan Erlacher a long way back, only 15th ahead of Andy Yan, and then Lo Si Ho. Then you get 18th fastest to Zheng Zhengdong. Juan Carlos Xu is 19th and 20th, David Xu.
Gabriele Tarquini, I'm slowly becoming your best friend this weekend. Bebu was fastest in that FP1. How was it for him, do you think?
I think it was a great session. I mean, he feel immediately that the car was working very, very good. We try to have different setup because we don't have a perfect setup for Macau, because normally that conditions are very unusual.
Yeah.
So we swap setup on the car. We try 3 different setup, and it seems that Nestor setup is the best.
Good luck for FP2. Thank you, Gabriele Tarquini there.
Well, they're back. GT3 cars at Macau. Welcome everybody to free practice for the FIA GT World Cup. David Addison and Alan Hyde trackside, looking down to a rather wet assembly area that accompanies a very wet racetrack after lots of rain overnight and this morning. And carrying the coveted #1 is the man that won the FIA GT World Cup last year, Raffaele Marciello, but he comes to defend it for BMW. His swan song for Mercedes-AMG was victory here last November, and he is back on the streets of Macau in an absolutely stellar lineup of drivers, teams and manufacturers with not only a great cast, some great liveries as well. It promises to be an absolutely brilliant competition, as ever it is. Their Porsche factory driver, Lawrence Van Thor, a man that's won here in the past. He's won upside down, in fact, in the past, but he returns to see what he can do for Porsche this year. And Porsche had a pretty torrid time in 2023, so this is a manufacturer that comes here really with a point to prove. Augusto Farfus, Alan, he's been a winner here in the past as well.
He has, of the GT World Cup when it was first introduced, and it was emotional as well, because ultimately it ended up to be the last with Charlie Lamb at the helm of the team. So great to have Augusto here. This is amazing. The names keep coming. Dries Van Tour as well in a BMW.
Exactly right. After racing for BMW not only in GT3 but also in the hypercar in the FIA World Endurance Championship. Number 10 is Adderley Fong. We'll worry about his livery in due course. Alan can barely contain himself. But
Lots of information.
Yeah, I suspect we're not going to have too much time just now to dwell on the replacement for Hello Kitty. But as ever, it is a proper colour scheme on that car. Alessio Picariello, then, the very quick Belgian driver for Absolute Racing in the Geek VP livery car. Picariello is somebody that perhaps flies under the radar a bit, but a very, very fast driver indeed. Another man to watch. And this session, 30 minutes on a drying but still rather treacherous track.
I just love the liveries that they bring out just for this one-off unique event at Macau at the end of the year. They always embrace the bright colours that racing cars enjoy in this part of the world in racing, but also some real nods to the area as well, specifically to here at Macau and the history. I was looking at Raffaele Marciello's helmet, which was liveried just for this weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, there is an element of limoncello on the helmet, but also a nod to 2 wins in the GT Cup here at Macau as well. Superb. The level of preparation for this one motorsport festival weekend is superb right the way down through the field.
You've just seen Antonio Fuoco making his Macau debut, Le Mans winner, Ralph Aaron, who last year we saw in the wars in Formula 3, now very much a GT star. So he's another man to watch for Mercedes-AMG and the Toro Racing entry. Local teams, even if they've got factory stars aboard the cars, the grandstand's filling up now that the rain has eased, although ponchos are still required for 1 or 2. And this session is going to go live very shortly on this 6.1 kilometre long circuit. How about that for a colour scheme on the BMW of Sheldon van der Linde, the South African driver, the WRT run car, Vincent Voss's team, which has positioned itself as very much one of, if not the top team in GT3 racing, formerly with Audi, now a BMW team, and great success in World Challenge as well as in the World Endurance Championship as well. The cars then ready to be released from that assembly area out on track, and as I say, the road is wet but it is drying. There are lots of other names that we've not yet touched on that we will get excited about over the course of the session, including, just to take one name at random, Matteo Cairoli, who last year when he was here in the Tsingtao Beer-backed Porsche was a Porsche factory driver. Now he's a Lamborghini factory driver, and Lamborghini coming to take part as a sort of factory-blessed brand this year for the first time in FIA GT World Cup. We've seen them on the grid in the past, but to be sending factory drivers, that illustrates now another manufacturer taking, not seriously, that's unfair, but appreciating the significance of the FIA GT World Cup, especially on a weekend where Lamborghini is a bit busy with its own 4-day event in Spain, Lamborghini World Finals. But to have a presence here underlines the strength and the prestige of the FIA GT World Cup now.
more than one impressive driver at the wheel of a Lamborghini as well, including Eduardo Mortara, for many years known as Mr. Macau, having won the Macau Grand Prix in single-seaters and also in GTs as well. Somebody that really does go incredibly well, and at the wheel of the 63 Lamborghini over the course of this weekend for the 37-year-old.
So the cars out of the assembly area, they're going through shot number 63. That was Eduardo Mortara. 33, Christopher Hauser, Mr. Audi. 77 behind is Danny Jean-Cadea, out of the Craft Bamboo Racing stable. Ricardo Feller, who was last year's GT World Challenge Europe Sprint Cup champion. That's Matteo Cairoli. Just behind him, Luca Engschler, who is one to watch. For many years, he was a TCR champion, a touring car front runner. But in the last couple of seasons has made himself a very formidable young gun, gold-graded driver in GT racing. Down to Lisboa then, fast part of the circuit. You're going from 282 kilometres an hour in the dry in 6th gear down to 79 kilometres an hour, 2nd gear for the Lisboa corner.
Just exactly what you said. It shows how important this event is to top manufacturers from around the world. It is a festival of motorsport. It's over 4 days. The eyes of the motorsport world tend to focus on Macau. Everyone's interested. Whatever form of motorsport you do, whatever form of motorsport you're interested in, they've got one eye to what's going on in Macau.
And if you're a fan of GT racing, it's all very well having one eye on what's going on, but you also need one ear, because liveries aside, one of the other beauties about GT racing is that all of these cars make fantastic sounds, which is what motor racing should be about. And a GT grid just encapsulates the perfect soundtrack to motorsport, especially around here. Alan made the point earlier on in the day that the noise gets trapped between the buildings and the barriers, and big booming GT cars, they're quite something.
Thank you for mentioning that. I started my life as an audio engineer, and I'm always keeping my ear to the ground on this one, and they sound fantastic. Around the gear circuit here at Macau, these cars sound like nothing else. Absolutely superb.
And it is, as we've made the point, a stellar cast. So we'll start to see what the lap times look like. Last year, it was very much a Mercedes benefit, because the Mercedes beautifully sorted, so they had all the grunt in what you might call the open part of the circuit. So really coming out of Fisherman's Bend all the way down to Lisboa. And look how sideways the cars get. Whoops, that's going to be a blockage because there's a spin and the road is blocked, and that's at low speed, just a bit too energetic on the throttle. The car loops sideways and there's nobody to come through there. So red flag, I fear, might be coming, because we've got the BMW trying to get going. Is it BMW or Porsche?
Porsche. Trying
to get going. But there's a whole queue of cars, and the danger is now that people stall. So the dear, in the background, people arriving a bit too rapidly. If they can get that car moving, the road will flow. Let's see what happens. Red flag, just, I think, as that car set off.
Yeah.
Murphy's Law, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a bit. So you can see, just putting the power down in the BMW, and the back steps out, and then just a little bit too much in the Porsche. Glances the barrier, can get the car turned around, but it's unfortunately caused an inevitable problem.
I think that might have been Lawrence Vanthor. Lawrence Vanthor,
I think you're right,
getting it sideways. Before all of that, I was trying to say something about Mercedes, wasn't I? Oh yes, that's right. That, if you like, from Fisherman's Bend all the way around to Lisboa, they had all the grunt to be able to stretch the margin. The field caught up over the rest of the lap, where it was too narrow to overtake, so they were able then to storm away at the end of the lap. Qualifying is going to be very important, but it's interesting to see if any of the different manufacturers this year can take on Mercedes, which did last year seem to have just the perfect car for the gear circuit.
Marciello was not just good last year, he was superlative. He was quickest in qualifying, won the qualification race, and won the Macau GT Cup as well. It was just supreme from Marciello. And in a way, if you're going to be leaving a manufacturer and going to join another manufacturer, which happens so much in the world of GT racing, doesn't it? But it's nice to go out with that kind of ultra dominance. It was just a superb weekend for Raffaele.
And go back 2 years, before the FIA tag returned to the GT Cup at Macau, there was the most amazing first lap where Mauro Engel and Raffaele Marciello went toe-to-toe from the start, virtually all the way to Lisboa.
Something else.
It sticks in our minds to this day. You and I were somewhat open-mouthed about the bravery of both.
And we're able to talk to Mauro Engel about it a few weeks hence, weren't we? And yeah, he was still smiling as well.
Buzzing,
yeah, he was. It was something to absolutely savour. Beautiful. There he is, Mr. Macau, Eduardo Mortara in the Lamborghini, just being pulled back into place. So they've all learned something, haven't they, on this opening lap?
Yeah. Don't bury the throttle, is the main thing.
Going to be a bit tricky in various areas, particularly coming out of the Macau hairpin, which, if you bear in mind the size of these GT3 cars, it's not the work of a moment anyway to get the car turned around the Macau hairpin, and to thread the car around the eye of the needle, and then to just feed in the power gently in these conditions just adds another thing to worry about.
So Ferrari represented here this season as well, with Daniel Serra as well as Antonio Fuoco. Daniel Serra for Harmony Racing, Antonio Fuoco for AF Corsa, which is sort of the unofficial factory team, isn't it, Amato Ferrari's team. That Mercedes with the Spark Models colours of Jules Gounon, who had a pretty torrid time here last year, couldn't get the car to do what he wanted, but he is back with a point to prove, as is that man, Mauro Engel, who wants yet another win. He switches teams this year. He goes to GMR, the Gruppe M team, and Craft Bamboo Racing, Darrell Young's team, Jules Gounon and Daniel Junqueira. There is Edo Mortara's Lamborghini. We are about a minute and a half away from getting the session back underway. The Lamborghini is run by Vincenzo Sospiri's team, but under the banner of Theodore Racing, the Teddy Yip team, which has a long and hugely successful association with the Macau Grand Prix.
Is a rock star, is Eduardo Mortara, around Macau. Can't walk two paces really outside of the confines without youngsters coming up. They want a photograph with Eduardo, and with good reason. It's something special winning in a single-seater and a GT here at Macau. It is something that he's had to get used to over the years.
And such is the reputation that he has his own waxwork as well, because he is one of a very small number of Macau stars to be represented in the Macau Museum. There's that remarkable livery on the Sheldon van der Linde BMW, the Rapid South African. So nobody did a lap, of course, before the red flag came out, and the frustration is that this has cost them round about 5 minutes, if not more. Yeah,
I think probably a little bit more as well, because we've got 22 minutes and counting left on the clock of a half-an-hour session, and of course, it being free practice, the clock continues to count down. So they've got a huge amount of experience. They know not to go silly now, because with a little bit less time, that would be the urgency would kind of suck you into another mistake, which they can't really afford to have.
Yeah, except the clock did stop.
Did it stop?
Because
26 minutes
got 26 minutes, yeah. So slightly puzzled. Anyway, that's good, because it gives us a bit more mileage for GT drivers.
Yes, please.
Yeah, can't argue with that.
Quite like that.
Indeed so. Down the pit lane they all pour then. Let's try and pick out one or two more names. 566 then of Leo Yi, the Porsche.
Do you think someone in race control said, I quite like these, no one will notice, we'll just pop it back to where it was?
So on a drying circuit down to Lisboa, Cam Sheldon van der Linde then. Raffaele Marciello for Toro Racing. Another one to watch, Augusto Farfus Team KRC, a very local underdog team playing with the big boys. And Augusto Farfus will be helping the squad, no doubt, to develop and progress over the course of the weekend.
I remember Augusto in a BMW here at Macau one year, and it was one of the famous BMW art cars, but it was just stealth black, because you only got the art of the BMW if you downloaded the app and held it virtual reality over the car. If you saw the car here, you could hold your phone over it, and then the art would appear in front of you on an app.
Right.
I know. Technology at its greatest, and a great marketing tool to use for this weekend.
So, drivers on track and eager to get on with the job, and that is proved by the fact that Mauro Engel and Edo Mortara were going purple in the second sector, as now the session, with the clock ticking on down, is underway. It looks almost Le Mans-like, Spa 24 Hours-like, doesn't it, with the headlights on as the cars pierce the gloom. It's not raining at the moment, but there is, as you can see, still a lot of water on the road that needs to be dissipated, and certain parts of the circuit looking a lot wetter than others.
Huge amount of spray, absolutely massive amount of spray, as they make their way up once again. Now they're going to be looking after Donna Maria, this left-hander, long left-hander, threading their way up towards, okay, everybody cross your fingers. We need to get all of these cars neatly around the Velco hairpin, which is not going to be the work of a moment with such a slippery, wet surface.
And all of that power, these are the most powerful cars that we have taken to the circuit this weekend. And even though these are star drivers, even they can be caught out by just how treacherous that part of the racetrack is. So we have got cars coming towards the end of the lap, and we're not seeing a yellow flag legend on the timing screen. That is good news. There's Sheldon van der Linde ready to pull the pin and go on to a flying lap as he comes then out of our bend. Got another of the BMWs chasing after him, which is the car of Dries van Voor. Then it is Ralph Aren's Mercedes AMG, and the first of the Ferraris to watch, Daniel Serra behind. Right, flying laps now underway.
Can I just say, we've seen Jules Gounon on this outlap put in a purple in sector 4, something I don't think we saw him do throughout the course of last year. So let's really keep our fingers crossed that he has a much better weekend. He's a brilliant driver, and we need to see him shine at Macau.
Absolutely, yeah. It was disappointing last year, and nobody felt the disappointment more acutely than Jules.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons he's back with a point to prove. He's also spread his wings this year into, like a number of GT drivers, into hypercar by racing on occasions for Alpine within the World Endurance Championship, but is one very definitely of the stars of GT3, and that's saying something because there are an awful lot of stars.
This is just a great lineup. What a selection of mouth-watering machinery and superb world-class drivers. Can't wait for this weekend. You may have noticed.
Yeah, in GT racing, he's having this amazing purple patch. Big slide from Dries van Voor there. Survives it. And of course, the GT3 rule set all around the world. The category created by Stefan Rattel, who has been the architect of the success of GT racing. This grid put together by the SRO Motorsports Group, which coordinates the race, and has managed to put together, as I say, this outstanding grid. Right, Van Voor hustling on behind van der Linde. These two have shared cars, but right now they are gloves off, trying to prove who is top dog. And more purples are coming. Edo Mortara does an absolute best. Daniel Serra does an absolute best. Lawrence Van Voor has done an absolute best. Mortara does 2 absolute bests. And the road is only going to get drier and faster.
22 minutes left of this free practice session, so we're only just coming up to 1/3 distance. Really good news that we were able to get that time back and have potentially this going for a full 30 minutes of free practice for the GT cars. They just look so intimidating around this circuit. Every little bump
Yeah, you're right, and I have to say these conditions are pretty evil for them, because you've got at certain parts of the circuit now neither wet nor dry. It's greasy more than anything else. You can see the way the cars are squirming. Up towards the timing line then comes Sheldon van der Linde, and he offers up a target time of 2 minutes 40, but he's bested by Dries van Voor. So that's the quickest car in the session, number 32 BMW. 32 has always been the sort of favoured WRT number. Just because it has been, really. There's no science behind it. Edo Mortara, though, goes fastest, 2 minutes 40.129, 52 thousandths quicker than Van Voor. Jules Gounon goes third, and then it's van der Linde, Aren, and Yeyefi was 6th. He's now 7th because Mauro Engel gets himself up in the 5th. But Mortara, what do you call him, Mr. Macau, he's quickest.
Eduardo Mortara quickest, Dries van Voor second, Jules Gounon is third, Sheldon van der Linde is fourth, Mauro Engel, 3-time winner here at Macau, is fifth, and Ralph Aren is in 6th position after the flying lap that they're completing after the restart of this session.
But there are others to come. We haven't yet had a lap time out of Raffaele Marciello, nor Lawrence Vanthorpe, BMW and Porsche factory drivers each. So there's a lot to shake out of this session. Riding on board with Edo Mortara. And a lot less water on the windscreen, a lot less water being spat up, and in the road he's getting better all the time. Danny Junqueira now goes quickest then, the Spanish driver, 2 minutes 40.1, 8 thousandths quicker than Mortara, 8 thousandths over a 6 kilometre long lap.
Of all the cars to shift a bit of water, these are the cars to do it. It's the first time we've really seen water being moved on the tarmac over the course of this morning so far. Laurent Vanthorpe goes top 2:37.868. You made a brief mention of the fact that he's won this race here at Macau on his roof. He did. He was having an amazing battle with the Porsche of El Bamba. A big accident. The car ended up sort of almost climbing the fencing and finishing up on its roof. The result went back a lap, and so he won the race. And I think no one was more surprised than he was. Was there not something at the trophy awards at the end of that year that someone gave him a trophy that was upside down on the plinth?
Possibly,
yeah.
And I do remember the week after it was the SRO Awards, and I said something about I didn't recognise you the right way up, or something like that. But he took it all in good part. And,
he did, yeah.
Look, a win is a win.
Yeah, absolutely. He was the most surprised, and we're still talking about it now.
Yeah.
And what was that? 2016,
yeah,
something like
right.
that. Yeah.
There is in the UK a regulation that says if you are not running at the time of a red flag, you don't stay in the result. That isn't an international sporting code regulation, so it doesn't apply here.
It's discretionary, isn't it? I think it's for this event. I think that year it was at the discretion of the stewards or something like that. So.
Well, he's the fastest, and the interesting part now is that you've got Porsche, BMW, Lamborghini, BMW, Ferrari, Mercedes, AMG in your top 6. It's not a Mercedes route.
No, absolutely not. This is fascinating. Mauro Engel goes top. 3-time winner, yeah, as soon as you say it. At 2:37.4 for Mauro Engel, who is supreme around here. We can say it about so many of the drivers, but Mauro Engel over the course of the years has been brilliant.
Yeah. And he comes here as this year's GT World Challenge Europe Sprint Cup champion, and this is the ultimate sprint, isn't it? So it puts me in good stead.
It is. I love this form of GT racing. A sprint race for these cars is just brilliant. It amalgamates everything that I love about racing. So it's like a touring car race in length,
yeah.
but it's with GT cars, and around this circuit, this is perfect.
And proper people in them as well.
Yeah.
So really impressive drivers. Yeah. So Mauro Engel is the fastest then. You're looking at him. He's another, as Alan Hyde has made the point, Macau maestro. So he knows exactly where to position that car. Raffaele Marciello, incidentally, last year's winner of the Macau GT Cup, has just gone 11th. And Mauro Engel comes then down through the approach to Moorish, onto Police in a moment. The road does drop down a little at that point. There's another climb, of course, coming later in the lap. And this part of the circuit's so narrow. In a GT car, it's just follow my leader. All right, through Moorish, then to Police. Short straight, another sharp right. And a climb up the road as well here. And then the run to Donna Maria. So Mauro Engel fastest by 0.4 of a second. And he's given himself a lovely bit of clear track, hasn't he? Nobody around him.
Absolutely perfect, because the amount of spray that's kicked up by a car in front, particularly with these really wide tyres, and this is not going to work, is it? 4 cars already are stopped at the exit of Melco.
It looks like Daniel Serra's Ferrari is the casualty. Oh, big drama that I think might be Lawrence Vanthorpe trying to get through the traffic. Bang, there's contact. Audi hits Audi. And people are arriving too rapidly, that's the problem. So the 2 Audis got themselves together there. That looked like Adderley Fong, possibly, that got into the back of Christopher Hauser.
Just
red flag again.
I just realised I was holding my breath, because every car that appeared just been, no, too quick. now we've got a rather large car park, and unfortunately it is that, yeah, there's no way of turning that car around easily, is there?
No, he's the wrong side of the 90 degrees as well. So Macau strikes again. And this is going to take a little bit of clearing up, isn't it? So everybody stops. And as soon as possible, the cars will head to the pit lane. And the clock has stopped again here. So that's good news in terms of giving them the mileage, but big frustration for the drivers that yet again we're interrupted.
And yet again the clock has stopped. Good. 15:50. So halfway through, can they actually manage to execute a 3-point turn on this car? They're doing their best, aren't they?
But the lock is so marginal.
Yeah, it is.
Were it dry and were it a flying lap, you'd be looking at first gear, obviously, for the Macau hairpin. But the data trace offers you take that corner at 36 kilometers an hour. Okay, hold that thought.
Think about that. Yeah.
You're arriving at Lisboa at 282.
Yeah.
Now, if you want a sharper contrast to what Macau is all about in terms of the corners and the speeds, 282 kilometers an hour at one part, and 36 kilometers an hour at another.
There's nothing like it, is there, anywhere in the world? And we are now having the view on board the Lamborghini with Edo Mortara sat at the wheel, just passing time. They're used to this. Those that have been coming to Macau know exactly what you have to do. You have to be patient, because the time will come eventually.
Yes, and the road opens up now, and off we set. Yes. It's like waiting for that swing bridge to get back in place, and then you can all set off again.
There's going to be a few cars that are going to be second-hand after that, though, aren't there?
Yeah, I do think it was Adley Fong that got in the back of Christopher Hauser.
Well, shall we talk about Adley's car?
Well, let me just mention, there it is going through the hairpin. Behind is Laurens Vanthoor's Porsche, which you might have seen reversing, because he put himself back into the traffic. He went up the inside so he didn't hit anybody, but then reversed back into the queue, so just to make sure there was no possible penalty. Now, Adley Fong,
yes,
go to the Uno Racing Team Audi. Last year, the car was adorned in Hello Kitty colours. This year, it has a different character and a different sponsor. Alan Hyde will explain, but before he does, don't judge him.
So, well, I like to think that I know a little bit about this car, because I've done my research, and so the character on Adley's car this weekend is still part of the Hello Kitty fold, if you like, but it's a new character. It's Kiromi, who is a little rabbit, and was released for Halloween just a couple of weeks ago. How much more do you want to know?
Keep going. Red flag.
Kiromi is female, was born on the 31st of October this year, and do you want to know personality likes?
You mean I have a choice?
Likes cooking, romance novels, writing in her diary, cute toys, black, hot pink and purple.
Which is the livery of the car.
Dislikes high attitude, extreme stunts, or overly girly things.
Okay. When you say this was released...
Yeah, so there was an episode, I think, of a television programme, I think,
right,
which went out on the 31st of October this year. So it's a brand new character.
I see. Right, Kiromi.
Kiromi, the little rabbit, the Halloween rabbit.
An evil rabbit or a good rabbit?
I think a bit evil.
Ooh.
Yeah. But in fairness, I think in Hello Kitty world, evil is a relative concept.
True. True.
I don't think it ever gets that nasty.
Okay, right.
A hugely loved character, Hello Kitty, in this part of the world, and the proof of that is there are two little stalls outside the Grand Prix that are selling the unique for this weekend Kiromi livery T-shirts, cars, and the queue this morning when we came in. What time? 8 o'clock this morning, 7:30 this morning.
It's down the road, isn't it?
Absolutely down the road.
You are limited to 3 purchases per person, and there are people that come from the mainland, from Hong Kong, from China, not to the track, just to the store. They've no interest in coming into the circuit.
Bloke had his suitcase this morning, didn't he?
Here for the merchandise. It is utterly extraordinary.
And the car looks great. It looks supreme.
The car does look great. And before you ask, yes, he has got a T-shirt.
I have, yeah. Might wear it tomorrow. See what happens.
You evil rabbit, you. Yes. Adderley Fong, who is carrying the colours of Kuromi, is 20th, but we haven't really seen the best out of him nor the rabbit. The team's then ready to send the cars back out on track. The good thing is there's no damage, so it's purely that the cars need to be sent. Matt Harvey there, the engineer, looking at Danny Juncadella and saying, you look at me, and when I drop my hand, that's when you need to go. The Australian engineer saying, we're nearly ready, 10 seconds before the session is back underway. And the lights will go green at the end of the pit lane any second, so that will get the cars released for Craft Bamboo Racing. Come on, Matt, drop your hand. Green flag is shown at the end. Go! And that's the launch. But you can see the importance. Get out early, maintain track position. You do not want to be in a queue of cars.
So twice we have had a problem during this session, and both times on the exits of Macau, which is amazing because they're not having problems elsewhere. It's just on that one little extreme pitch point on the circuit.
Yes,
with these huge cars.
You could argue, couldn't you, that it's one of the ironies of the day that the category in which we've had more dramas are the ones with the manufacturer-paid, contracted drivers, some of the real pros of the sport.
It's true.
Such is life. Now, 15 minutes still on the clock, and third time lucky, really. Now the drivers still haven't had a proper stint, have they? They still need to get in a proper run programme out of this session. The road is drying all the time, and in fairness, it is tempting to believe, isn't it, whether it's this or any other category on track that we've had today, that you're not really going to do too much. If the car's not ideal in these conditions, you can live with that because you know that when you need it, it's going to be dry.
Just don't hurt the car on day one. It's a 4-day meeting. Today is free practice day. Tomorrow is qualifying day, and then we have qualification races on Saturday and the big races on Sunday. Imagine if you damage the car today of all days, and then the forecast for the weekend is that we're going to have really good weather on Saturday and Sunday, dry conditions. You've kind of spoilt the weekend. What for? For nothing, really.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got to qualify in the wet, then okay, you do need the car to work, but then you're chasing a different setup for race day. 14 minutes on the clock. Sheldon van der Linde is the fastest now. We didn't see the lap time be confirmed, but he is quicker than Mauro Engel. So it's van der Linde, Engel, Van Thor, Dries ahead of Lawrence. There's a fascinating little family battle going on there. The two of them.
I can't remember if the both of them have competed in the same race here at Macau.
I thought they did last year, but I need to double check.
Yeah, you may well be right, but it's only just crossed my mind. I know we've had either or, and I wasn't sure that we'd have them both, but you've got the result. You'll have it there. We've got 13 minutes and 20 seconds of this session remaining, and what a treat it is. What an absolute joy it is to see these cars out around the circuit here at Macau. I reckon you're going to say no.
I'm wrong. Dries didn't do it last year.
Yeah, it's been one or the other over the course of the years. I think this is the first year that we've had the both of them together.
Well, bearing in mind that they're third and fourth in the times and pretty close, therefore, to one another, this bodes for something. Bearing in mind that, was it 2 years ago in the Nürburgring 24 Hours, they made contact. Lawrence was not going to give up the place, and he ended up crashing out. I think Dries went on to win the race that year, but they certainly came not to blows. That's unfair because they get on very, very well. They even have their own podcast. The pair of them sit and host. But there's certainly pride at stake. Lawrence Van Thor is the elder brother. Dad was a very handy racer. Lawrence Van Thor took part in the Macau Grand Prix when it was in the Formula 3 era. Dries did have a spell in single-seaters, but has largely been a GT driver after a single year of Formula Renault, really.
Yeah, Lawrence 33 years old, Dries 26 years old, so good to have them both out over the course of this weekend. We think the first. I'm pretty sure it's the first. So Sheldon van der Linde on the outlet, top of the times. Eduardo Mortara has just put in a purple second sector. He's completed his outlet from pit lane. 29.037 is the overall best in sector number 2 for Eduardo Mortara, currently 5th. seen a notable time for Raffaele Marciello, have we?
No. He is building up to it, I think.
Yeah.
But keeping his powder dry, adapting, if you like, back to GT3, having spent some of his year in GT3 cars, but also some of the season in hypercar. And we also need to see what the Audis can offer up. As you look at 51 of Daniel Serra. Now, he's 6th fastest in the Ferrari, Daniel Serra. With 11 minutes on the clock in this interrupted session.
Edo is pushing on as well, so it's now gone purple in sector 3 as well. Laurens van Toor has put in a purple in the first sector. So Mortara then sector 4 as well. Purple sector 2, purple sector 3, purple sector 4 for Edo Mortara in the Lamborghini. Just waiting for the completion of the final sector for Edo Mortara in car 63. Coming up to the completion of the lap with Laurens van Toor going purple in the first 2 sectors as well. And Serra goes top. So Daniel Serra goes to the top of the times, and then Edo Mortara, top of the times, 2:35.149. So Mortara, top of the times in the Lamborghini. Daniel Serra goes second. And let's have a look at what Laurens van Toor is doing, because he has dropped down to 9th, but he has gone purple in the first 2 sectors. So Laurens van Toor, well worth looking at, personal best in sector 3. But Mortara to the top of the times, just under 10 minutes. We're in the final third now.
And Yefi's Ferrari up to 4th now. Alessio Picariello was 5th, but Augusto Farfus has gone ahead of him. Laurens van Toor is a man on a mission, though, because, as Alan's been saying, he's got 2 absolute bests and a personal. So that lap is being built together quite nicely. James Quayu's Audi has also just gone through and is an improver up to 19th fastest. Sheldon van der Linde, who was top early on, has dropped to 9th and hasn't gone any quicker on that last lap. There is the charging Laurens van Toor then. Had another improvement out of the traffic, but Van Toor, with 2 corners to go, is 2.7 seconds off the top time. And here, the Porsche, which comes out of the Absolute Racing stable, no traffic around to get in the way, looks good. The Tsingtao Beer entry is brewing up nicely for a good time, I would suspect. As he comes then out of the R bend. Edo Mortara quickest on a 2:35.149. Van Toor goes quicker still, 2:34.9. So Laurens van Toor, best time of the day, the first driver into the 2:34s. Mega.
And Mortara has been taking those purple sectors away from Van Toor. So Edo Mortara is once again putting in purple sectors. Sector 2, he's gone purple. Sector 3, he's gone purple. Hang on, we need to rein this in. This is only free practice. What are we doing here? Exciting already. So Laurens van Toor goes to the top of the times with a 2:34.9. Mortara is full sector was not even a personal best for Mortara. Has he backed off a little bit on this lap? We shall see.
Well, there's traffic up the road. You're riding with him. I'm trying not to be a party pooper here, but I think a lot of the shuffling of times is down to the road drying out, rather than any one driver or any one brand having an advantage. And it's tricking you at the moment. There's no clear pattern. People are going quicker as the road evolves around them. Over the line goes Mortara, goes back to the top though, so he may have had 1 rogue sector, but a 2:34.0 means he is a whopping 6/10ths quicker than Daniel Serra, who is up to 2nd, and that means that Mortara to Van Toor is 9/10ths. That's how much the road is drying now.
Danny Giampagella has just gone 4th, so good lap for Danny, the Spanish driver. And yeah, party pooper. Don't like that idea.
Sorry.
It's drying.
Well, it is.
But you're right, yeah.
And that's why you're seeing not only the lap times come down, but the margins between them. You know, Van Toor is a hero. A lap later, he's 9/10ths off, and he's down to 4th. But he'll get back up there on his next dry lap.
He will. 7 minutes remain of this session, and these cars will be back out at local time at 2:35 this afternoon for another half-an-hour session. The good news is they've gone.
That was Karomi, the Audi, just going through there. Just to go back to your evil rabbit monologue of earlier on.
Yes, I've given out quite a bit of information. I think I'll hold it back for free practice too.
Thank God.
I'll ask questions tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. This is Van Thor in the... You see how Alan and I differ here. He looks at Evil Rabbits. I get excited about cars sponsored by a brewer. Beer is always an interest. You're riding on board here, though, with another hero. The Chinese driver Ye Yifei came out of single-seaters into the Ferrari GT ranks, and he has done an absolute, a personal, and then a slower third sector. So the lap is tailing off rather than picking up.
But you're right, because we're getting purple sectors from pretty much the whole field at the moment. We are getting drier and drier. These big wide tyres, if anything was going to shift water, it was going to be the GT cars, wasn't it?
Up to fourth, Laurin Heinrich, Porsche factory driver. So Heinrich, who is another, I mean, it almost goes without saying in this entry, a man to watch, but Laurin Heinrich then up to fourth quickest. Carrera Cup Germany champion. Making his Macau debut, so going nicely.
We're competing in IMSA this year.
That's right, yeah. Very good sim racer, as well as Laurin Heinrich. So it's Mortara, Serra, Engel, Heinrich, Van Thor, L, Junqueira, the top six. That's Lamborghini, Ferrari, Mercedes, Porsche, Mercedes.
Do you know what I'm still puzzled about, though? So we've got 5 minutes and 20 seconds. We've still not seen the proper lap from Raffaele Marciello, have we?
Not really, and he's down in 20th.
Yeah.
So whether this is that the car isn't liking the conditions,
or is there any purpose in pushing on? I'm not sure.
I'm leaning towards a BMW issue, because the best of them is only 8th. We've got Junqueira up to second, Yifei has just gone up to third, but Farfus is 8th, Van der Linde is 9th, and then you sort of have to look a long way down to Dries Van Thor 19th and Marcello 20th. I think the BMWs aren't liking these in-between conditions.
A conditions thing. Yeah. I think you might well be right. Looking at the Melco hairpin as they thread their way through, twice we've had a stop of this session, and both times the exits of the Melco hairpin has been the reason. It's a yellow, it's covered by a yellow, no overtaking over the whole course of the 4 days of the Macau Grand Prix. You can't overtake because there's no way you can do it safely. So over the course of the whole weekend, you can't overtake there. But you can sometimes, as we see during this session, get it wrong on the exit. Eduardo Mortara has just put in a purple overall best in the second sector. Tops the times already, says the number 63 car, and there we go, it's Melco again, isn't it?
That's Lawrence Van Thor up the escape road, so he's gone straight on. That brings out a yellow, he hooks reverse gear. Meanwhile, there's an Audi R8 Cup battle kind of going on there, as you've got Christopher Hassel trying to fend off the traffic around him, and the speed building all the time now on this run, ultra-fast part of the circuit. This is Van Thor in replay, gets the wet part of the road, can't slow down in time, and knows exactly what to do, aims for a gap in the barrier, aims for the escape road, stops, hooks reverse, gets going, and the session is unaffected. Right.
Experience helps, doesn't it,
yeah. And talking experience, Edo Mortara, fastest. You're on board with him. Look how narrow it feels at this part of the racetrack.
It's almost like the barriers envelope the car on this section into the right-hander.
Out of Melco.
Very, very tight indeed. And then the circuit opens up quicker and quicker.
And it's raining again, isn't it? Because the wiper was on, and even though there was nothing ahead of him, there was water coming onto the screen. So I think it's starting to rain once more, and that therefore means that the lap times may not be improving. The tyres will have enough temperature in still to work, but if it carries on in this vein, it's going to get slower.
Mortara has still got 3 purples, hasn't he? Sector 2, Sector 3, Sector 4, coming up towards Sector 5. Is it going to be an even better lap? It was 2:33.3. 2:33.3 for Eduardo Mortara.
But bubbling under is a BMW looking a bit more racy. Dries Van Thor has done an absolute best Sector 1 and a personal best Sector 2. Danny Junqueira has just gone through and has gone slower. Is that now going to start a trend if the rain is starting to fall once more? So Mortara, Laurin Heinrich though up to second fastest now. Not bad on his Macau debut. Laurin Heinrich second quickest, although 0.8 of a second is the margin. We're waiting for Dries Van Thor, there he is, to get to the end of Sector 3. And again, he's got the road to himself, but he's down in the third sector. I was going to say, it doesn't look that quick at this part of the circuit, but you've got to be so careful anyway. but I think he's backed out of it.
Backed off, yeah, I think you're right, absolutely right. But with the windscreen wipers going, yeah, it promised so much, doesn't it? Overall best in the first sector. But Mortara's not done yet. He's got purple in sector 2. He's got the quickest time of any.
Uh-oh.
And yeah, we have
Danny Junqueira at Lisboa.
Down at Lisboa, yeah. He's facing the right way. He just needs a gap in the traffic now.
Blasts away, gets himself back on track. Yeah, you're right, Mortara, personal best, absolute best.
See what we're doing in sector 3. Green in sector 1, purple in sector 2. And let's see what happens. No, so nothing so special in sector 3. That may well have been traffic that caused that. Less than 1 minute of this session remains. On board with Eduardo Mortara.
And it's absolutely chucking it down at the start line, Alan. So out of our window, we can now see that it is much, much heavier rain, and straight away, much more spray has just been kicked up by, I think it was Ralph Aaron's Mercedes AMG that came through. Dries van Voort, despite backing off on his lap, has carried on, but I think we've seen the best of the times in the session now.
Yeah, quite a lot. So all the good that they were doing with those big wide tyres, pushing the water to one side. We saw lines appearing, not dry lines, but drier lines appearing around the circuit. Well, that's finished. And Eduardo Mortara is, although sector 2 was purple, not even a personal best in sector 3 and 4. So will remain on top of the times. And that will be a checkered flag for the Macau GT Cup, FIA GT World Cup. We get to do that all over again this afternoon.
Raffaele Marciello kind of responded to your urges and got himself up to 12th. As you look there at Jules Gounon, who's flattered to deceive a little bit in that session because he ends up 18th. So he started off okay and then didn't sort of build on that. But again, you can put a lot of that down to the weather conditions. And right now, it is about as evil as Kuromi the rabbit, because it's horrible out there.
As I say, evil is a relative concept in Hello Kitty world.
Right.
Yeah. Not that naughty.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
I don't think so. I don't know. I haven't watched the episode yet. I've just taped it.
So what sort of naughtiness would it do?
I don't know. I haven't seen the episode.
Would it move somebody's pencils or something like that?
Yeah,
is that the kind of evil that we're...
I guess so.
Right.
Which is pretty naughty.
Laurens Vanthoor's beer-backed Porsche is 7th fastest, he says, going back to more interesting points. No, Edo Mortara, fantastic effort that. Don't forget that this is a team running here for the first time, Vincenzo Sospiri Racing, and although we've seen Edo Mortara on GT grids here, never in a Lamborghini before. So there's quite a lot of new in that, even though it's a very familiar name. So Mortara, newcomer Heinrich, Junqueira, Engel, Ye, Serra at the top 6. Danny Junqueira has been here in Formula 3, hasn't he? Hasn't he won in Formula 3?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Laurens Vanthoor 7th, and we didn't actually see him in the session, but he got up to 8th at the end. Luca Engschler, who is, as I say, one of the coming men of GT racing. 9th Augusto Farfus, 10th Sheldon van der Linde. So the BMWs are on the periphery, aren't they?
2011, Danny won the Macau Grand Prix.
Thank you. Thank you. But he was very much a single-seater star, but has made a good name for himself in GT racing in the last few years. Intercontinental GT Challenge champion, wasn't he, 2 years ago?
He was, yeah.
Won in the Gulf 12 Hours. So, Edo Mortara
he didn't have to do much to win that final race, did he?
No, didn't the car retire very early on?
It did retire, yeah.
But nobody else could get near on points.
That's right, yeah. Remember.
Edo Mortara fastest from Laurin Heinrich and Danny Junqueira. Mario Engel 4th from Ye Thi, and then Daniel Serra in 6th. 7th, Laurens Vanthoor from Luca Engschler, with the top 10 rounded out by Augusto Farfus and Sheldon van der Linde. 11th quickest, Alessio Picariello's Porsche. Last year's winner, Raffaele Marciello, 12th from Antonio Fuoco, making his Macau debut. Thomas Preining next from Dries van Voort. Matteo Cairoli quite a long way back, but ahead of Ralph Aaron. Jules Gounon, 18th. 19th, Leo Yi from Christopher Hauser, Ricardo Feller, Adley Fong, 22nd, and then James Qi, 23rd. So that the order, and now calm descends on Macau, and we can have a quick look at the highlights.
restricted to just GT3 cars, we also have the Greater Bay Area GT Cup, and this is for GT4 cars, and we have just had a session on circuit here at a wet gear circuit here at Macau for the GT3 cars, the world-class drivers from around the world competing for the Macau GT Cup, the FIA GT World Cup here at Macau. But this is a significant GT race over the course of this weekend as well. It is one of our races that we have which is populated by local drivers. This is a huge event in the calendar for these drivers that will be competing in GT4 machinery. And I'll tell you what, David, walking around yesterday looking at the liveries, you realise just how much preparation, time and effort goes into getting these cars ready for this, which is a highlight of the year.
Absolutely, and although GT4 is a popular category in the region, there's a China GT, there's GT World Challenge Asia, which has a GT4 class. To be the star attraction, to be in a race of your own for GT4 machinery, that is quite something. And GT4 was a bit of a slow burn when it began, but now is a hugely successful branch of GT racing, and all the key manufacturers are involved.
Just getting a chance to have a look down the field. They've got quite a mountain to climb today because the conditions here at Macau are very often misty, but very warm, but predominantly dry. This weekend, not so. Yesterday it started to rain, it started to get very windy. There were concerns heading into today as to just how windy and wet it was going to be. Well, fortunately the wind hasn't caused too much of a problem, but the rain has been predominant all morning, and it caused the cancellation of our first session on track today for the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. They don't go around the streets of Macau in the wet. They don't even have the option of having a wet tyre, so motorcycles, the motorcycle riders got a bit of a lie in this morning, and they've got it all to do tomorrow. However, the weather forecast might be a bit changeable for tomorrow morning as well.
Yes, so if you're a motorbike rider, it's not great, but in GT4 these are really good cars around here. They've got lots of power, but they're not quite as big and unwieldy as the GT3 machinery. It's a really nice varied grid. It's one of the most colourful grids I think we've got as well. Some
of the liveries of these cars are just superb.
Exactly.
Including the one we're looking at.
Of Terence Say, yeah. So he's a man to watch. It's going to be a 12-lap race, but we don't have to worry about the race until Sunday. We get through practice and qualifying first. They've got Pirelli tyres, only 2 sets of slicks. So actually these change of weather conditions help a little bit because they're not eating into the allocation of slicks. Yeah, that's right. So it's wide open, this. It's going to be really interesting once we get this session underway. It's going to be half an hour as well, but that flies by.
Get here, some of the engines firing up. It says "Come on, baby" on the side of that car with a big pair of lips, and they've got exactly the same on their team livery as well. It's very impressive. So the field are lined up in the assembly area, getting ready to get their free practice session underway. Free practice right the way. That livery is very striking in real life as well. The 72 car. So many of the liveries, when I first came to Macau, so it's about 12, 13 years ago, it was all very shiny, very bright colours, but very shiny. That was the sort of wraps that they were doing on cars. Now, very much matte and silk finishes to the cars, and incredibly impressive when you see them up close.
Yeah, and it's a different culture, isn't it?
It is.
It comes through in the artwork. Perhaps more traditional, you can see the sort of works Aston Martin colours underneath the colour scheme there for Yang Meng Chao.
But then you put that extra bit down the side and make it definitive of this part of the world's racing. So it's lovely. It's a very interesting paddock to walk around. Very hot, because it's inside. It's in a car park, basically, on the first floor of an indoor car park. They've got huge fans to try and move the air around. But I was talking to a couple of the engineers, mechanics, and they say that they've learned over the years you have to take breaks. You have to go outside, get some fresh air, and then come back in and carry on your work.
It's difficult on every level.
It is difficult on every level.
The green flag is shown to get the session underway. Out first heads the Harmony Racing BMW of Liang Jiatong. And in theory, everyone pours out behind from the pre-grid. We've had a lot of heavy rain at the end of the previous session. The rain has stopped, but I'm afraid a drying circuit now is quite a wet road once again. So I say this in the hope they're going to listen. Discretion being better part of valour for the first couple of laps. They need to just tiptoe round, find out where the puddles are, and just get a bit of confidence before they start pushing. And it sounds uncharitable, but you know, sometimes the drivers do get here, and because it's such a big thing, they get a bit giddy. And we do see incidents early on in the session, so they all need to just be a bit relaxed and have a feel around on the wet part of the circuit, which isn't something they will have a lot of experience
You're
with.
not going to prove too much now. It's free practice, it's half an hour. Just thread your way carefully around the circuit and keep the car in one piece. That would be the advice. Although we've got 2 stoppages for the GT3 cars, and both of them were stoppages that we wouldn't really have predicted coming out of the Macau. There were a lot of much quicker places that you could have had a problem in these conditions. And it was coming out of Macau.
Just by a little bit too much right foot too soon and looping the back of the car. The one other thing, that's the BMW in a real hurry, but one or two being braver than others. One thing you will see in this is the great variety. You've got Mercedes, Ginetta, BMW, Porsche, Toyota, McLaren, KTM, Lotus, and Audi, and Aston Martin. I think that's all of them, but it's a proper...
that's all of them.
A proper snapshot, if you like, of GT4 with all the available brands. And there, if you like, that gorgeous-looking Cayman, the sort of bullet-shaped Cayman, is the car that started the upturn in the interest. Because GT4, as I said earlier, was a bit of a slow burn, but the GT4 name and trademark was owned by Stefan Rattel's company, SRO Motorsports Group, and Porsche came along and said, we want to market a car as a GT4, but we understand you've got the rights to the name. And Stefan said, yes, that's right. We can do a deal, but why don't you build some cars to go into GT4? And Porsche said, oh, yeah, it's not a bad idea. We'll have a look at that. So they did. People bought Porsches, and Mercedes thought, hang on, there's a market there. We need to be in that. And so did BMW, and so did McLaren, and all of a sudden, it snowballs.
It's a great story, isn't it? It is a great story, and it is successful around the world. And to have such a huge variety of manufacturers embracing this Greater Bay Area GT Cup for GT4 cars here at Macau, just brilliant. And then when you, as I say, when you look around at the level of preparation of these cars and the presentation of the liveries and everything about this is great. We're looking forward to this over the course of this weekend. They are threading their way around, and just got the chance to have a look at the KTM Crossbow GT4 car. There it is, heading up the top part of the circuit, up to the completion of Sector 4, which will be completed at the end of this. And then we'll see the first of the flying laps about to be started here at Macau. Also a good opportunity because the rain came down at the end of the previous session, which was for the GT3 cars for the FIA GT World Cup. And already it's Melco that's caught us out, isn't it?
And it's Anna Ginetta that's gone straight on. Yeah, so that is going to clear, I confidently predict.
I think it is. Right hand down, first gear.
Go, go, go.
And off we go. So, yeah, they can all rather slowly funnel their way through. It's just, it's very tight in the best of times. You can't overtake at the Melco hairpin. You're not allowed to overtake over the course of the race weekend. But it's just been catching the GT cars out, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if you get the line slightly wrong on the way in, you're never going to make it. You've got to have as much room as you can, so hard over to the barrier on the left to then sweep round that corner. And here, the faster part of the circuit towards the end of the lap, wet again after that heavy shower that we had. Yesterday was much the same. When it rained very, very heavily indeed. So 25 minutes on the clock. 1 or 2 being a bit heroic there, and to 2 come out the other side they do. The one that was being the most courageous of all up on the inside is the Toyota driver, Han Li Chao for Toyota Gazoo Racing China. And the Toyota Supra did get through in the end, but that was, considering the conditions, and it's only free practice, very brave.
We don't really need to be doing that, do we, on the first of the flying laps?
I wouldn't have said so,
no.
But there is a man who clearly has had a double espresso or 9 this morning, because he's on his toes, isn't he?
It's commitment, isn't it? Because this is the opportunity that they get to drive around the gear circuit here at Macau. An opportunity throughout the year they don't get. It's only open for 4 days over the course of this weekend. And it's like they've been let out of the box, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And that was part of my concern early on, that, you know, if anybody was going to get themselves in strife, it would be these drivers early on, but they've sort of sorted themselves out. Last year's GT4 race was stopped, if you recall, because of a track blockage here at the Macau hairpin. So we ended up with a Lotus 1-2, Lu Kai Lu winning from Adam Christodoulou, and the man you've just been looking at here was third last year, the Angiaton, with the Rover liveried BMW, the Harmony Racing run car. Harmony running cars in GT3 as well as in GT4.
Had that remarkable moment, didn't we, down at Lisboa last year, where Christodoulou just avoided at the back of the car.
Yeah,
do you remember?
right. Yeah.
What a moment that was.
Yeah. No, he made a move, didn't he? Or was it his teammate that missed him? He didn't know how close it was.
By about a centimetre. We saw him looking at the footage back on a phone.
Yeah.
After the
and his eyes came out like,
on stalks.
Yeah, exactly. But no, contact was avoided by a gnat's crotchet.
That will live with me for a very long time, and I'm sure with him.
Yes. And he was completely unaware of it. We were getting all excited at the time. Only when, as you say, looked back on his phone did he understand all the commotion. Right, the Angiaton then has done a lap time at 3 minutes 2. There he is. The BMW GT4, really strong car. These have had really good results in Europe. Now, the European circuit's totally different from this, but it's a good car, the BMW M4, as a GT4 concept. It looks ever so much like a touring car, more than a GT car. Put it up against the McLaren, for example. Real chalk and cheese, but it works.
It does the job, which is exactly what the category is about, because you see the proof of that when you see such a huge variety of cars entered into this race here at Macau. It can race against the best of them, and does.
Now, the other driver we need to keep an eye on in all of this is number 12, the Porsche driver Alessandro Giretti, who's won Carrera Cup France this year, and is another very, very rapid driver indeed. There is Hanli Chow's Toyota Supra, which of course is based on a BMW platform anyway, goes through and goes quickest, 3 minutes 1 and a half. So 3 minutes 1.591 for Hanli Chow. Can't think that we've had a Supra in the GT4 race before. I don't remember there being one last year.
No, I agree with that.
But they are increasingly popular cars in Europe with good results in the GT4 European Series. And Hanli Chow is absolutely flying, isn't he?
Yeah, so a best lap so far, just over the 3 minute lap, 3:01.5 over the course of that lap, but that is just the first flying lap of any around the gear circuit for the GT4 cars, so we've got plenty of time. But bear in mind, with the conditions and the lap times that we've got, we are, would you believe, almost a third of the way through this half-an-hour free practice session already. We've only completed one flying lap.
So Hanli Chow getting himself through the traffic and really hustling on. This car in the Toyota Gazoo Racing colours, the white, the red, the black, goes downhill past Maternity, Teddy Yip corners, and 3 minutes 1.591 is the top time then right now out of that cup.
We talk about this skier circuit here at Macau. It's world famous, it is iconic, it favours the brave. It's just a joy of a circuit. The great thing about this, the circuit doesn't change from year to year. It remains absolutely identical. Okay, areas of tarmac may change because these are regular everyday roads, so little holes are filled in, sections are re-tarmac, but the map that I use is the map that I've been using for circuit. I just have a little check before I come in to make sure they haven't changed anything, but it's the same map that I've been using for the last 13 years.
The only change is that at Police, I think the second of those two sharp rights, the barrier on the inside has been brought back a little bit. The corner ever so slightly opened up on the inside.
And in areas around the circuit, they changed the materials that they use for some of the crash protection, that kind of thing. So yeah, there are tweaks that happen to make things safer, make things more conducive to safe racing. But the layout of the circuit
absolutely.
is absolutely unchanged.
Yeah, you can't move many buildings, can you, to change the configuration of the track?
You can't move walls. No. You can't move the infrastructure of Macau as a city, and it's just. And also the phrase that really does apply here: if it's not broken, don't fix it.
Yeah,
it's a superb circuit.
And it's one that the drivers love, which is why all the grids are full. And, of course, the races here are done effectively on an invitation basis. You don't just send an entry form in and expect a race. Certainly for this and the road sport races, it's an invitation-only concept. There, 55, that's the Ginetta of Kenny Chung. He's been a stalwart of the local races here for many, many seasons. 66 Porsche is Yang Zhaowei for the 610 racing team. Number 18 Mercedes Terence Tse. We saw him in the holding area earlier on. And we've got a new top time offered up now because number 37 of Deng Yi is the quickest. It's another BMW at the top, but he's gone fastest up by 1.7 seconds. And there he is, hard on the brakes, down to Lisboa, goes a little bit deeper into the corner, but still makes it nicely.
A BMW for quite a while, when they were getting young drivers involved in, if you like, the staircase of BMW GT opportunities, they would put them in one of these GT4 cars, in one of these BMW GT4 cars to assess. And many of the drivers that have gone on to achieve great things have started in the GT4 category with the BMW. These are proven, tried and tested. We were putting a question mark over whether in these conditions the GT3 BMW today was going maybe as well as they would have liked, because the BMW is not featuring during the GT3 session, not quite as near the front as perhaps we would have liked, but certainly in this session for GT4 cars, looking absolutely brilliant. So it is the car of Deng Yi that is top of the times, the number 37 car. The Win Here Motorsports entered car, Deng Yi from China, and tops the times with a 2:55.112. First of the cars to dip under the 3 minutes around the gear circuit, and now we've got a few more that have done. 21 car of Hanli Chao is currently in second place with a 2:56.9, and in third place it's the 99 car, and that's the BMW as well of Leon Xiaotung, the Harmony Racing entered car. Have a look at the 66 car on this lap as well, because Yang Xiaowei is going pretty well in the Porsche. It's just gone purple in sectors 1, 2 and 3, so we need to have a look at this for the 66 car. Personal best in sector 4. I fancy that car may well go to the top of the times.
Yeah, it's all piecing together nicely, isn't it? Except for Brian Lai. He's got a problem on the way down to Lisboa, and the Ginetta has stopped. Now, in fact, he's on the way to Mandarin. He hasn't even got through the right-hand kink. So that's right at the start of the lap, and hopefully that car can get going again. But the concern would be why it has stopped, and it's just off the racing line. Yellow flag is out. Now, quite often, if a car spins and stalls, there's a sort of 30-second down cycle restart process that the race director will give it time for. But if it's ground to a halt because of a mechanical problem, it ain't going to get going again anyway. And I do rather fear that we're going to have the session interrupted to get that out of the way. You were right about Yang Zhaowei going fastest. He did a 2:52.1 to get on the top ahead of Deng Yi, and then Hanli Chao's Toyota third. Kevin Tse, probably one of the most experienced drivers on the grid. He's fourth. And Kevin Tse, winner in British GT, in GT3 machinery.
They need to be careful as well, don't they? Because when you've got a yellow flag shown here for a car which is stopped, and okay, you may be on a quick lap, you may be wanting to press on, but you are absolutely not allowed to overtake and to push that to the limits and to get absolutely on the tail of another car.
Yeah.
You don't really need to be doing that in free practice, do you?
No, as you say, it does incur the wrath of the officials. Deng Yi ahead there of Leung Yan Vang. Kelvin Leung, I think he calls himself, doesn't he? But many of the drivers have a Western name they adopt. I'm pretty sure Kelvin Leung is how he goes. But Deng Yi coming towards the mid part of the lap, red flag. And I do fear that's because of the Brian Lai Ginetta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that is such a striking livery. It's a wrap, but it's a work of art in itself. It looks absolutely superb. Well, it doesn't look so nice now, but before we started, and I'm sure it will be returned to absolutely tip-top condition, but very, very striking indeed.
So it's clearly mechanical. It ain't going to restart. And that Ginetta needs to be collected from the Park View Motorsport team. It is that car operated by, and it's done the parking and people have done the viewing, but there's not much motorsport going on, so it needs to be made good. Free practice, the clock is still a-ticking as the cars come back to the pit lane.
That was a treat for GT3s, wasn't it, when the clock stopped, because it's abnormal. It's not usual for the clock to stop. It did so twice in the previous qualifying session for the Macau GT Cup, FIA GT World Cup. But for the GT4 cars, it will continue to count down, which means we are into the second half of this free practice session already.
The McLaren there, making its way back to the pit lane of Wang Cheng-to, the 570S GT4. There is the Artura as well in GT4 specification available, but just the 570 represented. There, the KTM, hopefully, we might stay with this and the driver might open the door, because the bodywork goes up and forward. Let's see if they're going to do it. Give the driver some air. There you go. So the bodywork lifts and it sort of goes up and forward. There's no proper side door as such. It's just the roof section that, that
no
moves.
other car quite like it, is there?
It's great, isn't it?
It is totally unique.
And there is the Ginetta then, the Leeds-built car, ready to be collected. Again, this process doesn't take that long, but you can't do it with the session live. Some of the races have the provision for a full course yellow. This is not one of them. Otherwise, you could perhaps have the cars crawling round, dispatch the recovery vehicle. So it takes an element of time to get everybody back to the pit lane. Recovery trucks are numerous and positioned wherever possible. There are lots of gaps within the Armco to get the recovery vehicles out on track as soon as, but that car needs to be collected, as you can see. 84, Wang Weihong's Level Motorsports Mercedes AMG GT4 back to its team. And there's a great shot, isn't it, of the cars coming into the pits and the traffic going about its daily business alongside.
Come on, Van, you've got this.
Yes. Box, box, box.
Van. Yes.
So all of this eating into the half an hour that is available. The good news is that although cars are still coming into the pit lane, everybody has gone past the incident zone, so the recovery team already in operation. So it shouldn't take long once the last car is in to get things back underway. The local officials getting the timetable effectively through, because there's a very tight curfew at the end of the day to put the roads back to the traffic, and it is amazing how busy they become in a very short space of time. You know, 1 minute it's completely empty, roads aren't open, turn around, 2 minutes later, and it's just heaving with traffic.
2 minutes later, it's like the Melco hairpin in a GT3 free practice session. Yeah.
Except cars are moving. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's buses involved.
Exactly.
And lorries and all sorts of things. Yeah, and if you are relying on catching a bus, you could be waiting a very, very long time to go anywhere, because the amount of traffic that all of a sudden pours onto the roads takes a long time to get clear and to get normal traffic flow first thing in the evening.
So you're looking at Yang Meng Chow's Aston Martin. That is currently 11th in the times, and we've got less than a third of the session to go now. Big thumbs up from the driver, happy with his work. There is the car that's third, Han Li Chow's Toyota Supra. All cars still trickling down the pit lane, last few, but won't be long, I don't think, before we can get the session back underway. This not affecting the grid, although were qualifying not to happen, then you would take the times from this session. So it is still worth doing a good lap time, come what may.
So I just saw coming up on screen that car 37 is under investigation for passing under yellows. That's Deng Li, Deng Yi, who is currently second. And I think we saw that moment, didn't we, when that stricken car of number 2, Brian Lai, was just on the right-hand side of the picture, and yeah, it was all getting just a bit immediate, wasn't it? A bit too urgent.
Yeah, I mean, in the true wording of the rule book, the yellow flag, wave yellow flag, means danger ahead, slow down and prepare to stop.
Yes.
Most drivers think lift by a 10th.
Yeah.
And that's what they do. But yes, overtaking is an absolute no-no. So that might well come back to bite Deng Yi. And
also, around this circuit, with the nature of the circuit, yeah, I would say it's not worth taking risks in free practice, not really. What would it be in free practice? What would you just have a stern talking to, or could there be potential ramifications for qualifying and potential grid places, or what do you think? We don't know. I'm not sure.
If you've overtaken under the yellow flag, you would probably lose that lap time.
Right.
But a fine, I would think, would come on top of that.
Yeah.
We are 2 minutes away from the session restarting, so it's going to give them about 5.5 minutes. So by the time you take an outlap out of it,
I know,
if you're at the back of the queue, you're going to get one flying lap maybe.
If you remember when the pit lane opened at the start of this, they'd done a third of the session by the time they completed their first flying lap. That's Kenny Chung we're looking at in the 55 car, just having a bit of a clean of the windscreen. That's going to be required. These cars are going to be getting pretty grubby out there on a wet circuit today. Do you know there's not really any prospect of this drying up today, is there? Looking at the circuit, it might get drier, could get drier.
There's no break in the cloud, is there, suggesting that the weather is going to change markedly for the better.
And with a weather forecast that tomorrow looks as if it might be a little bit challenging as well on the conditions. It's going to be a Macau Grand Prix weekend of two halves, I fancy. It's going to be wet today and tomorrow, and quite the opposite over the course of Saturday and Sunday. It's going to be entertaining, isn't it? First time we see dry running around the gear circuit at Macau is when they line up on the grid.
Yeah. And potentially a grid based on cars that are good in the wet, and then it's dry. Yes. So the green light at the end of the pit lane is about half a minute away, and so as the clock ticks on down, you can see we're going to have about 6 minutes. That's it. If you're at the front of the queue, fine. If you're at the back of the queue, you're really going to struggle for a decent amount of mileage. So big disappointment for the teams, and particularly, of course, for Brian Lai. He was 15th in that Ginetta prior to stopping on track.
We're about to see if we're going to get one flying lap or two flying laps, because with 6 minutes remaining of this session, well, the pit lane opens now with 6 minutes to go, and they're going to want to press on this outlap, aren't they? Really press on.
And a bit like we saw in GT3 terms earlier on, the teams needing to release the cars very quickly, rapidly, and now is not the time to say after you, Claude, is it? You've got to get out there.
No, you've got to press on and get out of pit lane, which is what they're doing. But as we've already mentioned, we've got a very full grid. We've got a great entry for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup for GT4 cars, and they're all going to be wanting to do this press on this opening lap at the same time.
There are one or two teams that have held the cars back, thinking it's better to have one clear lap than two in traffic.
Yeah, I would agree. Absolutely, totally.
And others, you can see, on their toes, and another BMW, they're rather slow down to Lisboa. And I think it did make the corner. Yeah, it did, but just getting out of everybody's way.
That was Leung Keng Hay in the 72 BMW. Very striking looking car with that turquoise and black matte livery on that BMW. Very smart indeed.
But he's taking his time to really get dialed in to get up to speed, isn't he?
Yeah. We're maybe going to see the cars leaving pit lane and the rest of them left now. And I think you're right. Let's just go for one flying lap and make it a clear one, make it a meaningful one in the conditions. They won't be out again tomorrow. Today, the next time they'll be out will be tomorrow when they are qualifying at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.
And they race on Saturday, don't they?
They do, yeah.
So Yang Zhaowei the fastest so far.
No, they race on Sunday actually. They're first out on Sunday morning.
That's right.
Yeah. So they get a day off on Saturday.
Repair time. 66 Porsche then.
Oh, yeah, little play.
Yeah, that's it. Yang Zhaowei fastest, and seeing if he can go quicker again, but he will get certainly one flying lap, possibly two.
3 minutes and 37 is left on the clock. That's very much one of the points on the circuit, that tight right-hander, which can really catch you out over the course of this weekend. It just feels like the barrier lures you in. It's a very tricky part of the circuit, and so too this in a GT car, as we've seen in the wet today, threading your way around the Macau hairpin. So close you come to the barrier on the exit. You're slow, but slow for a good reason. You need to position that was a beautiful positioning, just coming around the Macau hairpin, finishing up in the middle of the road on the exit. That's rare. Normally right close to the barrier on the exit of that corner.
There you can see the nature of the road. Still wet, still treacherous, still ready to catch out the unwary. So 2.5 minutes and a flying lap is just under 3. So these drivers are going to be greeted next time they come over the line by a checkered flag.
They will. 2 minutes and 20 remain on the clock, and the car that is currently topping the times from the Prix stoppage with the best lap, 2 minutes 52.1 for the 66 car of Yang Zhaowei in the 610 Racing Porsche Cayman.
It's all a bit busy here, isn't it? Coming down towards Mandarin out of Reservoir. There is Yang Zhaowei in the background. Han Li Chao and the Toyota has done an absolute best in the first sector on what's going to be the last lap of the session. But clear track space now is pretty vital, and Yang Zhaowei looking good as he comes up the inside of the Ginetta there through the traffic. But this is the fastest part of the circuit. You've got to be oh so committed and then really good on the brakes and find the turning point. Low racing cars, high barriers and a blind corner.
Into Lisboa, up towards San Francisco. The Porsche turns through San Francisco, up San Francisco Hill, and now onto this tight and twisty circuit-defining part of the gear circuit here at Macau, if you like, as the Porsche threads its way up there. Very rarely do you get a race car which is finished in beige, but that Porsche looks fantastic in that livery for this weekend, and is proving to be pretty impressive on track as well.
But this is the car that could top the times at the end of the session. It's going to be the checkered flag for it, I think, the Toyota of Han Li Chao. 2 absolute best. Dropped a bit of time in sector 3, however. But he's got the road to himself as he comes then now down towards Fisherman's Bend. Which
sector 4 has worked, so that was traffic, wasn't it?
Yeah, seemingly another absolute best. There is 37 BMW, second quickest, Deng Yi. So it's going to be Toyota and BMW doing the chasing. There's another slow Ginetta, incidentally, that's just gone across the timing line, the car of Can Che Wei. But this is Han Li Chao, ready to see if this is going to be the top time for the Supra. 1 corner to go as he accelerates then now up towards the timing line, and he's going to escape without needing to take the checkered flag by 3 seconds, and he goes quickest as well, 2:48.905.
By some margin.
3.2 seconds of a gap. So Han Li Chao ahead of Alessandro Giretti, then in the Porsche number 12, Carrera Cup France champion, 2 minutes 50.5, and Deng Yi third, 2:51.781. That's a mighty effort by Han Li Chao. And as I say, he's got 1 more lap. He just got through, 3 seconds to spare.
Deng Yi is third in the 37 car, and yeah, it was all about the very closing stages of that half-an-hour free practice. The 33 car goes wide down at Lisboa, I think keeps out of trouble. That's the Ho Car Meng car, the Ginetta G55. Once again, a very striking livery, pale pink and silver Ginetta for the 33 car of Ho Car Meng, getting it wrong down at Lisboa. And the clock has counted down to 0, and they continue to take the checker flag, but the car which has gone quickest, so the 21 car, has got 1 more chance of further improving. Han Li Chao.
No, he's not, because there's a drama on the road, and there is another stranded Ginetta. So Mercedes, I should say. So he gets round that car. Is that Kevin Said's car that has stopped? But with that yellow flag out, no chance of an improvement.
No, and that's a shame, because did well to get onto that lap, and that's reflected in the timing on the second sector. So down on the second sector went purple, did Han Li Chao on the first sector, but that time is going to stand, isn't it, as the top time? 2:48.905, 1.6 seconds, 1.5 seconds just over quicker than anyone else in a free practice session which was of 2 halves.
So Han Li Chao's backed out of this lap, the single free practice session for the GT4 cars for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup. But an illustration of the popularity of GT racing, because the GT4 category in a pretty short space of time has become a staple of the Macau Grand Prix weekend, and another full grid. So Han Li Chao, this becomes the in lap. Even though he's not taken the flag, he won't be an improver. Whether or not the team tell him to back off and pit remains to be seen, but there is no point completing the lap on the circuit, because an improvement will not come. So Han Li Chao the fastest from Alessandro Giretti, and then Deng Yi third, Yang Xiaowei fourth, Liang Jiatong fifth, and Kevin Say sixth. And Han Li Chao almost at the end of the lap, almost therefore at the end of the session.
So local drivers competing in GT machinery for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup, GT4 cars. We will have local drivers competing on the circuit once again in a few minutes' time here at Macau, because it will be the Macau Road Sport Challenge. We've got plenty of road sports cars represented this weekend for the 71st Macau Grand Prix weekend. We have 2 categories for Macau Road Sports this weekend. First of them coming up at 1 o'clock local time. Time fast approaching 10 to 1. It's a busy day, isn't it, for free practice day?
Yes, the weekend always starts with an absolutely packed Thursday, because you have to have all these free practice sessions, and then as you get to Sunday, where you've got the main races, that's it, you know, 1 category, 1 track session, and it's a bit calmer, but that also, of course, gives you the ability to have the build-up to the different races, including for the Grand Prix itself, things like the Lion Dance, which is another staple of the Macau Grand Prix weekend. But yeah, Thursday, always a busy day. And it's a bit of a shock to the system, isn't it? Because people have been here. Wednesday's always a nice, relaxed day, setting up, chatting, and then suddenly Thursday, it's a full-on day.
Yeah, I reckon plenty of drivers, teams, people involved have a tricky night's sleep on Wednesday night, getting ready for Thursday, because it feels like you're waiting all year for it to happen, and now it's Christmas Eve. It's happening tomorrow. You're going to do it.
So there is the Mercedes that needs to be retrieved, and thankfully, because we're nearly at the end of the session, the red flag wasn't needed, but certainly a yellow was to warn people of a danger, and also the arrow, in other words, stick to either this side or that side of the road. So Lou Chuk in with the Ginetta coming to the pit lane.
It's been a little while now since we've had rain, and that's reflected as we just look out over towards the start-finish line. We can see that there are drier sections, not dry, but drier sections, as we get a confirmation of the result. Car number 21, the Toyota, going quickest impressively with the 2:48.9 of Hanley Chow from the second place car in free practice, the number 12 car of Alessandro Goretti in the Porsche Cayman. The Z-Speed entered car second quickest. Third quickest was the 37 car. That's going to be looked at for something that happened when there was a yellow flag out on circuit. That's the 37 car of Deng Yi in the BMW M4 Win Here Motorsports entered car from the 66 car in fourth place, and that's the car of Yang Xiao Wei in the 610 Racing Porsche Cayman as well. That brings to a conclusion the Greater Bay Area GT Cup GT4 free practice. Let's have a look back at some of the highlights of the last half an hour. of opportunity for road sport spec cars this weekend. This is the first of them that we see out on the circuit today, with some very colourful cars and some very excitable local drivers getting the chance to ply their trade on the local stage here at Macau, which is a little bit different to normal this year because we have a wet first day. Wet and windy weather yesterday here at Macau. Very windy in the location around Macau overnight. Fortunately, not getting too testing overnight here at Macau, but certainly it's having a knock-on effect on the weather that we've got here for day one. Free practice day here at Macau is wet. David Addison in the commentary box once again. We've just seen GT4 cars and local drivers getting the chance to unleash their skills on the gear circuit here at Macau. Something we only get the chance to do once a year over the course of this weekend. We're about to see it for the first of two categories for road sports over the course of this weekend, David.
Yeah, the Macau road sport entry is a vast one, and it's effectively, as you've been saying, split into two divisions, because the Macau Road Sport Challenge is a championship that goes through a short season. It goes under the heading of the Macau Touring Car Series, even though it is for road sport cars, and that is split itself into two groups. Now, all the races, there are 4 rounds, all the races take place at the Zhuzhou circuit, but what we then have at the end of the championship season is the top 14 from Group A and Group B go into the main race, if you like, which is the Macau SAR Establishment Cup, and 15 of them back in the 2 groups go into this race. So these are the drivers that have fared less well in the championship, but are still quick drivers in their own right. But it does illustrate just how popular the championship has been over the course of the season, that you can have 2 full grids on the gear circuit.
And what an opportunity it is. Opportunity for drivers to do what they do on a world stage. So opportunity for sponsors as well to show off the skills of their design for the liveries of the cars that are incredibly striking, and the preparation of the cars as well, which has been going on all week in the underground car park. And it's incredibly testing conditions for the teams to be working, because it's very warm, very muggy, very airless in the car park, which is the home for the course of the build-up to the Macau Grand Prix weekend, and indeed for the 4 days of the event itself. But you can see the colours on the cars are just indicative of the kind of racing that we get. Shiny liveries about 10 years ago, and now we've got these matte coloured finishes, vinyl wraps, and very, very bright and striking colours. It makes a great scene when the cars are all collected together like that.
And the white wheels work as well. Looking, for example, at Young Chert Lun's car there, the Winston Motorsports car. The regulations for this allow 2 types of car, the Toyota GR86 or the Subaru BRZ. And it's a pretty even split between the 2 brands. 30 minutes this session will last for, and although the track is wet, we haven't had rain for about, what, an hour? 45 minutes to an hour?
Yeah.
And it is drying a little bit as the breeze picks up once again. So the session is imminent to get underway. Should be on the hour. And therefore, as the gate opens, the green flag now shown, and out come the cars, headed by Chen Ka-chun with another of the Winston Motorsport Toyotas. And the drivers then venturing out on track for the first time this weekend, and for many of them, the first time they will have taken to the gear circuit in the wet. One terribly standard-looking car there, the bright red entry, that takes everything Alan has said about colour schemes and throws it out of the window, but it draws attention to itself in a kind of less is more kind of way.
I saw it arriving yesterday. It was as close as you could get to a pallet delivery. That it was all red yesterday. I wondered if we might see it with some livery on it today, but evidently not. Looks like a brand new car, but the reason I thought maybe we'd see it wrapped in some kind of livery, we were seeing them doing it yesterday. So they were starting with a blank canvas, a white car or whatever, and one of the cars in particular, which is half pale pink and half sort of seafoam green, and it has its own little kiosk outside the Grand Prix selling livery. Very, very striking colours, beautiful. We saw them doing it, so all wrapped in one day. Just saw the car, there it is, just coming around this row. There's two of them, and yeah, so they have their pink and seafoam reversed on the two cars that they've got. One side is pink, one side is green, and reversed on the other car. Just brilliant to watch them sit down there in really hot conditions with their little heat guns and getting the livery absolutely perfect. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Always used to be a staple of sports car racing that quite often a team would rock up without a confirmed driver lineup and do deals on the sort of Thursday, early Friday, and the more drivers that they got and as the deals were done, so little bits of extra sponsorship would come. So it used to be a sort of running joke at Silverstone that you had the boring white Porsche that by race day was a totally different car, but suddenly it got lots more stickers on it based on whoever had been signed to come and drive it. However, no shortage of colour schemes, that is for sure, and although these cars are run by teams, it's a proper amateur category, and therefore it's funded by the drivers, and so they can be a bit creative with the colour schemes if they desire. They're not beholden to a sponsor. And for these drivers, this session is about keeping out of trouble, doing a bit of learning, and going towards tomorrow's qualifying session in confident mood.
And what we are seeing is much less spray now.
Yeah.
It's really noticeable, really, from the very first cars that went out this morning, which were the single-seaters that will be competing for the Macau Grand Prix. The balls of spray, we were waiting maybe 4 or 5 seconds until you could see the car that was going to emerge coming towards the camera. So we are much, much drier now. Not quite believe that, looking down at the amount of puddles that there are around the circuit, but it's much drier than it was first thing this morning.
The other nice thing about these cars is they're narrow compared to some of the rather bigger beasts of GT racing or even a touring car, which have got flared wheel arches. So as we saw last year, these can overtake, these can race, and they can pull moves at unusual parts of the circuit. You know, it's not the obvious places. They can do it elsewhere because they're relatively small cars. So the racing from the road sports last year was, and I'm sure this year will be, really competitive. And as I say, the drivers in this are the competitors that were outside the Magic 14. So the people to look for are Lei Kit-Meng, who we've seen regularly at Macau. He was 16th in Group A, okay, and he will drive number 7. And the other one in number 20 is Michael Wong, who was 15th in Group B. So they're your best placed in this entry out of the two groups. They're the two drivers to watch for, I would offer you. But then throw in as well, in number 16, Rui Valente, who has been another regular around here, and the redoubtable Geronimo Barbaraco, who was 18th in his group. So a few names to focus on once the times start to come.
And names that have been starring here at Macau in these races for many, many years. So you can imagine that the racing year is all sort of focused towards this great finale for the year. And you can see it when they finish on the podium, when they stop in Parc Fermé, which I think this year is going to be under this sort of huge banner, isn't it? We've got a new structure over on the other side, which would put it all under cover. And maybe they were expecting changeable weather over the course of this weekend. But you can see the joy on their faces when they get out of the cars. It's just it is wonderful to see.
I mean, we talk about these as local races, and they are, but to the local drivers, their race is no less important than the Grand Prix itself, because to win on a circuit in which very, very few people get the opportunity to race, you know, the single-seater drivers, some come back to do it year after year, but there's a limited shelf life, because the better you're doing in single-seater racing, the fewer opportunities there are to come and do it. Touring cars and GT is a little bit different, but if you're not then racing in a local category, there are lots of people around the world that are never going to race it.
In relatively recent years, we've seen drivers coming back irrelevant of what they're doing in their career.
Yeah.
Antonio Felix da Costa is someone that really does come to mind. He was excelling in DTM, he was winning races in DTM, got the opportunity to come back and compete once again in the Grand Prix and win, and did. And a great opportunity to do it. Alexander Sims came back year after year in single-seaters, whatever he was doing, competing at Le Mans 24 hours, still wanted to come back and compete in this.
Not even a berth got in the way, was it, of Alexander Sims?
That year, I will never forget that conversation I had with him in the garage. I sat down, I was having a chat to him, got a problem, didn't quite identify the number of that car, but it gets going again, which is good news. And he said, no, yeah, I'm going to become a dad again this weekend. So, why are you here?
Yeah.
Well, it's Macau.
Yeah.
So,
that answers that.
And he did on the Saturday night. The berth was on the Saturday night. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, as...
I think she was pleased to see the back of him, to be honest.
Probably.
Yeah.
Might be right. Started, you mean, to go on. It's going to be away racing, so...
Yeah.
Clock ticks on down, and we're going to start to get flying laps off and up now as the replay of Wu Wei Hung's car goes through, and it was number 80 that just avoided major damage. Quan Car Kit behind in the Mogan Team Track Day King Toyota.
Plenty of cars entered from that team.
Yeah. He was 19th in his group, so that effectively put him, if you like, 5th of the Group B drivers that didn't make it through into the Establishment Cup race.
You mentioned Lei Kit Meng. That is the number 7 car. The RPM Racing Team entered Subaru of Lei Kit Meng.
Goes fastest.
Top of the times. Purple in all bar one sector. A 3:15.1. So a 3:15.1 for car number 7. Lei Kit Meng has had plenty of success around the gear circuit.
Chan Chi-ha goes 2nd, and then up to 3rd now is So Yang Hong, Macanese driver. There's a split of drivers from Hong Kong and Macau, with a couple of Chinese drivers in the entry, one being Xiao Meng, and the other is Hui Hang.
Lei Kit Meng had gone purple in sectors 2, 3, 4 and 5 on the previous lap. He's now got the full set. He's gone purple in the first sector on this this lap. So number 7 on another quick lap. Best lap of the session so far.
And Lei Kit Meng still the man to beat. Now, Geronimo Balaraco, but again knows his way around here. He's dropped to 10th as others get a bit of a wriggle on, but should be able to fight back as this session goes on. Drivers then threading their way between the barriers. That is Chan Chak-yin, Hong Kong driver. He was quite a long way down in his group in the championship, 25th, as number 7 of Lei Kit Meng then gets a little bit stuck in the traffic. Remember, he was 16th in Group A, which means he's one of the better drivers within this second half of the entry. 14 being the cut-off. So the closer you are to being 14th in your group, then that puts you ahead of many in terms of points out of this. So you expect him to go well. And the other one we're looking for is number 20 of Michael Wong, who at the moment is only 16. So there's more to come from Michael Wong.
Macau leads Hong Kong in the top 2 drivers at the moment, because the second quickest car is Li Meng Yip in a Toyota from Hong Kong. Car 26 with a time of 3:26.87 on that last lap, second quickest, and the top time from the Macau driver of Lei Kit Meng in the Subaru BRZ. Top of the times with the 3:15.1. On course for another quick lap for Lei Kit Meng. Completed the top 3 sectors 1, 2 and 3, and now 4. And we've gone purple in 2, 3 and 4. So just the final sector to complete for Lei Kit Meng. 3:15.1 is the target time for Lei Kit Meng.
And that green car that you're looking at the back of, which is about to get caught in traffic, is Li Mingyip, who was 15th in Group A in the championship, so finished one place ahead of Lei Kit Meng. So you've got the top two drivers both out of the same group, but this lap for Li Mingyip is going to be ruined by the traffic. And there you can see that rather standard car in terms of the colour scheme of Vicky Law, just up the road. Number 2 going through is Mochi Fai, and Lei Kit Meng faster again, 3 minutes 12.247. Now we've got a number of cars being investigated for crossing the pit exit yellow line. One of them being 84 of Chan Chat Yin, another being number 16 of Rui Valente, and the other is Feng Hoi Ting from the Monkey Racing Squad.
So 3 cars being investigated for the same purpose. And once again, Lei Kit Meng gets quicker and quicker in the first sector, goes purple once again. So watching Lei Kit Meng in this very, very brightly coloured Subaru, heads up San Francisco Hill.
And he's got the rub of the green in terms of nobody around him.
Absolutely clear track.
Yeah.
So absolutely, you can pick your a perfect line, can't you, as you twist your way through this section, being very, very careful. And I reckon they've got the best track conditions of any for the day so far.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still in places quite damp, but quite damp rather than wet. It's heading to that in-between stage now.
Ambient temperature might be to thank for this as well, because we are 12 minutes past 1 local time, warmest part of the day now here at Macau. It's still the temperature all day. It was warm rain this morning. It wasn't cold rain. It was warm. The ambient temperature just climbs and climbs. And although it's wet, it's still very, very warm and very humid. So that's helping to get the track to maybe be in the best condition of the day so far. This is Lei Kit Meng topping the times at the moment, and he's gone purple sector 1, purple sector 2, purple sector 3, 2 more sectors to go. He's already on top of the times. Best lap has been a 3:12.2, and Lei Kit Meng continues on his way. This is looking like it might be a very, very good lap.
We saw it last year, we're seeing it again, that these are pretty much standard cars. Yes, of course, they've got the roll cage, and there are 1 or 2 adjustments you can make, but these are the closest thing to a road-going car that you're going to find here, and evidence of that comes when they get to a very hard braking zone, because the hazard lights come on, because the car thinks it's being, there you go, flash of the lights, the car thinks with the stamp on the brake it's doing an emergency stop. It isn't, but it tricks the brain of the car. So you'll see it every time the driver really stands on the brakes, and it's the late braking, it's the suddenness of when the braking is done, that there, on cam, the hazard light, and big dab of the brakes.
And this could be a supreme lap, could be the first lap of the day where we've got purple in every sector. He's going to come up towards the line now, just in front of our commentary box. Is it going to go purple? No. So close.
Missed out in the last sector.
So close.
Still went faster. On a 3 minute 6.426, but he lost out in the final sector. So after all that effort,
I'll save that for later.
He let you down, Alan, didn't he?
He did a bit.
Lei Kit Meng, what happened in that last sector? What went wrong?
Lei Kit Meng, what went wrong?
Yeah. So another one to watch, 62. Wong Kar Hong goes through. That's up to second fastest now, Wong Kar Hong. And it's been an up-down kind of a lap, this. 2 bad sectors, 2 good. And the net result is the lap is slower at 3:15. So 3:06.4 is the quickest time for Lei Kit Meng, car number 7. Very, very good lap, that. And although the final sector wasn't a purple, wasn't even a green, personal best, so too on this lap as well. So not a personal best on this first sector for Lei Kit Meng, but the gap is immense, isn't it? Yep. The gap over the second quickest car, the 82 car of Wong Kar Hong, again in a Subaru. Mighty Lei Kit Meng
very, very impressive. 3:06.426, 8.5 seconds the advantage.
So much of that is track knowledge, isn't it? Because he's done laps around here for season after season. Am I right in saying that he used to race in Formula 3 many years ago?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. But we can check.
Plays tricks.
We shall check.
Yeah.
You may well be right.
But he is one of the experienced drivers from memory that we've seen go well here in the past.
And this is going to be a lap for Laikit Meng that doesn't try and set any records. That's the car we were talking about earlier on in this very striking livery. You see colour schemes that are used on cars over here in this part of the world that we don't see in Europe or the UK in racing. You know, we're sort of the colour palette seems to be that much wider over here, and it really works. That car is so lovely to look at in the flesh. Absolutely beautiful. So Laikit Meng, it is that tops the times. Yes.
Ex-British Formula 3 Championship racer, I was right. Yeah.
Very good.
So, yes. And the team that runs the car, his team, RPM Racing. So, making sure that the boss is happy, and he's the fastest at the minute by 8.5 seconds. So he is straight away on the money. Wang Ka-hong second, Li Mingyet now third, Mochi Fai is fourth, and Geronimo Balaraco is fifth, with sixth fastest being Gerald Lau in the Team Master Champ Toyota. Busy circuit there, the cars drop downhill, and 13 minutes of this session remain.
Last year was the 70th anniversary of the Macau Grand Prix, and the 70th anniversary challenge was the category of racing that Laikit Meng competed in and triumphed in last year here at Macau. Looks as if that's the intention this year as well, because this is mighty, I think it's fair to say. And although that last lap was a little bit more of a consolidated lap and just getting ready for another quick one, because first sector has gone purple once again for Laikit Meng in the number 7 Subaru BRZ.
Still a bit of a surprise he's in this race rather than in the one for the people that did better in the championship, but certainly this is one that Laikit Meng is going to be hard to stop, I think.
Are we going to go purple in every sector this time, Laikit Meng? Because in the first two sectors we've gone quickest overall. On sector 3 now, the advantage has been brought down by the factor of a couple of seconds on that lap by Wang Ka-hong. 6.5 seconds the advantage for Laikit Meng over Wang Ka-hong in second place. And we are about to see the third sector. It comes through purple. Let's go for this. We're going to see 5 purple sectors for Laikit Meng. It's done sector 1, sector 2, sector 3. Can't see anyone else coming close, can you?
No, I mean, the margin has come down to 6.5 seconds now over Wang Ka-hong, but even that is a massive, massive margin. And with the track knowledge and a well-sorted car, Laikit Meng is looking mighty. He's up to the Malco hairpin now. He's getting towards the end of sector 4. Really, really deep approach to the corner. Easy to get these cars around because they're so narrow relative to other cars that we've got here.
Lovely tight line coming out of the corner as well, well away from the barriers. No, we're not going to get 5 purples, are we? Because that was a little bit slower. Not even a personal best for Laikit Meng. However, this could all thread together to put in a further improvement on the overall best lap time. And dare we say it, we're coming up towards the final third of this free practice session. Potentially this could be the first session of the day where we haven't got a stoppage.
Yes, could be. Perversely the one for the True-Ams as well. So Laikit Meng goes now over the timing line, and that was quicker. 3 minutes 3.522. So he dropped in sector 4, but then recovered in sector 5. So again, it's 4/5 of the lap purple.
which now makes the advantage 9.4 seconds over the second quickest car. Just a small 9.4 seconds to think about.
But then it's 3/10 between second and third. One car on to Aaron Kwong.
The race for everyone else is going to be great.
Yeah, indeed.
But Lei Kit Meng is in a not only a class of his own, but a field of his own. Just supreme.
We've got one car that has sort of expired coming into the pit lane. Wu Wei Hung's car needs a push from the mechanics to get it down the pit lane. So it's in strife, and in the times, he was quite a long way down anyway, I think. Outside the top 25.
Geronimo Bonaracco, another regular here at Macau in the Son Beng Racing Team. Toyota is up there in third position. Car number 28. One of those seafoam and pale pink liveried cars that we're looking at now. This one being the 66 car of So Yang Hong in the 66 Subaru. Currently down there in 8th place, Lei Kit Meng with a 3:03.5 and backing off on this lap a little bit. So it's 3 Macau drivers are the top 3. Lei Kit Meng, Wong Kar Hong and Geronimo Bonaracco, the top 3. Wong Kar Hong has come into pit lane.
He has, almost as though he's running out of ideas as to what he can do about Lei Kit Meng, but one of the more experienced drivers around here, doing just a mighty, mighty job. But Lei Kit Meng on this lap is on a slow lap because he's done slower sectors 1, 2 and 3. So he will possibly go again. What have we got? 8 minutes remaining. And the road's still starting to dry more and more.
I don't like to say this too early, but it's been a really well-behaved session.
It has, hasn't it? Yeah.
Really good.
And every car you find has yet another sort of fascinating livery on it and really creative colour schemes. 28 we've been looking at, which is Geronimo Bonaracco. Now, in the times, he's third. And this is quite a good lap by Bonaracco because he's got 3 greens. It might not be 5 purples, but he might do 5 greens for you and go quicker in every sector. He needs to find 0.2 of a second to go ahead of Wong Kar Hong to be second fastest in this session. Goes really deep into the Malco hairpin there.
Have you ever seen a car with those colours used as a livery? I never have.
What, the turquoise and pink?
It's a green. It's a pale green.
Is it?
It's seafoam green.
Okay.
And they are 2 colours. I have a guitar in both of those colours. They are 2 colours that I really love, and they go together so beautifully.
But no, you're right. It's partly the colours that are used, and it's partly the creativity and the characters. The liveries out here in the Far East are so different from anything you see in European racing.
It is.
Always used to be a staple, for example, at Lamborghini World Finals when the cars from the Asian Championship would come and they stood out against the European and the American colours and cars just off the creativity of the livery. It
was a great lap as well by Geronimo Bonaracco. Goes second with an overall best in the 5th sector. So Geronimo Bonaracco moves up to second quickest in the 28 car.
And brings down the gap from 9 seconds to 6, so he's a bit nearer to Lei Kit Meng as well.
5 minutes and 40 seconds remain on the clock. Lei Kit Meng is quickest. Still on circuit as well.
Yeah. But not improving. It's a second slow lap. Can't believe he's letting the tyres have a breather, but might be that.
Possibly letting everything have a bit of a breather with the final 5 minutes of this session in prospect, and they are over 3 minutes around a lap around this over 6 kilometre circuit here at Macau. I made it over 6 miles this morning, didn't I? I was tired first thing this morning. I do apologise.
Yes, you made it a very long lap for the drivers, yes. Yes, it's nearly an endurance race. Geronimo Bonaracco still pressing on. 2 more greens, so he's, again, with a car now that he feels is working for him, getting closer to this man, Lei Kit Meng, who is the fastest still. behind is that rather standard livery of Vicky Law's car. She's 25th in the time. She's the slowest behind Quat Kai Wing. But Lei Kit Meng, another slow lap, staying out there, but not looking anywhere near as quick as he was early on. Lei Kit Meng, remember, in a Subaru. Second fastest now has gone Li Ming Yip Toyota. So Li Ming Yip, who was 15th in Group A in the championship, in other words, of these drivers, the best placed in that group in the championship.
Which means the top two drivers are now Macau and Hong Kong, with Lei Kit Meng from Macau and Li Ming Yip from Hong Kong. And the gap has come down to 5.5 seconds, the advantage that Lei Kit Meng has over Li Ming Yip. What is Geronimo Badaracco doing? Not a bad lap this, piecing together 3 personal best sectors over the first 3 places. You're looking at Lei Kit Meng coming into pit lane.
And that is Li Ming Yip, who is the man doing the chasing now. He's got the margin down to 5.4 seconds, having got ahead of Badaracco. You're right about Lei Kit Meng going for the pit lane, and that might be where he ends, because with 3 minutes on the clock, I don't think there's at any point going out, because he won't get a lap time in.
I think so, and could be very, very happy with the job done over the course of the last 27 minutes around the gear circuit here at Macau. Really good work, that. Best lap of 3:03.5. And Lei Kit Meng with a time that is not going to be touched by anybody on circuit. I think it's fair to say Geronimo Badaracco is doing a very good job of trying to bring it down. He's brought the gap down to 5.2 seconds, but that's almost like a different championship, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So Badaracco, as you say, up to seconds, and Badaracco and Lee and Aaron Kwong are all going to be in for a good battle, I think. But how they stop Lei Kit Meng, if he makes a good start on the evidence of this, he's going to be very, very tough to beat. However, if it's a dry road, that might give the drivers that bit more confidence. He has got the confidence to push on in the damp and the greasy nature of the circuit. A little bit deep there, down towards Lisboa goes 1. Doesn't get in the way of Badaracco too much. He's able to nip up the inside and assume track position once more. 2 minutes on the clock.
On what is now a clearly wetter part of the circuit, when you look offline, just down on that run down towards San Francisco Hill, you can see there are parts of the circuit that are looking really quite dry now.
Indeed so, and the sister car to Badaracco of So Young Hong just coming into the pit lane. So quite a few drivers towards the end of this half-an-hour practice period have decided to call it quits. And actually, you're right in saying this is going to be the first session of the day without a stoppage. It's the first time you've actually been able to see what free practice is all about. People just being out there, getting the mileage in, and the order fluctuating as people develop. And we're not seeing pit stops for demon tweaks, really. Relatively few have pitted because they all want the track time.
And these drivers know what a gift it is as a driver to be on the gear circuit. So let's not get it wrong. Let's make the most of this. We've got half an hour on the circuit, and they have absolutely made the most of what is a drying circuit. We weren't sure that we were going to get a drying circuit. No. So for the rest of today, if things stay like this, for the Macau gear race, for the TCR cars, for the Macau GT Cup race, the GT3 cars, and for the FIA World Cup cars, they are going to be experiencing very different conditions on circuit.
Yeah, I mean, it is still very, very grey ahead, overhead, but yeah, for the moment at least, no more rain is falling, and it's still quite breezy, which helps to dry the circuit in the more exposed areas. Of course, it's not the same all the way around because of the nature of the circuit here, where you've got lots of buildings, the wind not having as much effect. So the flag imminent, because we're into the last 20 seconds of the session as of now, and Lei Kit Meng on the top time, but sitting in the pit lane watching all this, already out of his car, in fact. Work done. 1 or 2 other drivers have bailed early, including Xiao Meng, who was well up early on but has faded a bit. And Geronimo Badaracco here is going to be heading for the checkered flag, which is now out. And Vicky Law is the first driver to take it. Geronimo Badaracco then coming now towards the checkered flag, which is being waved with gusto. Badaracco goes by and doesn't improve on that lap, but an improvement did come from Chan Chak Yin to go 4th in number 84. So Chan Chak Yin, who was a long way down in his group in the championship, 25th, doing a pretty good job there late in the session to get up near the pointy end.
So our first session is complete without interruption today on day 1 of the Macau Grand Prix, the 71st Macau Grand Prix here around the gear circuit, and the first session we've had on circuit to not have any interruption for recovery of a car was the locals, the Macau Road Sport Challenge. 10 out of 10, well done. Make it Meng with the top time, some 5 seconds quicker than anyone else, and I would say a jolly good job done by team and driver to prepare that car, because that out of the box has been mighty impressive, David.
Yeah, I mean, the margin was being narrowed towards the end, but it's still a huge margin, and it's going to take a lot of work to bring that down. But 5 seconds, we'll wait and see what happens when we get to the next session, because they have practice, qualifying and race 3 times they're out on track. So the next time you'll see them, it will be tomorrow. Track conditions might be different, might be a different order as well, but drivers, having had the time on the circuit today, will be that bit more confident maybe tomorrow to push that little bit harder. So they'll head to the pit lane, and the other half of the mighty road sport entry for the Macau SAR Establishment Cup will see those cars, those drivers out at the end of the day.
Yep, 4:25 local time. We'll see those cars out the final session of the day before the streets of Macau become the streets of Macau once again, and not the gear circuit for the Macau Grand Prix. 6 o'clock the circuit gets opened up to regular traffic, and the process is done with the most precise workings around the circuit. 6 o'clock, that is when the roads become roads once again. It's really impressive to see here at Macau, and that will be the first time that we have seen the Macau SAR Establishment Cup free practice at the end of today, because for the next 3 sessions they are all repeat sessions from what we've seen so far today. Coming up next, we've got the TCR World Tour events of Macau, second free practice. GT Cup cars, GT3 cars are next, and then qualifying. So our first competitive session of the day, local time at 3:25. But for now, that's it for the Macau Road Sport Challenge. Their free practice unblemished their session, and we've got a few investigations that will happen for various things that may have happened during that session. But the checkered flag brought down for half an hour, successful for the Macau Road Sport Challenge.
And impressive stuff, as we've been saying, that they got through without drama, without interruption, and using the track time sensibly. So the last few cars have made it to the pit lane, and oh no, still some more to come as you look down the pit straight, and the circuit takes a breather for a few moments before touring cars come back on to the streets of Macau, with Lei Kit Meng then being the fastest from Geronimo Badaracco, and third being Li Ming Yip. Rui Valente up to 4th in the end, ahead of Michael Wong, and then Chan Chak Yin. Gerald Lau was 7th, Mochi Fai 8th, Aaron Kwok dropped to 9th, and another experienced driver, Chelio Alves Diaz, in 10th in the times. 11th was Wang Ka Hong, ahead of Cho Ken Kwan. So Yen Hong was next, ahead of Yung Chut Lun, and then Chan Chi Ha 16th, Tang Yu Ching. It was Xiao Meng 17th, ahead of Kwan Ka Kit, and then Hu Wei Hang 19th, the top 20 being rounded out by Feng Hoi Ting. Wu Wei Hung was next from Lam Chan Chung and Chen Ka Chun, with Kwok Kai Wing just ahead of Vicky Law, who was 25th in the times.
Hello everyone, we're almost ready for FP2 here in Macau in around 5 minutes time. In FP1 we saw Bebu Girolami set the fastest lap in wet conditions. The track is drying out at the moment, although it's still declared wet. Let's grab a few words with team manager from GOAT Racing, Pepe Oriola. Pepe, you're very much in the title fight coming into this round, just 10 points behind the lead. What's the feeling within the team, and also how's everyone feeling?
Well, we are really happy and excited to be here in this position. We didn't expect at the beginning of the year to be fighting for the title. Today the weather is not helping us. We are one of the teams with less budget, so we cannot avoid to have any crash, and we know that with the wet track it increases the risk of having a crash. The cars were not performing as 100% in FP1, so we are going to try to solve that for FP2 and hopefully for a dry condition qualifying tomorrow.
Like you said, they weren't performing 100%. We saw P7 and P10 for Marco. It's wet at the moment. It's going to be wet in qualifying apparently, and also it's going to be dry on Saturday and Sunday. Does that create any issues when testing the cars? Because we've got mixed conditions all weekend here.
Well, we are trying to work on the setup. Of course, we think that we know what was wrong in FP1. We're going to try to test it in FP2. But the conditions are not the same as FP1. It's much less water now in the track, and tomorrow it seems that it's going to be dry, but we don't know how much. Wet, and we don't know how much wet it will be. So just trying to get the best of it and hope for a good qualifying tomorrow, because here is key.
Yeah. Well, just pushing you, if you can hear me. You said you know what was wrong in FP1. Can you tell us? Can you elaborate on that?
Well, we think that our tires from China were different because everybody started with new wet tires.
Right.
We used some used ones from China, and we think that the cycle of being wet, warm and cold in the container, this changing of temperature makes the tire a bit harder.
Okay.
So we think that could be one of the explanations why we were so far away.
Okay. Well, final round of the season. We're here in Macau, first street circuit of the championship for this year. You've raced here a number of times in your career. Why is this place so special to come to?
Well, the atmosphere is crazy. It's in the middle of a big city. Macau, they call it Las Vegas of China. A lot of expectation. We are also sharing the track with the FIA GT World Cup, with the Formula 3, that a lot of the best drivers in the world in Formula 1 always have won in Formula 3. Yeah. So it's special to be here and to decide the title here. Best
of luck to you and the team. Thank you. Pepe Oriola there. Good luck to all the guys. It's almost time for FP2. Back to Alan and David in commentary.
Lisa, thanks very much. So we will get the cars out on track very shortly, and this session, half an hour, ready to go. So the times that we had earlier on in the day, topped by Nestor Girolami, and now it is a drier road. It'll be a faster road, and it's going to get quicker and quicker and quicker all the way through this session. It's going to be another fascinating 30 minutes. The best time from the first pre-practice session, then Nestor Girolami's Hyundai Elantra, 2:48.761. That's now the target that they've all got to go for.
Just seeing the local road sports, it was the first session that we've had today where we didn't have an interruption. So we had a drying circuit. It was looking pretty impressive as we got to the last 5 minutes or so, all keeping our fingers crossed that they could get to the checkered flag and not have any kind of interruption, and we did it. So we're keeping our fingers crossed now that the TCRs can do exactly the same. We've got some top touring car drivers in this field.
There's one of them, Ted Bjork, who drives number 111, which is one of the Lincoln Co's. Gabriele Tarquini.
There's a couple of them.
Yeah, ever a popular man.
Top touring car drivers that come to Macau every year, and yeah, Gabriele Tarquini was the first interview that we had this morning to herald the arrival of the entrants for the Macau gear race this year for 2024.
It is the last round of the FIA TCR World Tour, and that championship is up for grabs. It's also the last round of TCR China, TCR Asia, those championships up for grabs as well. Everybody that takes part within the two races is eligible for World Tour points, but the World Tour regulars not eligible for China nor Asia points. You've got to commit to either of those series. So we've got two contests going on independent of the overall umbrella of the World Tour, but that's where all the main focus is going to be. And the second race anyway takes on extra importance because that is the gear race. So now the circuit goes live, cars pouring their way out on track, and a very crowded house it is going to be.
Half an hour we get for our second free practice session of the day for the Macau gear race and the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour events of Macau. You can still see in these sections there are puddles. It's not just down in the pit lane and paddock, but out on the circuit as well. The streets of Macau, you can see the puddles, little puddles that appear all over the road course here at Macau, but we have areas also now which are, for the first time today, look at that, into Lisboa, looking properly dry. And
that therefore brings the commitment out of people, doesn't it? The Lincoln Co there having a demon dive up on the inside, and we've not had that much use of late of the crane on the inside there. It's sort of biding its time before it gets busy again. At the start of the day we had the odd FR car in the wall, but we've been okay since then. John Filippi there goes by.
Give it time.
In the Audi. Yeah,
there'll be plenty of opportunity.
Oh, I have no doubt. I have no doubt. So riding around the gear circuit and on the mountain part, if you like, this gives you an idea of just how narrow it is, although touring cars with a bit of compliance from your rival can overtake around there. Certain parts.
Yeah, because wing mirrors are optional and are
they're overrated.
Yes.
Why do you want to see what's going on behind you?
Yes, indeed.
Look out the front. So Ted Bjork is the man doing the chasing, and the car's released now onto an out lap. It's the next one that's going to be of interest, the first proper flying lap, but also to see just how much better the track surface is. A 2:48 should easily be improvable. So down towards Melko hairpin comes Ted Bjork, wide in, gets the line beautifully, and then accelerates downhill. The road starts to open up pretty much as you get towards Fisherman's Bend, then our bend, out of which there is the pit straight.
It's quite interesting to be on board with the car heading up towards the Melko hairpin, because you would imagine as the driver that is the most unusual of sights, because you are literally turning back on yourself. Yeah. So your view of the approach to the Melko hairpin is just totally peculiar, because you are not only going up and down on that section of the circuit, but also turning to a blind area to your right. It's very peculiar, very unique to Macau.
Now, Norbert Mikelish into the pit lane, which may be for a tyre cross. Other drivers staying out there, partly because it is still damp and maybe you want to get a bit more warmth into the tyres. But the other reason, perhaps, for not doing a tyre cross is the length of the lap. So in theory, they should all be warm by the end of a lap anyway. And equally, if you do come in and do a tyre cross, the danger is that you are then released at the back of the traffic. So staying out there is probably advisable.
And you can see these dry lines, can't you? That run from Lisboa towards San Francisco Hill, very notable. And we've got dry tyres standing by down in pit lane. I did wonder about that.
Interesting.
It's going to be so for Norbert Mikelic to take on board, the first car to take on board a dry tyre. Is that going to be the first car today that's taken a dry tyre on board? I think so.
Yeah, Rob Huff's come into the pit lane as well, so the Macau Master might well also opt to go in that direction. And another one in is Max Hart, who is the Irish driver vying for TCR Asia title honours in a car that is rather patriotically coloured in the Irish tricolour. So that's Esteban Guerrieri, who in the session this morning was 7th fastest. But he's looking good at the moment, Guerrieri in the Honda. And there is Rob Huff, who is being brave and going on to slick and doing it early so that by the end of the session, if you like, they will be up to temperature. As long as it doesn't rain again, that's going to be, I suspect, the right move. And Norbert Mikelic has done it as well.
The job of the wet tyre is to channel water away, to push it out of the way with the grooves on the tyre. And so many parts of the circuit, from the camera angles that we're seeing around the circuit, are, okay, maybe slightly damp, but there's no water to actually push out of the way. It's a warm, dry tyre is going to be a good tyre to have.
And it's worth a roll of the dice. I mean, Rob Huff,
yeah.
with respect, he's not fighting for a championship here. He'd like another win, obviously, but he doesn't have to play it safe for championship points.
He wants that historic 10th win, doesn't he, here at Macau? And I think a lot of other people would rather like him to have that as well. Huge amount of support around the world for Huffy, including his family, that will be, whatever time, day or night, they'll be tuning in.
So Esteban Guerrieri, first one up to the timing line to offer a flying lap, and in the morning they were doing 2:48 as the absolute best time, and 2:48.5 by Esteban Guerrieri. So interesting that track conditions aren't yet markedly different in terms of a lap time, at least. Ted Bjork, though, into the 2:46s, Mikael Ashkner at 2:45, so now we are looking at a much faster circuit.
So yeah, and we've had quite a few changes with that first flying lap completed at the top of the times, and that's the car. Top of the times with a 2:45.3 for Ashkner. Mikael Ashkner, top of the times, car 196, 2:45.3. This is free practice 2 for the Macau gear race. They go qualifying tomorrow in 2 sections, just after midday. Just before 1 o'clock in the afternoon local time. Qualifying 1 gets underway at 12:55, and 1:35 qualifying 2 gets underway tomorrow.
Which is for the top 12, isn't it? And then you take that for the grid for race 1, and then you do a reversal of the top 10 out of Q2 for the gear race grid. Right, drivers hustling on. Mikael Ashkner then is the fastest. It's going to be interesting, though, isn't it, to see what the early lap times are like out of Mikulish and Huff, and how long it's going to take to get to that tipping point where the slicks start to be the gun tyre. But you're right, it's much, much drier down at Lisboa.
And they're going to be ahead of the game, aren't they? Because they're going to have done laps to get them up to temperature. Everybody else comes in now and wants to change onto a dry tyre. Yep, but they're going to be a lap behind as far as getting the tyres up to temperature. So this is going to be, as you say, very interesting to watch what those lap times are going to be and when they're going to start to come in. Yellow
flag briefly, but replaced with a green, as there Dusan Borkovic has gone off the road. Gets it going again. Dusan Borkovic, the Serbian. Right, so the Hyundai team looking on. Gabriele Tarquini marshalling the troops and going on board now with Norbert Mikulish. So this is his outlap on his slick tyre. Might be a bit tippy-toey. Weaving left and right, getting the warmth into the tyres, getting the pressures up as well. And 2:45, currently the best lap time that we've had. And back into the pit lane comes Mikulish. Now, does he need to cross them and then go for a time?
That's going to be for a cross, I reckon. That's how they're going to work. And it's a free practice session, so although this process takes a while, it's the way that you get that equal heat distribution amongst the tyres. So I reckon that's probably what's going to happen. Let's wait and see. Looks a busy pit lane, doesn't it, when you're in the car?
Yeah, but you'd have thought with a 6-kilometre long lap and a reasonable mix of left and rights, you wouldn't need to do a cross because the load would go through quite a lot of the car over the course of the lap. However, Mikulish pits and Guerrieri is in, Björk is in, Ashkner is in as well. The other one that's going to be worth watching is Max Hart, because he was another early stopper, and assuming he's gone onto slicks as well, he's going to be, like Huff and Mikulish, ahead of the game.
It's a checking of tyre pressures. We'd like to see the end of that pit stop, really, just to be absolutely sure of what they're doing during that. But we reckon it's pretty much a regular thing that a touring car would do to cross the tyres over for even heat distribution.
John Filippi has pitted, so he will go slicks. I think they're all coming in now for slicks, aren't they? But I'm waiting to see what Rob Huff does, whether he's going to do a tyre cross or whether he's going to stay out and warm them on the track, as it were.
He's not in our first screen, is he, of timing at the moment, so it's difficult to see what Rob's doing on this lap or if he's coming to pit lane. Let's have a look on this.
So those that were on wet going on to slicks. And we've had the first 10 minutes of the session elapse. Interesting, isn't it? People are going on the slicks, and yet Dusan Bokovic was caught out by the conditions and ended up the escape road, but he got away with that without damage.
So Huffy's been into pit lane, so he's coming for a cross as well.
Oh, right,
see
okay.
that. Yeah. So he's on a pit out.
Yeah, I'll try to keep an eye on him.
Yeah. But apparently so. He's on a pit out. So maybe we just didn't pick it up.
Yellow flag at Lisboa once again. And let's try and work out who it is in a moment as the cars turn through. No, it doesn't show us.
The ever drawing line on the run towards San Francisco Hill from Lisboa, and then on this part of the circuit significantly damper in various sections, so it's always going to be a compromise, isn't it, with this drying circuit. But, for the next session that we have on circuit, it's going to be interesting because they will have very, very different conditions for the GT3 cars, which is coming up next here at Macau.
Rob Huff has just been through, so I don't think he made a second pit stop. I think he stayed out.
That was still
it was
from the change.
That earlier outlet, but he has done an absolute best in the last sector. So that proves instantly that the slick is the way to go. Absolute best in the last sector, and if anybody was thinking about it before and undecided, they better get in and get changed now. So for Goat Racing, Pepe Oriola's team, tyre changes have been done, and it should be, therefore, Rob Huff goes to the top of the times early because he hasn't needed a second stop to do a tyre cross. Max Hart's another one on slicks, getting himself towards the pointy end. 8th quickest, 2:48.049. So at the moment the slick is slower, but we're not far off getting it to the right point. And damage to, I fear, yes, stop the session is for the Hyundai of Hwang Do-yun out of TCR Asia, and he's hit the wall good and hard. Session is stopped.
Yeah, not surprising. The car can't drive, can it, the way it is?
No.
It needs to have a lift. The driver, good news, gets out of the car and is about to find a place of security, which is not the work of a moment at the gear circuit. Where do I go now? Hands on hips. Hang on. Where do I go? That way? Yeah, that way. Takes a while, doesn't it? Just to work out where best to go to get to a place of safety.
So he's third in TCR Asia in the championship, so this is bad news for him. Other drivers then heading back to the pit lane as the session is stopped. The one thing we haven't yet touched on, and it is a relevant element, is that in TCR, in the World Tour, in the TCR Championships, they have compensation weight. So there are some cars carrying up to 40 kilos of weight, like Max Hart, like David Zhu, and also like Santiago Urrutia. Others with compensation weight with as low as 10. And there are some that don't carry any whatsoever. So there is a mix of cars that are heavier because of the success of the driver over the last round of the championship. Right, 16 minutes and counting, and this is going to lose them quite a chunk of time, I think, given where that car is.
And yeah, it being free practice, the clock continues to count down, which counts down now to 16 minutes of this session remain. So we get ever closer to the halfway point. Yep, it's only one little moment that you get during a session that upsets things for everyone. That's the 62 car going straight on down at Lisboa.
No, that was elsewhere. He had done it at Lisboa, you're right. That was either at Police or Moorish, but going up the escape road to Shamborkovic, but that's two incidents he had. And at the moment, there's a queue of people trying to get into their pit bay.
It gets to be a very busy pit lane when you get these stoppages, and if those that hadn't come in to swap onto dry tyres have not yet done so, fairly hard work for the teams as well to get this turned around quickly. They have 5 wheel studs on each of the wheels, so it's not one central wheel nut on these cars, so it takes a little while, and that's the car that we need to get recovered. And I think it's going to require the course vehicle with the recovery crane on the back of it to pick that one up.
Those that have gone on to slicks, like a Huff or a Mikulic or whoever that did it early, lose the advantage now, because any heat they got into them is going to dissipate, and it's going to be an even field, if you like, because pretty much everybody will be going out on a cold, slick tyre, and it's therefore going to take a while to get everything back up to temperature, and they're not going to get that many laps in anyway. So the clock rapidly ticks down. It's amazing how much time you lose.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky, this, isn't it? It is just a free practice session, but this one is maybe a little bit more important than the one we saw earlier on today, because that was wet, wet, wet as far as track conditions were concerned. This is a drying circuit, and this is the first opportunity they've had to use dry tyres, and they are bit by bit coming in and changing onto dry tyres. And the reason it's more significant is that the weather forecast for the weekend suggests that maybe they will be racing on dry track conditions, very warm conditions as well. So to get some laps in with dry tyres is going to be absolutely vital.
It is. You can see there Mikael Ashkena's car, which I think has scraped the wall, but he's got away with it. And Ashkena currently the fastest, 2 minutes 45.3. Everybody else arriving in their pit bays, including Nestor Girolami, another of the Hyundai drivers out of the World Tour part of the race. You've got the BRC Hyundai N squad, of course. You've got Hyundai N by Z-Speed from TCR Asia, and Hyundai N, which is the TCR China team. So same cars, but different teams operating them for different championships as well. 13 minutes and counting, but the car is being lifted, so we are getting closer. And you can see there a very dry line indeed.
Yes, you can. You can also see the team working so much experience around the circuit here at Macau to find the safest and quickest way of effecting a recovery of a vehicle, to get it on the back of the flatbed, back into pit lane, get the circuit clear and get the cars back out on the circuit. They are so well drilled at these kind of recoveries. Wherever it is around the circuit, they do it so very quickly. You look at some of the accidents that you have at Macau with bodywork everywhere and cars littered everywhere, and you can't believe that 20 minutes later, track is clear, ready to go again.
It's true. It's true. Job done. Car retrieved. There's not much debris to sweep up there, and not much liquid spilt either, thankfully. We haven't actually seen how the car incurred the damage, have we? But clearly it was a wide run that biffed the wall. So the car of the TCR Asia driver, Huang Do-yun, having been...
Couple of minutes we've got until we get the session back underway.
Yeah.
For the few of them that had come in and changed onto dry tyres and had got the tyres one lap in and were doing their best to get the dry tyres fully up to temperature, they've got to do the work again. They won't have lost all of the temperature, but they will have lost a good deal of it. So recovery vehicle coming in now, and that car's going to require a little bit of work, isn't it?
It is. Rob Huff's Audi goes through a tyre cross. It may as well do now that the session has been interrupted, but possibly wouldn't have done otherwise. The Volcano Motorsport team ready to dispatch that car. Teammate John Filippi in as well. And 11 minutes are on the clock as we get closer and closer to the resumption of the session. In under a minute to be confirmed. It rather depends where that recovery vehicle is and how quickly it can be off the road. You can release the cars because by the time they get to the end of the lap, the recovery vehicle will be clear. It's just sort of juggling the timings of everything to get it all to work. And yes, we are within to the last 30 seconds then of stoppage time before the session gets back underway. And
when it gets back underway, we'll have 10 minutes remaining, so the final third of the overall 30-minute session for the second time today that we've seen the Macau Gear Race cars, the FIA TCR World Tour events of Macau, to get back out on circuit. Let's hope we have a neat and tidy final 10 minutes so we can get some meaningful laps on dry tyres. The green light shown. Everybody wants to go, don't they? Go, go, go. And they all go down pit lane now. It's going to be a very busy track. A few of them are going to hold back, maybe.
Yeah, again, get some clear track space. but those that can be at the front of the queue, eager to be on the circuit. So 9.5 minutes and counting, and pretty much everybody now on a slick tyre, but that in itself is going to perhaps be a problem because it's not a totally dry road and the tyres are cold.
Yes.
So let's see who's the first one to drop it. Yes, indeed. I can't believe we're going to get through 9 minutes without somebody having a moment.
I think you're probably right.
We'll see, yeah. Right, so a much drier circuit, much faster circuit therefore as well, and the times better in this than they were in FP1 earlier on in the day, but it was wetter and colder. Right, riding on board then with, in 186, the Goat Racing Honda, the FL5 of Esteban Guerrieri, the Argentine driver, and he's at the front of the queue. He's got a clear road, and he's pushing as well, absolutely charging. More he can push, more warmth into the tyres. And there's the first drama, wide into the wall. Who's that we've lost? 41?
41, yeah. It's the...
Gary Kwok, Honda, went off. So Gary Kwok has rejoined, but I said I'd be surprised if people got through without strife, and there's the first casualty. Let's see. Couldn't make the corner and finds traffic ahead as well, ploughs into the back of 55, which is Martin Scher. So that was a bit clumsy, really. He's two of them understeered, and we've touched on this earlier on in the day. If you're not going to make the corner, don't keep fighting it and risk hitting the tyres. Go left and get up the escape road.
There is an option there.
Yeah.
And that's why the option is there. Yeah. So, yeah, that can be avoided 9 times out of 10.
Right, the Lincoln Co. fleet coming down towards Melco. Cars for Marcin Khoa, Jan Erlaché, Ted Björk, and Santiago Urrutia. So you had 3 of the 4 running together. You're on board in 111 with Ted Björk. Go back many years, like 24 of them now, and he was a young gun in sports car racing in the FIA Sports Racing Series, but has made a real reputation for himself as a touring car champion now. One or two rather earnest conversations going on down in the pit lane as the Lincoln Co's, or Links and Co, arrive, some for the pits and some to carry on. Wouldn't have thought that pitting now for a tyre cross was a very good idea, given how little time left there is. Ted Björk on a mission and gets himself up past Marcin Khoa, going down towards Reservoir.
Really was on a mission, very determined to get through there, and a quick part of the circuit as well, but we've got to press on. We've only got 6.5 minutes just about of the session remaining, so if you want to put meaningful laps in and learn about the car this weekend on dry tyres, on a drying track, then now is the time to do it. You've got to press on.
Absolutely right, and Ted Björk then is pressing, but we're not yet to purple sectors. This is Ted Björk coming out of Lisboa, narrow section of the circuit up through San Francisco. Mikael Ashkona, though, is now doing a purple sector to get himself quicker. Esteban Guerrieri doing a purple as well. Marco Butti likewise. And that is Jan Erlaché, who looks as though he was only now going on to slicks.
That's very perplexing as to why they're only doing that now.
Unless he genuinely thought there was still enough water out there to get another good lap out of the wets, but it's clearly not been the plan.
Marco Butti goes in the first sector, quickest overall. Ashkona goes quickest overall in the second sector. I don't think there's going to be much question on what tyre you need.
No. Marco Butti did win on the road at the FIA Motorsport Games. It was a really good drive.
Wow.
But he turned the anti-lag on during the race, and that's an exclusion. You can run it, but it's got to be turned on before the race, not during.
Oh.
And he turned it on during, so what was a great drive ended up as exclusion for Marco Butti, which is a real shame. But we know he's quick, and right now, Butti sandwiched between Erlaché and Hart.
And Ashkona goes very good. Thank you. Sorry I missed it. I was getting involved in my purple sectors, but I'll give your line a chance to breathe.
Thanks.
Ashkona has got purple in Sector 2 and Sector 3 up towards the Melco hairpin. We're about to complete Sector 4 for the car that is overall quickest at the moment. Ted Björk has put in a purple in sector 4. That's taken away by Marcin Croix because, and now Girolami puts in the purple fourth sector. They're all battling over being quickest in that fourth sector, aren't they?
They are. Well, as you say, Guerrieri has done the absolute best. Marco Butti on a roll because he's also improved in every sector. Comes then up towards the end of the lap. But the first one of note is going to be the Lincoln Co. It's getting brighter all the time. Ted Bjork goes by, goes quickest, 2:42, best touring car time of the day. Might not be the absolute best because there are other quick people behind him, such as Girolami, who goes faster. Nestor Girolami, 2:37. That's 5 seconds quicker than anybody else. That is a massive, massive gain. Marcin Croix into the pit lane. So Girolami from Marco Butti up to second fastest, and Dusan Borkovic was third, but John Filippi goes ahead of him.
You've done well to keep up with that because it was changing, and it's Girolami that is top of the times then. 2:37.165, and Rob Huff goes second. So a 2:37.5. Rob Huff, one of the first to change onto the slick tyre, goes second, that master of Macau.
We've got a car that's stranded on the pit straight, and it looks like number 1, Martin Tao, who is the driver's second in TCR China, and that's another red flag. And that might be the end. And he's hit the wall, that's why he's ground to a halt on the pit straight. You can see he's gone wide, you can see the witness marks on the red and white conveyor belting, you can see the debris on the road. And Martin Tao has given the wall a whack, and that's another crumpled Hyundai. Session will not be resumed. So that, as they say, is that. So that was
I thought that was going to be your final line.
No.
That, as they say, is that.
This is it. This is the that. Bang, bang, and bang again. And he rattles the wall. And it's quite a good save, wasn't it, by the Hyundais behind, not to get sort of embroiled in that. Yeah. But Martin Tao, with quite a bit of damage, broken suspension as well, comes to a halt on the pit straight. And by the time you've got everybody into the pit lane and moved, the car would have run out of time. So session will not be resumed. I'm not really sure that actually the slick tyre, well, yeah, for some it proved what it could do, but we never got enough running in that session on either the wet nor the slick, did we?
So often when we have touring cars on the gear circuit here at Macau, it is impossible to get into any kind of a flow. Yeah. We've had free practice sessions, we've had qualifying sessions, and we've had races as well, where they get interrupted and you can't actually get into any kind of groove of the session or race. And that was one of those.
It was TCR China last year, wasn't it?
Yeah,
that never actually had a qualifying session time because it was interrupted twice and in the end abandoned, and they had to revert to free practice times. But yeah, for some drivers, you've seen what the slick could do, but only a handful before the red flag came out, and it ain't going to restart. So the drivers in a few moments will be marshalled back to the paddock, and it's going to be Nestor Girolami then the fastest by 0.3 of a second from Rob Huff.
I would love to have known what Huffy could have done on the next lap. That was impressive, coming in 3/10 behind Girolami, and conversations taking place. Gabriele Tarquini down in pit lane.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of frustration from the teams that they've lost so much track time, because out of half an hour, you know, they've had probably, what, 15, 16 minutes of running? And you need all the laps you can. And especially in a session like that, where you've lost a couple of minutes with a tyre change and maybe another pit stop for a cross. The teams that elected to cross when it was a live session surprised me, because that was just going to eat into the time even more. And at Lincoln Co, they can reflect on that session. But Nestor Girolami for Hyundai fastest, for Volcano Motorsport, the Audi of Rob Huff second, Marco Butti for Goat Racing third, John Filippi for Volcano fourth, Dusan Borkovic fifth in another of the Goat Racing Hondas, and then sixth, Esteban Guerrieri for Goat. So the Lincoln Co is quite a long way down. Ted Bjork, the best of them, eighth for the Cyan team. There's your order. Girolami by 0.389 of a second, quicker than Huff, with Butti third, Filippi, Borkovic, Guerrieri rounding out the top six. Seventh was Rainy He from Lo Se-ho, Andy Chan ninth, and Ted Bjork quite a long way back in 10th from Mikkel Ajkner and Norbert Mikulich. Santiago Urrutia 13th from Marcin Croix and Jan Erlache. Max Hart 16th, and then David Zhu 17th ahead of 18th fastest, the Zhang Lincoln Co. Right, that's the end of FP2. Let's head back down to the pit lane.
I'm just in pit lane, and joining me we have team principal from BRC Hyundai, Gabriela Rizzo. Gabriela, we saw Nestor fastest in FP1, fastest in FP2, under changing conditions as well. What have you learned from these two sessions today?
Yeah, good afternoon. And well, we are quite looking for tomorrow, that is expected to be more on this condition of FP2 and even more dry. So we have forced a bit as soon as was possible to run with slick tires. And we were just being stuck on traffic with Norby. Nestor was the luckiest one, so he can perform a good lap already on rain tires and after on the slick, and so that's why he's leading. But we felt all the three cars in the window of the setup, so we look forward tomorrow with positiveness.
Obviously a big weekend for BIC Hyundai. You've got Norby leading, just 10-point lead. Very, very small at this stage of the game and here at this racetrack. How's he feeling?
Well, feel good, and it's not the first time that we are here in Macau battling in this condition, so I think that the team has the experience. We have a great car, we have a great driver, so let's maybe we are ready to fight.
Thank you, Gabriele. Best of luck for qualifying. Thank you.
So Nestor Girolami, the fastest then for the BRC Hyundai squad, and the margin just 0.3 of a second. Quite a gap back before you have the third place car, that of Marco Butti, but hard to really gauge too much in that given the limited running that we have. The track still being cleared, so you can understand why the decision was very easy to make about the session not resuming. So you don't get a lot of track time if people start throwing it at the weeds. The Lincoln Co team can hopefully reflect on that session in a fairly sanguine stage and think, well, if we'd have had proper mileage, if we hadn't had all the interruptions, we'd have been able to get into a run plan and be nearer the top. As it is, there's work to be done when we get to qualifying for the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour tomorrow here at Macau. For the FIA GT World Cup here at Macau is just a few minutes away on a drying track. It has been, thankfully, a good couple of hours, if not more now, since we last had any rain. When the cars were last on track, it was a drying surface, but rain came late on and it made it all a bit leery. But I think now they're going to have the best track conditions of anybody all day, and a dry Macau circuit is absolutely what we want for GT cars, because they are big and brash and bold and they want to stretch their legs. And on this part of the circuit, past the start line through Reservoir, down towards Mandarin and then on to Lisboa, that is where they are just at their majestic best, with the fastest part of the circuit nudging up to 286 kilometers an hour before you stand on the brakes and go down into the sharp right at Lisboa. Eduardo Mortara was fastest in free practice 1 this morning. That is why he is on the notional pole position for the Prix grid, with over his shoulder there the Porsche of Laurin Heinrich. David Addison and Alan Hyde trackside, looking forward to this second session. It's going to be half an hour. The first one, Alan had 2 stoppages, not for any serious amount of damage, but because people couldn't get around the Melco hairpin without spinning on exit and blocking the track.
Twice we had that problem, didn't we? And we were treated, because normally during free practice we would have the clock continuing to run, but they stopped. They realised these are they're very important cars to have on circuit, so we were able to stop the clock and have the full 30 minutes, if you like. But it wasn't without problems. Now, as you rightly say, we get to see GT3 cars stretching their legs around this circuit. There are places where around the gear circuit at Macau where these cars have got their hands tied behind their backs, but there are also parts of the circuit where they really can just open up, and it is just wonderful to watch.
If you didn't see free practice 1, just have a look at this entry. You've seen Eduardo Mortara, you've seen Laurin Heinrich, you've seen Daniel Juncadella, Mauro Engel. He's been a former winner of the FIA GT World Cup. There is Ye Yifei, the Chinese driver for Ferrari, and the new 296 GT3, a car that was looking rapid early on, although much of the first session was perhaps who was able to be out on track at the right time. As the road dried, so different people went faster. The next Ferrari of Daniel Serra, whose father, of course, was a Grand Prix racer for a time in the early 1980s, Chico Serra. Porsche factory driver Lawrence Vanthor in the Tsingtao beer-backed car. He's raced in the Macau Grand Prix in Formula 3. He's been a winner of the FIA GT World Cup. And Luca Engschler here in the family-run Lamborghini, winner of the Gold Cup in GT World Challenge Europe Sprint Cup this year. Very, very promising GT racer, and taking on these factory-paid pros. Another of them from BMW, Augusto Farfus, another winner here in the past of FIA GT World Cup. Sheldon van der Linde's BMW, the WRT run car, with the spectacular colour scheme on the side of it.
It's a mighty livery, isn't it? Yeah.
And Sheldon van der Linde, certainly one to watch, as also is there Alessio Picariello, the Porsche peddler, the Belgian driver, who's done most of his racing in this region, and isn't really that well known in Europe, but it's a shame because he's very, very quick. And Raffaele Marciello, last year's winner, it was in a Mercedes AMG. Now he is a BMW factory driver, and all the BMWs seem to struggle just a little bit in the earlier session.
They did, yeah. We would expect a quicker lap from Raffaele. We were waiting for it throughout the session. We were saying, is it going to be now? Is it going to be now? Never came. Didn't come for any of the BMWs. So let's see what happens in free practice 2 when we've got drier conditions. In fact, the last time we had rain today was that little shower that we had right at the end of their session.
Antonio Fuoco, winner at Le Mans this year, making his Macau debut.
It's not bad to have on your CV, is it?
Absolutely. And a very, very good driver is Antonio Fuoco. He's, as soon as he came into GT racing, was bang on the money, as you might expect from somebody who was successful also in single-seaters. There is Dries van Thor's BMW, so brother of Laurence that you saw earlier on. Ralph Aaron's Mercedes AMG in the background. So, session not far away from getting underway, and although the cars will use, of course, the pit lane, it's the garages to the FR cars as the Grand Prix entry, so they have their own garages, but they will come from that pre-grid onto the circuit. So Eduardo Mortara, who knows this place like the back of his hand, winner in F3, winner in GT, green flag waved, he sets off, he leads the queue of cars, but he's a relative newbie to the Lamborghini ranks.
So we'll see what happens. It's maybe going to be a completely different story. We mentioned the BMWs in the first free practice session weren't quite where we would expect. Maybe in these conditions they're going to be much more up towards the front where you would expect them to be. And as Dries van Tour trickles his way out of the assembly area, the rest of the field, and what a mouth-watering display this is, with one-off liveries for this event every year. It's the unveiling really of the GT3 cars for the FIA GT World Cup, the Macau GT Cup, that I look forward to so much. When the pictures start trickling through, cars being unveiled in the paddock and around the city of Macau over the course of the week building up to this event. It's always something to absolutely savour.
Yeah, there's almost an unofficial competition now for the best livery amongst the manufacturers, because here, although, yes, many of the names are familiar from other GT categories, this really is the ultimate pro driver shootout. And you've got the best of the world coming together to tame the streets of Macau, including their number 51, the Ferrari of Daniel Serra, the Brazilian driver. So 2 red flags in the earlier session. Hopefully now the road is dry, we can get through without drama. But the real interest now is going to be to see which is the best brand around here with a track surface better than it's been all day.
In the conditions earlier on, Mortara was very, very impressive, wasn't he? Yeah. Lap after lap after lap, he was top of the times and further consolidating the dominance at the front. And that was in wet conditions, getting wetter conditions towards the end. Let's see what happens now. It's a little bit dry, but the Lamborghini earlier on looked very, very impressive. So they thread their way around Donna Maria on this, the outlap from pit lane, down towards the Macau hairpin. This area, the area that David was saying was such a sticking point earlier on. Twice it caused the session to be halted. One car just gets it wrong, coming out a little bit too quick on the power, or a bit too much of the power coming out of the corner, and ends up blocking the road on the exit. No other option. You've got to get the car turned around. None of the field can get through, so that was the reason for 2 of the stoppages earlier on. Now it might well be a very different story, because they can use these cars to the extreme, and you can be absolutely sure the drivers would have been rubbing their hands with glee when they were looking at the last session on track, thinking this could be dry. We could be going out on the dry.
And it is getting drier all the time. There are damp patches rather than a wet road as Mortara and the rest go onto a proper flying lap. Now, this is Eduardo Mortara's view. You saw him at work. And now through Mandarin, speed building all the while here, up to 280 plus kilometers an hour on the way down to Lisboa. 6th gear, and you're getting closer to the corner. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There. It's just like a little gap in the arm coat, and that's what you've got to aim for. Now the run up through San Francisco, and the steep climb up San Francisco Hill that seems to go on and on, because you're still climbing, and you're still climbing, and you're still climbing, and then eventually it kind of plateaus, but not for long. Another little bit of a climb, then a drop. Mortara grabs a gear. Gentle with the throttle and drops it down the hill now. Finding out where the damp patches are. Feathers the throttle. Up against the Armco on one side, the concrete on the other. And the run down towards Moorish and then up to Police. One sharp right. Short straight. Here's the other. Another desperately narrow corner.
So tight on the exit there.
And you just can't see where the corner is. You can see the barrier, but you're aiming really through the eye of a needle. Now it opens up a little bit. This is the Donna Maria left-hander. Still climbing again. Note. Over the brow. Melco hairpin. You cannot see where you're going in terms of the next part of the track until now. Out the corner. Complete hairpin. Speed building. Keeping off the wall here, because very shortly the road is going to get much, much wider. coming through Fisherman's Bend. Set the car up for this, and then the 4th gear, R bend at the end of the lap. Running out wide. Mortara moves across slightly back to the racing line, and then sets the car up now down into 4th gear, going to R bend up towards the timing line. And the first flying lap of the session is going to net a time that we will offer as a 2:28.9. That was an Eduardo Mortara lap, currently the fastest.
And what a treat to go around the gear circuit on board with a double winner of the Macau Grand Prix and a 4-time winner of the Macau GT Cup in a Lamborghini. Beautifully described as well, as we made our way around the gear circuit, which he must feel is a bit of a home track.
Yeah, absolutely. But he's not fastest anymore, because Alessio Picariello's Porsche has gone top on a 2:26, and Raffaele Marciello's BMW is back at the races. He's now gone second.
Welcome back.
Yeah, Luca Engela's Lamborghini is up to 3rd. Thomas Preining's Porsche 4th. Dries van Thor BMW 5th. So Mortara's mega in quotes lap suddenly is only good enough to be 6th.
6th for Mr. Macau, Eduardo Mortara, who has been consistently competing in Formula E over recent years, as Eduardo Mortara, somebody that has competed in DTM, all sorts of racing around the world. But it's really here at Macau where Eduardo is an absolute rock star when he makes his way around the streets of Macau over the course of the weekend. Young and old all want to photograph a bit of Eduardo, somebody that has his own waxwork in the Grand Prix Museum here at Macau. He is an absolute rock and roll star.
And another one in the making, possibly Dries van Thor. He's doing purple sectors. You're looking at Danny Juncadella, though, who's been the winner of the Formula 3 Grand Prix here, but now very much a Mercedes AMG GT star. Factory driver, was a DTM Mercedes pilot for a time. That's Engela who's bitten into the tyres. So Luca Engela gets going again. But the Lamborghini, the privately run car, has got a bit of damage, to say the very least. So Luca Engela bringing it back to the pit lane, but he's picked up damage in that Licky Moly Team Engela car. So he's knocked the front about quite badly.
Oh dear.
That might be the end of the session, depending on how much damage he's done. Trying to work out whether it's bodywork that's hanging off or a wheel that's on a jaunty angle. But either way, the pit lane beckons for Luca Engela, TCR Malaysia champion. And up towards the end of the lap comes Danny Juncadella. There's a yellow flag at turn 2 as well, so that is going to be Mandarin, and that's a fast part of the circuit. And it's Sheldon van der Linde who has stopped, and that doesn't instantly suggest whether it's mechanical or whether it's been a spin. We'll try and piece it together in a moment.
Is it a rear puncture?
Don't know. It does look strange, that left rear corner, but it might just be the angle that we're looking at it. But Sheldon van der Linde trying to get the car fired up by the look of it. He's offline. Has he had a spin coming out of Mandarin and he's ended up there? Well, let's have a look. This, first of all, is Engela, who just goes straight on, completely missed his braking point, bounces back off the tyres. But that was a very odd accident, just arrived with way too much speed. So yellow flags are out. Green lights are still on the gantry, and the rain is starting again, I fear, because umbrellas are going up. And so there's rain in the air. There's a sideways Lamborghini of Eduardo Mortara. So this is going to throw everything up into the mix, isn't it now?
Yeah, wipers on for...
Yeah. I'm not seeing the rain falling, but I am seeing people getting dressed for the conditions.
Yeah, ponchos on.
Yeah.
And that's been the story. You're right. Just as we got to a stage that we had what could be described as a dry circuit for the majority of the circuit, all of a sudden, yeah, the rain comes and a red flag comes out for the recovery of Sheldon van der Linde's car. But oh dear. Well, guys, I hope you enjoyed those dry laps. Might be the only ones you get today.
Yeah, Luca Engela's gone back straight to the paddock, so he's aware of the damage. Big frustration. So it's Sheldon van der Linde's BMW that has stopped and triggered this red flag. And a 2:21.3 for Alessio Picariello may well stay as the top time. But as I say, it's curious, all of this, because umbrellas have gone up, ponchos have gone on, but I'm looking at a puddle opposite us, and I'm not seeing anything falling into it. So whether it was just a sprinkling that's passed, I'm not sure.
And the thing is, of course, over 6 kilometres this circuit, could be raining over here, could be a little bit of rain over here, there might not be a little bit of rain over there.
Yeah.
It's going to be changeable over the course of the whole track, but unfortunately here at the start-finish line, which is where we're based in our commentary box, we can see all the security guards, the spectators popping up umbrellas and battening down the hatches for the weather conditions. So what a shame.
Just wonder whether Engschler may have clipped the Armco on the inside, too tight a line, just before he came into shot, and that's what sort of fired the car towards the barrier, because otherwise there was no real reason why we'd be carrying so much speed into the corner. Anyway, the damage is going to have to be looked at for that car.
Say, either way, it's a lot of work for the team, isn't it?
Which they don't need, frankly. The rest will come to the pit lane, and we will await news. The clock stopped, though.
Yes, at just coming up to 1/3 distance completed in this pre-practice session. There must be something in the regs just specifically for GTs about the clock stopping in free practice.
Yeah, exactly. So the drivers welcoming that, because otherwise I think the danger is that you just run out of time if you have what, it only takes 2 stoppages to a session and you've hardly got anything, have you?
Yeah, it's true.
So the pit lane gets busy once again as everybody pours down the pit road. Danny Juncadella's car has just been sent to the scrutineering patch, so it'll be a bit later before he gets to his team, by which stage it's going to be a bit more crowded around Craft Bamboo Racing, for whom he drives. And there's Van der Linde's car, which clearly has got a mechanical woe because it won't fire. Out gets Sheldon. The hook is there, ready to winch up the car, but if they put that behind the barrier, of course, that's his session done. He's not going to be able to get back, so the team won't be able to try and breathe life into the car again.
DTM champion a couple of years ago with BMW was Sheldon, still just 25 years of age. And yeah, that would be unfortunate if they can't get that car out once again, because tomorrow they come out for their qualifying, and they will do so at a little bit earlier than we are now. We're just coming up to 10 minutes to 3 local time, and it will be 2:05 tomorrow afternoon that they'll be qualifying. And then the way that the Macau Grand Prix weekend works, they go racing on Saturday for a qualification race, which will set the grid for the big race for the Macau GT Cup on Sunday. So the fastest driver in the session, Alessio Picariello, 2 minutes 21.3, 3/10 quicker than Lawrence Vanthor. So it's a Porsche 1-2, it's Ferrari 3, Daniel Serra, it's BMW 4, Raffaele Marciello, 5th Porsche, Laurin Heinrich, and 6th Mercedes AMG, Danny Juncadella. Another look at Engschler in the background. He's already wrong coming into shot, and I think, as I say, he's clipped the Armco on the inside, and that's... Have another look from this shot. He's on the totally the wrong line as he comes into view, so something's happened before he got to the corner that just puts him on the wrong line and fires him towards the tyres. Yeah, and heavy impacts as well, wasn't it? But the tyre's doing the job in the sense of rebutting the car. And as soon as, we'll be back in business. But it's not that that's caused the stoppage. It's Van der Linde, seemingly with a mechanical problem, just grinding to a halt on the circuit. Pretty short call to get the session back underway. The prediction coming up on screen here, just a couple of minutes away. So at 10 to 3 local time, we'll get the session back underway for the remaining 2/3. Here we go. And oh, it was quite a whack into the Armco for Van der Linde coming out of Mandarin. So he didn't spin, but he ran wide. And you were right to say the back of the car looked odd because he has damaged it. Debris flies. And that was quite a whack for Sheldon Van der Linde, bouncing off the barriers like that. So he's okay. We saw him get out of the car, but that's the end of the session for him. And a driver-induced problem, that. Too much speed and possibly being caught out by a little damp patch, firing the car towards the wall. And it won't be back out, that's for sure, during this session. Just 20 minutes and 48 seconds of this session remain. But different conditions now. So how much rain have we had around the circuit? The wind has got up now.
So whether or not the conditions are going to be markedly different, we'll wait and see. As I say, the amount of rainfall over here, despite the umbrellas being up, is absolutely negligible. So Sheldon van der Linde's BMW being retrieved, whether it was a tyre that caused him to go off or a wet part of the road, only he will be able to reveal. The green flag has been waved, so we're back in business now. Take two.
The wind has certainly picked up as well, hasn't it? We had those drops of rain over here, but we can see just outside we've got these straps that go over the structure for the roof of the grandstand just in front of us, and they are pretty taut, these straps.
So here's the BMW in replay, and the line kind of looks okay, but has a tyre gone before he gets to the wall? There's no suggestion necessarily of any rubber flailing. It does look more as though he's just got it slightly wrong, but it's a real old whack. And that's where the damage comes. As he comes back into shot, you can see the bits of debris are already flying. So if he hadn't done a tyre before, he has there, but there's also got a bit of rear bodywork damage. Anyway, without van der Linde, the session rejoins. It also rejoins without Luca Engschler. So two cars will be missing.
However, one of the stories so far during this session, when the circuit was dry, was that we've seen BMWs are more on the pace than they were this morning. Raffaele Marciello currently in 4th position in this second pre-practice session of the day, into the second, third. The really very striking Porsche of Thomas Preining. That's more purple than the most purple thing you've ever seen in your life. It's it's utterly beautiful, that car.
Yeah, that's the colours that Kevin Estre carried last year. Thomas Preining, another of the Porsche guns. And the car from the Origin Motorsport team. So Alessio Picariello, currently the fastest for Absolute Racing. But it's going to be a lap or two before we start to see whether that time is going to be threatened. But as I say, I don't really think the weather has changed all that much over here.
Yeah, it's interesting, you know, because some cars have got windscreen wipers going, some haven't. So it's, I think it is different conditions on different parts of the circuit.
It's almost psychological rain, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you're right. It's very light. What about the psychological umbrellas?
Well, they're still up.
Yeah, they're up.
Yeah, although there is one gentleman in front of us who put his poncho on a few minutes ago and he's now dropped the hood from it, so he's back in the element. So limited rainfall, and the car's coming up towards the end of an out lap. It's not this one, it's the next one that we'll start to get an idea of pace from. 18 minutes and counting, and it's Porsche at the top, Alessio Picariello. We've yet to get a lap time out of the likes of Yithier, Matteo Cairoli, Augusto Farfus, Ricardo Fella and Mauro Engel. So there's still a lot left on the table here, as up to the line now comes Picariello, goes through. Sorry, not Picariello, goes Laurin Heinrich, I should say, in 88. So for the Schumacher CLRT team, the CLRT bit being Comme-Ledegar Racing Team, Comme-Ledegar, former Blancpain Endurance Series champion for McLaren a good few years ago, but very rapid driver himself, now operating this team that runs all sorts of different brands across all sorts of different championships, but has been a massively successful season for the new team. It's getting to the end of its first year, and there, oh so nearly, getting it all wrong down at Lisboa was Laurin Heinrich, just a little bit too late on the brakes, a bit too deep into the corner, but was able to nurse it round without drama. Quite a few heading back into the pit lane though, I notice. So Laurin Heinrich staying out there and exploring now if the track surface has changed much. You can see on this part of the circuit, people in wet weather gear. So it does give the impression that it's got damper out there.
Certainly no one changed tyres as far as I saw down in pit lane, did they? Don't think so.
I don't think so, no. Whoop, big twitch there for Heinrich. So still on the slick, the yellow sidewall tyre as they're down the hill, heads the Porsche. So Laurin Heinrich, he's done two sectors and neither are quicker. So it's a rather more gentle approach. Dries Van Voor coming into the pit lane. But yeah, the fickle weather today has really been the talking point. It's made mayhem of the motorbike timetable, and potentially will do tomorrow as well. But here, the Porsche heading up the hill on a circuit that I think has gone back to, at certain parts at least, being neither wet nor dry. It's that awful in-between stage.
The weather forecast, I'm afraid, is, I just had a little check, is still the same as it has been all week, that today and tomorrow are going to have fairly similar weather conditions. So
right.
Wet tomorrow, and then a dry weekend, a sunny and dry weekend for the capacity crowds that every year we enjoy here at Macau. Traditionally on day one and day two, there are not only huge amount of fans that fill up the grandstands, but also school trips, and the great joy that that brings for youngsters that are going to school in Macau. It's a big annual event, this Macau Grand Prix week, if you like, and there's all the build up to the event as well as the actual event, and school trips are in abundance over the course of today and tomorrow. Wish we would have school days like that when I went to school.
Yeah, but it's a bit of a schlep to Macau from the UK just for a school trip. The coach bill, it's astronomical, you know. So, as you look at Laurin Heinrich pressing on, that last lap was a 2:42, 20 seconds down on what he'd done before the stoppage. But this looks a bit more committed, doesn't it? A little bit more pacey as he comes down towards Lisboa. Accelerates up the hill. Still quite wet offline, isn't it? And again, there are different parts of the circuit that are retaining the water better, if that's the right way of describing it, than others. So still there are wetter sections around the circuit. Christopher Haase has just pitted in his Audi, and Laurin Heinrich continues. Adley Fong, incidentally, has just done a personal best in the first sector. Oh, I was waiting for some euphoria about his livery.
What, Kuromi?
That's the word.
If you'd like me to talk about that, I'm very happy to.
We'll try and find the Audi for you. Number 10 Audi of Adley Fong, and then you can wax lyrical.
It's just cool. We were talking about the school kids that come along to this event, and it's such a popular. Hello Kitty is the broad genre, and Kuromi is just one new character from Hello Kitty.
No stopping just relentless.
On Adelaide's car this weekend, and it's superb.
Rabbits.
It's not. It is a rabbit. Yes.
It's a grown, man.
Yeah.
There it is in the middle of the road for you. The rabbit has burrowed itself towards the barriers there. Adley Fong has spun and has blocked the circuit. And although I don't think it's quite as badly damaged as last year's effort, there is some damage at the front of the car. He's trying to get it out of the way. The circuit is almost blocked. Come on, Adley, please get the car going, then we don't have to have a red flag. But he has damaged the front. There's a gap there for Dries van Thor to get through. The Lamborghini has been rather hemmed in there on the other side of the road, though.
Yeah.
You and your rabbit. Look at it.
Oh, no.
It's got going again.
Good.
You see? So it's an evil rabbit. It doesn't stop the session. It just sort of teases you and then says, it's all right, you can carry on playing.
But the thing is, Hello Kitty and all the various characters is a huge global phenomenon, right? Okay. Think how hard Adley and the team have worked to secure that sponsorship on the car over the course of this weekend. They've worked jolly hard. Do you want to see the T-shirt?
I'd rather punch my own face. It's limping back to the pit lane. The damage is evident on the right front corner, and the good news is it's drivable, but I rather fear that it's going to lose a big chunk of the remaining 12 minutes whilst the repairs are effected.
Afraid so, but such is the support that car will have over the course of this weekend. Make no mistake, the team will be working very hard.
And almost irrelevant of the result is, as you say, quite rightly, the great popularity around that. The fact that people come from Hong Kong and from China to come to the circuit for the exclusive merchandise. They don't even come into the circuit, they just come and buy and go back home. And this might explain what happened to Kuromi. It's wrong coming into view, and Adley Fong headbutts the barrier, and it sort of grinds its way to a halt, and those behind came perilously close to T-boning the Audi, but thankfully the road cleared and we got through that without an interruption at all.
Yeah, last year the unfortunate end for Adley Fong's weekend was a lot more costly, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And that is a very, very rare thing, isn't it? Yeah. A mistake for Mauro Engel,
but
not usual.
Carries on as though nothing had happened. Instantly spin turns the car, rejoins. Nothing to see here. Move on.
Spun turned the car so quickly we might not have even caught that, but for a very swift piece of camera cutting there. Very, very good. So Mauro Engel gets on his way.
Does indeed. Heading here, just went straight on. Knew he wasn't going to make the corner. Doesn't bother to fight it because he knows what the outcome will be. Slows it down, positions it, and gives it a right boot.
Chuck it round,
turns it round,
and back in.
Yeah,
that's the quickest we've seen today, isn't it?
And that cost him about 14 seconds having to do that. But in the grand scheme of things, it's not that bad. This car is fourth fastest. It's Raffaele Marciello, and although the car has the token mirror, much of the view of what goes on behind all comes out of that television screen. Look.
Yeah, and we get a fairly good view of that as well, don't we? Very impressive, that. And with Marciello now showing a little bit more the sort of pace that we would expect over the course of the gear circuit here at Macau. Let's just remind you, he's a double winner of the GT race here at Macau in 2019 and last year. But last year was so dominant, the final year with Mercedes for Raffaele. But top of the times in qualifying, won the qualification race and won the final race as well, the big race, the FIA GT World Cup. Last year was all about Raffaele Marciello.
Yeah, there was some talk afterwards that he'd been given a bit of help from Mauro Engel, who seemed to be a bit slow away on the restart, which therefore, of course, held everybody up and allowed Marciello to get away. But Mauro did say that he had a problem and in the end dropped out completely. Into the pit lane has just come the bright yellow Ferrari of Yefe, who is struggling a little bit at the moment for pure pace. Daniel Serra is the Ferrari trailblazer, as Adley Fong did make it back to the pit lane. And we've got just under 9 minutes of the session still to go. Picariello from Vanthorpe. More and more of them, though, coming into the pit lane. The road is not quite as busy. Matteo Cairoli here pressing on. Last year he was aboard a Porsche, made the switch from the Porsche ranks to Lamborghini. Matteo Cairoli, who came out, like so many have done over the years, of the One Make Porsche Championships. Another very, very impressive GT driver indeed. He's only 22nd at the moment then, slowest of those that have done at that time. And needs to find something. It almost looks like the sun is out at that part of the circuit as he comes over the line. And Cairoli does improve up to 18th. It's a tough one, this, for the Lamborghini factory pair, because the team hasn't been here before, neither of these two in these cars, the drivers I mean, so they're starting perhaps a little bit on the back foot in terms of data. Doesn't seem to be affecting Mortara, though. He's 7th in the times. And we are starting to see the occasional improvement in sectors now. What's that on the road? Little
bit of debris, wasn't it?
Yeah. So we're getting the odd green. This is Christopher Haaser's Audi. He's a long way back by Christopher's standards of 20th. But as the road seems to not only dry, but the cloud is getting maybe a little bit more broken and therefore a bit brighter at certain parts. This is Haaser out of our bend, up towards the line. And as he comes towards the timing beam now, goes through, and it is an improvement for Christopher Haaser, up to 12th fastest. Good effort.
But you know, it's impossible to work out how this is going to pan out over the course of this weekend, isn't it? Over the course of today, we've had wet running, we've had drying running, we've had wetting, dry track, and with so many top drivers all assembling here for the end of the year for the FIA GT World Cup. I can't work out who I think might prevail this weekend. It's impossible to know. I'd like Jules Gounon to be going better.
Yeah, well, we said that in the first session.
We did.
Where is he? 16th in the Craft Bamboo Racing Mercedes. Teammate Danny Juncadella is 6th, so there's proof that one of the cars has got the pace. But yeah, Jules had a tough time here last year, but it's not looking markedly better this year, which is odd.
Let's have a look at Augusto Farfus. He's just gone purple in the first sector. And if you remember, many years, one after another, Augusto is very, very good in the first sector. So maybe over the course of a lap, maybe the car isn't the quickest, but always in the first sector, he's been really quite remarkable. He's done it again. He's gone purple in the first sector. Let's see if it's going to be over the course of the whole lap. He's gone personal best in sector 2. So, Augusto Farfus, I think he's probably one to watch.
Raffaele Marciello was 4th, improved in sector 1, but pits at the end of the lap. Farfus has gone absolute best, personal best, and an improvement has just come from Dries van Voor up to 8th. Mauro Engel is now 9th, having improved last time. Farfus 10th, and there is Raffaele Marciello then into the pits.
It's a great helmet design this year, isn't it?
In a sense, it's a novelty that it's the crash helmet that gets the artwork. Normally, it's Raffaele's arms, because he's big into his tattoos.
Yes.
Is the Italian. Now goes under a Swiss license and also Swiss nationality, but he's Italian by birth. And into the pit lane he comes. Right, there is the BMW. Augusto Farfus presses on, and it's looking good, this of Farfus, because he's improved in 4 out of the 5 sectors. The 5th one he is in right now. So there is the BMW, the KRC car, and Farfus here should be on to really haul himself up from 10th.
Yeah, so 10th place at the moment for the... How many years has Augusto been driving with BMW? He's one of the most longevity with BMW of all of the drivers. Augusto has been in so many different categories for BMW, and he does improve, but not that much in terms of position, up to 8th.
Lost out in the last sector.
Yeah, last sector.
Yeah, he was an Alfa Romeo factory driver when he first came into touring cars for a couple of seasons. Then BMW picked him up, but you're right, he's raced in the World Touring Car Championship for them. He's done the World Endurance Championship. He's done DTM, International GT style racing, Intercontinental GT Challenge, GT World Challenge, you name it. If there's a BMW badge on it, he'll have been in it.
And he's had great success as well. He's brought home some really cool crowns. But look, he does this again and again. Purple in the first sector.
What about Mauro Engel as well? He's just gone back up to 6th, 2:23.8. And another wonderful noise as the Mercedes AMG growls its way out of Mandarin.
Just wonderful noises.
And Mauro sets the car up for Lisboa. So for the fastest part of the circuit, hard on the brakes. Turns his way up now towards San Francisco. And part of the circuit where the Mercedes have been able to stretch its legs now becomes the part of the circuit where it's got to be the precision of the driver to guide it through without drama. So Engel back on the loud pedal. Road drops downhill slightly. And Augusto Farfus is still doing good things in sectors.
On, isn't he? Yeah.
3 improvements out of the first 3 sectors. Jules Gounon has improved in sectors 3 and 4 of his lap. He improved last time up to 15th, and he's just gone across the line, and he's up to 9th, Jules Gounon. So a big improvement that time. He's listening to you.
Gave me one of the most peculiar broadcasting experiences last year, did Jules Gounon. Do you remember? As he rode into view on a chair with wheels on it.
That's right. No, you're quite right. Yes.
It was the most peculiar entrance, and I don't remember why.
No, I was struggling as well, thinking I don't recall what it was all about.
Yeah, but it was choreographed with teammates. They rode into the camera shot from the garage. It wasn't wet.
But it might be here in a minute because the umbrellas have suddenly gone up and there's a bit more scurrying around in the pit lane. So sort of squally weather, I think, now. Headlights on as we've got just under 2 minutes of the session to go. Farfus improved up to 5th last time. Big improvement, yeah.
Up to 5th. So Raffaele Marciello in 4th, Augusto Farfus in 5th. And it's still the Porsche that tops the times, the 911 Porsche. Picariello with a time of 2:21.329.
You know which is the Porsche that's got the real weight behind it, if it carries that number. Of all the Porsches that, for marketing purposes, ought to be winning, it's 911.
Yeah.
Right, rain on the windscreen for Yiffy here. So the drizzle has started again. and this is going to make life really difficult. A minute to go, just over a minute to go. Yefe closing on the traffic. And that's Engel again. And where is he? Is that on the track? That doesn't look like an escape road to me.
I'm not sure where that might be.
So Mauro Engel has gone off the road and has got going now. That was at pit in.
Pit entry.
Yeah. Not quite sure what he was aiming for, but he's ended up going to the paddock rather than down the pit lane. But in fairness, with half a minute to go, that seems to be where everybody is being marshalled now, rather than being allowed down the pit lane. Maybe there's some confusion as to where he was meant to be going. But anyway, Mauro Engel, thankfully without drama, out of the session. And the last few seconds tick on down with very, very few improvements now coming. The weather on the turn again.
It is, yeah, so just counting down, 10 seconds left until checker flag comes out, and half an hour for the second free practice session of the day for the Macau GT Cup, FIA GT World Cup. And yeah, the checkered flag comes out, but for a session that promised half an hour of dry running, we were robbed. I feel robbed.
Yeah, it's been a tough day because of this weather. And the teams will be equally frustrated because what they want to achieve from their run plan just isn't being achievable as partly the stoppages, and then the change of weather and the track surface affect things as well. The last few cars accelerate to take the flag, including Leo Yi in number 566 Porsche. But most cars now are taking the flag metaphorically in the paddock. They're not taking it on the road because there's no point completing the lap. They're not going to go any quicker. Why do it?
The wind wants to take the checkered flag. The marshal was holding out the checkered flag, was struggling with the to get the flag in place in time because the wind has picked up. It's pretty gusty down there now, and that's what we've been dealing with pretty much for the last 24 hours here at Macau this year. Heavy winds and intermittent rain as well has been the order of the day. Augusto Farfus into the paddock, brings the BMW back, finishes up in 5th position in the 89 BMW, former winner of the FIA GT World Cup here at Macau.
But Alessio Picariello, really good effort that in the Porsche to be 3/10 up on everybody else. And Alessio Picariello, I think I said at the start of the session, is somebody that's done most of his racing in this region, but has been a winner of the GT class within the European Le Mans Series twice over. He's won the Audi R8 LMS Cup as well, going back to 2017. Leo Yi still really charging on in the Porsche here, but getting perilously close to disaster there, coming out of Donna Maria. But Picariello, single-seater star before he came to GT racing. He's the fastest, and Leo Yi is going to be the last driver to get to the end of the lap. You get the impression that he is going for a time here, but I don't really know why, because he's taken the flag according to the screen. So if he comes through again, he's going to find himself in hot water. But this is a committed lap, but it's not being timed because he's taken the flag. And he gets the message.
Into pit lane, yeah.
Whether that's a deliberate ploy to come back after, if you like, a proper push lap, say there's some tyre data, could well be, so that with the tyres properly warm rather than having cooled on an in lap.
Quick, bring it back now.
Yeah, they can get the temperature, get the data that they want.
Yeah, good point.
But Leo Yi ends up 19th. And Alessio Picariello tops the times. Mighty effort, 0.3 of a second up on Laurens Vanthoor, and Daniel Serra is 3rd. Raffaele Marciello 4th quickest, ahead of Augusto Farfus. Laurin Heinrich 6th. Mauro Engel 7th from Danny Juncadella, and then Thomas Preining. And in the end, if I say only 10th, it sounds a bit hard, but that's where Eduardo Mortara finds himself after being quickest in FP1. 11th, Antonio Fuoco from Jules Gounod, and then Yefe. Mathieu Cairoli next. 15th, Ralph Aaron. Dries Vanthoor quite a long way back. Damage sustained by Luca Engschler. Christopher Hauser never really got a proper lap in. but was ahead of Leo Yi and Ricardo Feller, who we've not seen the best out of. Adley Fong with damage, James Kwai, and then Sheldon van der Linde also with damage, rounding out the order. So
We are about to enjoy the Macau Grand Prix cars onto the circuit, the FIA FR World Cup this year for 2024, the 71st Macau Grand Prix. Single-seaters were the first machinery on track this morning. Normally we would have the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix bikes, the 56th edition this weekend, would have had free practice this morning at 7:45. But they didn't take to the circuit this morning. They don't go onto the gear circuit here at Macau if it's wet. They don't even have the option to do so. They don't have wet tyres available because it would be such a challenge for motorcycles. So therefore, their free practice session has been carried over to tomorrow, first thing tomorrow morning, because it was wet this morning, and it was therefore wet when the FR cars went out on circuit. The single-seaters that occupy the garages down in pit lane came out on a very, very wet circuit this morning. Right, it's a little bit nicer for them this time. It's going to be the first opportunity that they've been out on circuit without huge balls of spray around every car out on circuit. However, David Addison in the commentary box with me, it is still a bit wet.
It is, and the last session for GT cars was affected by, I suppose, it was squally weather. The drizzle kept coming and going, and it never went away, but it never became anything more. It just teased the teams, but the session did get slower. But now the pressure is on. They've had free practice, the one session. Now they've got to go for a time. It's qualifying, and they don't know whether they can rely on tomorrow's session being drier or not. So they've got to get a banker lap in here. And for many of these drivers who are new to the circuit, and some are new to the cars as well as the circuit, it's pressure time. Wet tyres for some. May well be that we're going to see a tyre change as the session goes on.
This is remarkable, isn't it? It is a combined qualifying that they have over two qualifying sessions, the end of today and the end of tomorrow. But we don't know what the conditions are going to be. As you say, tomorrow it's going to be potentially a changeable day. It was changeable yesterday. It was wet, and then it was dry, and it was wet. That's the way it's been today. Okay, wetter today than it was yesterday. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. And this is the first competition that we've had on circuit this weekend, and it is also the first time that they've been out on a dry circuit. So 40 minutes, what's going to happen?
You reckon this is dry? I mean, it's dry-ish, drier, certainly, yeah. But wet tyres, and that surprises me because I wouldn't have thought it was wet enough for wets, but it's probably peace of mind that they're after, at least for a couple of quick laps, before they think about slicks.
Wet track declared, so every time we've had a session today, it has been declared wet conditions.
But that puts the onus on the teams to make the tyre choice. It is probably worth an exploratory lap on the wets.
Yeah.
And once the bulk of the field do it, then everybody kind of follows suit. Had somebody gone for slicks, you might find that the catalyst in that direction, and it will come, I'm sure.
And also, if we're going to have no rain for the next 40 minutes, what better way to help dry out the circuit than wet tyres?
True enough. So if it stays as it is with no further rain, later in the session, certainly you can anticipate pit stops to go on to a set of slick tyres. So the best time that we had this morning was Oliver Goethe, who was absolutely mighty to be 2 seconds quicker than Freddie Slater. Alex Dunn was third, Noah Leon was fourth. One driver that found the wall rather substantially was James Wharton, the Australian driver. A legacy of his accident is that his car, which comes out of the ART Grand Prix operation, that's had an engine change.
Has it? Okay.
And there is Tuukka Taponen, who was the FR Middle East champion back at the start of the year. There is Jin Nakamura for the Toms Formula team, Toms being Tachi Oiwa Motorsport, which has run cars, built engines, built cars as well. There was a Toms F3 chassis, if you remember, in the early 1990s that Rickard Rydell, amongst others, was a race winner in. Good creative crash helmet design for Nakamura. That's the man that was quickest this morning then, Oliver Goethe, the Red Bull Junior, with the Rothko legend on the side, the company of his father. And Oliver Goethe good to go, as also there is Rikuta Kobayashi, who was in the barriers quite early on in the earlier session. So Kobayashi needs a bit of mileage out of this qualifying session, as well as a decent lap time.
With the raw carbon look on that car, it looks mean and stealth, doesn't it?
All these cars are the same. They're all Tatius F3T 318 chassis. They've got 2-litre Renault engines. They've got 4 sets of Pirelli slicks, so they don't want to be wasting a set on a damp road, you could argue. They want to use them when it's totally dry. But we're in business. Qualifying 1 for the FR World Cup. The Macau Grand Prix is underway. There's a whole queue of cars ready to go. We're in business. This, for the first time, for the 71st running of the Macau Grand Prix, is a qualifying session, and it is absolutely essential now to keep it off the wall.
Competition starts right here. It's been free practice all the way up until this, and this is the only competitive session that we have today. The first of the qualifying sessions, 40 minutes around the Kia circuit here at Macau. And, well, let's just have a look as we follow them round. How much of the circuit is dry, how much is wet, and how much is really wet, because it's a long circuit, this, and it goes up, it goes down, and it twists around the hills around Macau. So potentially, as we look down there, it looks to be pretty damp heading up San Francisco Hill. They then head up towards Maternity, and the twisting nature of the circuit, the walls either side, the barriers either side, this is where it gets really rather tight. And as we watch the quickest car from this morning, Oliver Goethe, the #1 car, threading its way, leading the rest of the field around. I wonder what the feedback's going to be from the drivers as they've reached around about half distance around the lap, as to whether it's going to be a compromise, whatever, isn't it?
Yep.
But is it going to be a wet tyre? Is it going to be a dry tyre? Or can we have an intermediate, please?
That's what they'd like.
Yeah,
because that's where the track surface is right now.
Yeah,
but
is,
I think the reason they're not bailing for slicks now is that you're going to spoil a set drying the road with them.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily a case of having to wait for them to come up to temperature. The road isn't dry enough, and by the time it is, you'll have taken so much life out of them that it's not worth it. So you might as well waste the wets, because as you've made the point, if we're going to have the 2 races, which are the important bits, on a dry track surface, let's waste these wets. We're stuck with them.
Let's have slick tyres for the racing.
Yeah, but only when it's a bone-dry, dead-set, bone-dry circuit. This isn't, so let's not waste them.
And these wet tyres, if everyone worked together and said, OK, let's spend the first 20 minutes, dry the circuit, keep the wet tyres on, and then we'll have competition over the final 20 minutes. It won't happen.
No.
But it'd be great if it did.
It would indeed. You can see a bit of weaving going on to get some warm into the tyres. The interesting thing will be who and when is the first one to blink and go for slicks to roll the dice. But we're not there yet.
Certainly not, but we're moving up the pace now, aren't we?
So 2:41 is the benchmark time. Now, granted, the first session of the day was quite a long time ago, and it was on a wet road that was drying, wasn't it?
Big balls of spray for the majority of it.
Yeah, that's true. So it's much, much drier already. So we should be on immediately for quicker lap times. What we might also be seeing are drivers going to the wetter parts of the circuit to keep these wets alive.
Keep the tyres as cool and as long life as they can,
Because eventually you're going to want the slicks. Trouble is, and they're all going to face this, if you look at the circuit now, should you get to the point where you are on a push lap and you need to overtake, overtaking is offline, offline is wet. Wet, not good for your slicks.
Just having a look at the grandstand as well, gives us a barometer of whether we've got a sprinkling of rain at the moment. I don't think so, but it's certainly very windy, and I'm sure that there are parts of the circuit that these cars, these FR cars, are going to be affected by this wind.
Yeah, you'd like to think that it's the faster, more open parts of the circuit down from the start line to Lisboa, where it might be more of an issue, because this is the slower section anyway, the twistier mountain part of the circuit. However, right now, Oliver Goethe presses on, and he will be the first driver really to offer us up. Oh dear, big damage already sustained there by Liu Rui-Chi, and the PHM racing car brings out the red flag.
Yeah, Liu Rui-Chi's car is unfortunately deranged at the fronts, and therefore it won't take a moment to lift that car, get it out the way. That's going to be purple crane that's going to be brought into action. That's a pretty big piece of kit as well.
Understeers out wide, loses the back, and kaboom.
Doesn't take much there, does it? And it's pretty wet there as well.
Yeah.
Pretty damp on that run through Lisboa.
But again, the line he was on was going to be wetter because it's not where you want to be. So no one's tried that.
Yeah.
So once he was wrong, it was always going to end badly, I think. So big shame for Lu Rei-Chi, who in the free practice session earlier on was 20th out of the 27. We have 27, although only 26 did a time. Kai Darianani not being able to do a lap this morning. So the crane...
I mean, I hate to go on about this, but look at the reach on that crane. It's really impressive.
It is. What we need first, though, is permission for the marshal to go trackside to attach Part A to Part B. So, awaiting instruction.
Already the flatbed recovery vehicle is in place, so once the car is lifted and swung over the barrier, it can be on its way back to the paddock and we can get things quickly back underway.
And because this is qualifying, the clock, as you can see, stops. So they're not losing any track time out of this. And also, of course, the road is drying. The longer the session lasts, the drier the road will be. Even if it's only the ambient temperature helping to evaporate some of the water, it's all helping.
I have to wiggle the car just to get the nose out because they do get pointed straight into that tyre barrier down there.
So a few more hands on deck, I think, but we're almost good. And then it's up and away. So it doesn't take long from the last car arriving in the pit lane to get things back underway. Again, interesting to see now whether any team says, OK, we'll go for slicks now.
Do you think they will?
Well, no, because I don't think it's dry enough.
No.
But now would be the opportune situation in which to do it under a red flag, because you're not then losing live track time, if you see what I mean. But if this were 20 minutes later, yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you think they might be counting on the fact there might be another stop of the session?
Yes.
I think there might be.
So more and more drivers heading into the pit lane, and do the marshals want some help to make some barrier repairs there, possibly? Because
are they tyres down there strapped together down at this bar?
I thought so.
Yeah, I thought so too.
But if that belting is punctured, they might want that.
They need to maybe work on that. Yeah.
So an early stoppage, and nobody yet has done a lap time.
Just having a look what was happening before. Alex Dunn had put in a purple sector on that last lap, hadn't he? On sector 4. Alex Dunn, who was very impressive last year, his first appearance at the Macau Grand Prix in different cars. This the first year we've had the FR cars competing. We've had F4 cars for a few years here competing for the Macau Grand Prix, and we've had Formula 3 cars, FIA Formula 3 cars, and FR cars this year, which is very much in the spirit. We were saying it this morning, weren't we? The spirit of the Macau Grand Prix for many, many years, to have champions from various championships around the world all coming here to compete, almost like who is the king of the king.
Exactly. Yeah, like a shootout at the end of the season. And Alex Dunn, as you say, a talented young driver. He was the runner-up last year in GB3. British F4 champion 2 years ago. Tough season this year in FIA Formula 3. 14th in the championship. And there you look at the wet tyre that adorns number 16, James Wharton's car, complete with its new engine. James did a couple of races in GB3 this year, Australian karting champion, UAE Formula 4 champion, and was second in the FR Europe Championship this year with 4 wins. So he's one of the favourites, I would think, for this weekend. Right, track is clear, and the session is going to be underway in about a minute and a half, just over. So we're almost ready to go back into business. As you see, Tuukka Tappanen, who lots of people are tipping for a win this weekend, but he didn't really get a chance to sparkle in free practice. He was 5th in that, but Tappanen was the FR Middle East champion back at the start of the season, 5 times a winner, and 3rd behind James Wharton in the FR Europe Championship. Same number of wins as Wharton, 4, but was 3rd in the championship. And Tappanen, a member of the Ferrari Driver Academy. 1 or 2 more that you can see, including their Kanato Lee for ART Grand Prix.
few of them are having little tweaks to set up down in pit lane, maybe a little tweak on the front wing or something like it, but I think we should soon be getting this session back underway with 35 minutes and 33 seconds left to run. Didn't get much done during that, did we?
No. No, nobody's done a lap time yet.
No.
So, Liu Chi, the one that, I'm afraid, spoilt the party. Next one there you can see is Jin Nakamura, another of the Tom's Formula drivers. And Nakamura staying on his wets, getting ready for the resumption of the session. On some Super GT this last season as well. There is Rikuta Kobayashi.
I haven't seen anyone changed.
No.
All on wets.
No. Japanese F4 champion last year, Kobayashi, and in the Super Formula Lights as teammate to his teammate here, in fact, Jin Nakamura. So they've been together all season and are together here as well. Green flag, Alan.
Here we go then. Down pit lane they go. They are pretty much, let's have a look at just as they leave pit lane. If anybody happens to be on a tyre other than a wet tyre, which I doubt very much that they will be, but you know what? Maybe it is a lot wetter out there than maybe we give it credit from looking on the television screen, because everybody leaves pit lane on a wet tyre. Don't think it's raining out there at the moment, is it? It is raining. Okay. So word coming back that it is still raining, so yeah, we're not going to see a change of tyre, are we?
No, not yet. Depends how serious this rain is, but for the moment everyone is happy to be on a wet tyre. Right, so we're back in business, and really the session starts here, doesn't it? Because nothing had been achieved hitherto, so now we reset and go again.
So if they're going to stay on wet tyres throughout the duration of today, and it is dry tomorrow, then today's qualifying session is going to count for very, very little. However, it could be a lot wetter tomorrow than it is now. It could be like we had first thing this morning, which was very, very wet, big balls of spray. We wouldn't have been able to see two cars in that shot this morning.
No, that's right. And that's why that is such a costly error from Liu Chi, because he might well have needed a banker lap, and he hasn't even got that. They're the Prema team, the Theodore squad, keeping everybody back and waiting, because everybody else would have disappeared now. They've got clear real estate around them, so they've got the road to themselves.
I don't know why more teams don't think of doing that, you know. I don't know what's to be gained by going out in the huge collection of cars right at the start.
And they've also spaced them a little bit as well. So there's a bit of daylight around each one. Those three cars being Dino Beganovic, that had a crash in FP this morning, Freddie Slater and Alex Dunn.
So now, whatever happens, the majority of the field are going to be in traffic now, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
Self-induced traffic.
Well, you blame the mechanic for releasing you at the time, but yes, you're right.
Exactly, yeah.
But equally, you know, you can't, not everybody can space themselves out. This is where they try and stack the field up behind a little bit, let the car ahead get away. So you've got a bit of a gap ready for the start of your flying lap next time through. Some achieve it better than others.
So we're nearing the end of the lap. If you can get as much heat into a wet tyre as you possibly can on the parts of the circuit that are conducive to doing that, this is one of them, to weave the car if you can and get a bit of heat into the tyre. Set yourself up for the first of the flying laps during this qualifying session. Oliver Goethe is going to be the first to go onto that flying lap across the line. Here we go.
And he was the man that starred in the free practice period this morning. So coming out of Reservoir Bend, then speed building all the time. This part of the circuit gives no suggestion that it's raining, does it? It still looks damp offline, but a lot better than it's done pretty much all day. And Goethe then now goes through Mandarin down towards Lisboa, getting away from the traffic behind, going for the dry line for the moment. Down to Lisboa, sets the car up, and this has got to be neat and smooth and committed, and it is every one of those things as he comes out the other side, steering between the wet part on either side of him.
San Francisco Hill and the climb up towards the tightest section of the circuit now, with the wall on the right, the wall on the left. The barriers get tighter and tighter as he threads his way around. Wall on the left-hand side, around Teddy Ip and Maternity. There we go, down towards the left-hander at Teddy Ip, and then on towards the Solitude S's, where the car from left to right, very tight and twisty section of the circuit. I love some of the camera shots here where you can see them working at the wheel inside the cockpit, and working they are. So close to the barrier on the left-hand side.
And even on the part of the circuit where in theory you might be able to relax a little bit, the speeds are so high that it's almost more mentally demanding. So through Moorish, and then Police comes a sideways Goethe there. The back tried to wag, but he corrected that, but a little bit too much speed carried down the hill.
Wow. You don't have too many moments like that, do you?
Not that you can get away with, that's for sure. Not here.
On to Donna Maria.
Yeah.
That's the left-hander. Barrier tight on the right-hand side towards Melko. The hairpin, no overtaking. And then you see the green flashing LED panel after that point. Overtaking allowed once more. It's a yellow panel light, a yellow flag throughout the course of the weekend. And now the circuit opens up.
So out of Fisherman's Bend towards the R Bend comes the Red Bull liveried car of Oliver Goethe. Most of the corner names here relate to something nearby.
Ooh.
Big damage now in the wall. That is going to be another red flag. And is that the American driver Jet Bowling who has gone into the wall? The Kiwi Motorsport car is very badly damaged, and the red flag is shown. This is Tuukka Tappinen, who is on a quick lap, but it's all going to be for nothing because the red flag is out. And he will have just got a lap time in that was good enough to be second fastest. So Goethe, Tappinen and Rini Cella have done a time. Nobody else has. So Tappinen just got through before the red flag. So the lap that he's on counts for nothing, but the one he's completed was enough to put him second. Wow.
A qualifying session in segments, this, isn't it?
Yeah.
We have only completed 10 minutes of the 40 for this qualifying session for the FIA FR World Cup here at Macau, the Macau Grand Prix, and with a fastest time, 2:32.4 for Oliver Goethe.
That's coming out of Police, isn't it? The Moorish Police right section.
Yeah.
It's the second element of it, I think.
It's Moorish, yeah.
Sideways, whacks the wall, destroys the rear and the left, and then hits the barrier again. So Jet Bowling, American Carter, had a rather nasty accident back in 2021, broke a rib, and he thought about walking away from the sport, but then decided, no, I'm going to carry on. His father was a massive supporter and has been one of the front runners in the FR Americas Championship as well this season. Bowling Senior went for good names with his sons, Jet and Cash, the two children.
They are good American
cool names, aren't they?
Yeah, very cool names.
His brother's a photographer, and this, I'm afraid, is a rather sorry picture, as he just got it sideways, bang, and lots of damage done in a very short space of time.
Yeah. And you can also see that the barriers do what the barriers are meant to do, to contain the accident, to absorb the impact. And unfortunately, the net result of that is plenty of damage to the car. So that's not going to be an early night, is it, for the Kiwi Motorsport team?
No, afraid you're right. So that car with a lot of damage, and the American driver new to the circuit, of course. Now we've got a lot to ponder. It's a shame that red flag came out when it did, because we'd had an absolute best in the first sector from the Kazakhstan driver Alexander Alkazova. But the lap was taken away on the basis that the red flag came out, and therefore he couldn't get to the end of it.
Seeing more tweaking to front wings as well. I keep looking at this strapping on the where the roof would be on the grandstand. See how windy it is.
Yeah. well, the flags above the pit lane are getting ever more blown around. So lots of marshals on the scene, and it's to get rid of all the debris, which is scattered over quite a radius now. So Jet Bowling is out of the car, walks away. Medical team will make sure he's all right, and the larger parts of an FR car put behind the barrier. One thing you have got to do for the Macau weekend, order plenty of spares.
Quite right. And as we have a look at the cars, even time for a bit of a wipe there in pit lane. Is that with a specific reason for the number 14 car?
I think just to make sure that there's nothing that might get sucked into the side pods when it's at speed. Because the street circuit will have all sorts of bits and bobs lying around that you don't want to get drawn into anywhere that could do any mechanical damage.
So for Niall's car that was just being checked over.
And those that got through onto a flying lap, like Valerio Rinicella, come down the pit lane now. Rinicella, protege of Giancarlo Fisichella, and Marco Ciocci, Ferrari racers both. Rinicella, 20th in the European FR Series this year. And the car dragged back into its garage.
Previously third in the Spanish F4 Championship. And it used to be said about Formula 3, probably 20 years ago, that it was a 2-year assault, that you had to sort of find your feet in the first year and then maybe have an attack for the title in the second year. F4 seems to be that way as well, doesn't it, these days? And drivers that stay in F4 for maybe 1 year and then move on to something like these FR championships that appear around the world, then maybe it's the 2-year assault on these titles.
But if you can do it in 1 year, it illustrates your ability, doesn't it?
Oh yes,
and
very much so.
From the next rung up, it's like the Holy Grail to find somebody that can jump through the ranks. And occasionally they happen. Think Kimi Raikkonen, Formula Renault to Formula 1.
Which was an astonishing step at the time, wasn't it? UK Formula Renault.
That's right. And people said, oh, he shouldn't be doing that. And then he became a world champion, which rather proved that he did have the ability.
And that year, he was also doing national service.
That's right. Yeah.
So there was a weekend, was there not, at Donington, where I chatted to him in the pit lane. I think you were there as well. Yeah. And he said, yeah, this morning I was just doing a bit of square bashing or whatever it was they were doing in the morning, and catch a flight and then get in the Formula Renault car, put it on pole and set yourself up for the weekend.
I had it in my mind that he started 1 year of Britain and then had to bail for the national service and came back the year after, and that's when he mopped up.
Is that what happened?
I think it was something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, he rather proved the point of how good he is. There you can see Evan Gilter, French driver for ART Grand Prix, and like many, yet to do a lap time. Number 6 is Tuukka Taponen, the R-Ace GP entry. And Taponen, who has come effectively into FR this season after a good pedigree in F4 and the Formula Academy Finland prior to that. He's part of the Ferrari Driver Academy. Number 18 is Kanato Lee, Japanese driver under a British license, and somebody that we've seen racing in British F4 in the last few seasons. Another of the Red Bull drivers, Enzo Deligny, born in Shanghai. Father used to be a one-make VW racer, and Macau debut for Deligny. Jin Nakamura, one of the two Quick Tom's Japanese representatives, and everybody's still happy to be on the wet tyre. So as the road dries a touch, and certainly he's getting clearer of debris, there Uga Chukwu, the very tall American McLaren development driver, McLaren Junior, 11th in FR in Europe this year.
Third in British F4 the previous year. And you're right to say a tall driver. Don't know how he quite fits in the tub of this car, because he's incredibly tall.
Yeah. And there is the only palindromic driver on the grid, Noel Leon, who was here last year and is pretty rapid. So Still no restart time being confirmed as Sota Ogawa gets ready to go. So the car of the American driver, Jet Bowling, being retrieved. Murray Boyer now wheels off. Now, is that for a setup adjustment? I think it is, because the wets are by the side of the car. They've not got slicks by the side of the car. So I think that's for an adjustment more than anything to do with tyres. And in fact, there, spots of rain back on the camera.
I was going to say, the security man that's standing in front of us with a poncho and takes his hood on and off has just put the hood back up.
Oh.
So that is our barometer. Yep, hood's going up and umbrellas being very tightly hung on to. So it's blowy, it's wet, it's
Macau.
It's well, no, that's unfair. It's I've never known it like this.
No.
I have never ever known it like this. But there is a windy season for sure here at Macau, but it's not normally the time of year that coincides with the Grand Prix. You just see the trees over there. It's really very blustery.
Dino Beganovic having a little adjustment, but that car good to go, as also is Thiago Rodriguez there, another of the Evans GP entries, Mitch Evans' team, Formula E star. And Thiago Rodriguez, who was the Chinese F4 champion last year, so he was here 12 months ago in the first weekend in the Formula 4 event that we had, as was this man, Freddie Slater, who was impressive then and continues to impress.
16 years of age is Freddie. Quite incredible what these young drivers do. What's the quickest guy you'd like to drive around the gear circuit here at Macau?
What's the what, sorry?
What's the quickest guy you'd like to drive around the circuit? Yeah.
I'll be very happy in a little road sport.
So would I, yeah. Very happy. And they're 16 years old and competing in a powerful single-seater around the streets of Macau. That's incredibly impressive. Alex Dunn was incredibly impressive last year, 18 years old. He is the qualified 6th last year, 2nd in the qualification race, and then crashed out of the final, unfortunately.
You talk about 16-year-olds and racing at Macau and being impressive. It's the only time they can legally drive on the road.
It's a very good
point. Or a road, yeah.
It's a very good point, well made, yeah.
Rashid Daheri for the PHM racing team. Teammate Matteo De Paolo behind him. There is Alexander Abkhazova for Santalok, which is normally thought of as a GT team, Sebastian Chatai's team, but has expanded through French F4 and then Spanish F4 into FR racing. There for Pro Racing, number 26, that is Matteo De Paolo. And still, I'm afraid, no news as to a resumption time. But the road is getting much wetter. There's not much argument now. It's proper raining.
You're right.
Right, so there is the car free of the wall. Took a little bit of dislodging, I think, that. And now that it's gone, just the last few bits and pieces can be swept up or kicked out of the way. And then we'll be in business. And just to make sure that the all the track furniture is in place. Now they've got that car extricated. I think they seem to be reasonably happy that they have done. So that's good news as the track workers make their way back to post. Just that little bit of debris, which will be taken care of, no doubt. But this is good news. Yeah.
So we've only had 10 minutes of this session.
It feels like longer.
Yes, it does.
Yes, and we are into the last minute of stoppage time, so we're going to get back underway at 15:55 local, and it's just now 45 seconds away from that, so we're almost good to go again. So what we've been saying about the importance of qualifying and the need to get a banker lap because you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, they didn't listen to us. That's 2 red flags.
No, I know. And at the start of this session, it was quicker than it's going to be, I think, for the rest of the session. The rain coming down now. It's getting wetter again. It was at its driest right at the start. So, well, let's see what's going to happen. Let's have a look at the weather forecast as well for tomorrow, but not until the morning.
So, 10 seconds to go. Those lights are ready to blink to green and get the resumption of the session underway with once more that mad scramble to get out there. And we'll see which of the savvy teams which are learning, and we'll be prepared to lag back. There's not much lagging there, look. Oliver Goethe, I think, is going to go out a little bit later, but his teammates have fled. So there's the queue of cars, as I say, everybody in the same Tatius Renault chassis, an engine combination, Pirelli tyres for everybody as well. The only variable, therefore, in this session is down to tyre choice, but I think we've had so much rain, forget slicks.
We've got the spray bag.
Yeah, it's wet enough now to be wet all the way to the end.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Yep, so those early session quick lap times, they may well count to be extremely important in qualifying over the course of today and tomorrow. Oliver Goethe's time, a 2:32.482. And I reckon now with these balls of spray, it looks a lot more like when we saw the cars out on circuit first thing this morning.
So, if the track surface now is as wet as it is, what we're looking at is the battle to be fourth fastest, because they're not going to be able to threaten the 3 times that were done on a dry-ish road. And already, we've got people in trouble.
Already.
Up the escape road down at Lisboa has their gone 55, which is Rotaro Sato, son of Takuma Sato. But, yeah, the road is wetter. Therefore, we're looking at times that are going to be slower than they were before the red flag, and we only got 3 of those in. So Goethe, Tappanen and Rinicella have timed it right by being able to be at the front of the queue and get a lap time in. So Sato will try to rejoin, and we'll see how close to those earlier times we can actually get. What that also proves, not that they necessarily would have known it, Alan, is that Prema's trick of lagging back for clear track space went against them, because they weren't able to get the lap in before the red flag.
It totally did. Yeah, you're right, you're right, you're right. Well, you have to take, as a team, you have to take a decision, you have to take a choice. It's a roll of a dice. Sometimes it may pay off, and sometimes it definitely doesn't.
And now they've gone out with everybody else, but stuck in traffic. So, which is the lesser of the evils. Yeah, what Prema, in fairness, did not know was that there was going to be a stoppage in quite the way that it came about. However,
you can never count on anything at Macau.
No, you can have the best plan, the best strategy, and somebody else can kick it into the long grass for you.
You're right. Anything can happen at Macau.
This is the very slow run to the Melco hairpin, where not only is it slow because it's a tight corner, but people are slowing down so that the car ahead can sort of escape up the road, and then you speed up and try and get a bit of a gap so you don't get into traffic.
So it's difficult. It's so difficult. We've got 3 times that have been set, and the rest of them have yet to set a time. And we were saying this morning in free practice, what can be achieved by being on the circuit the way it is? A lot was achieved this morning because we've now got the same conditions this afternoon in qualifying as we had first thing.
Right, I'm intrigued to see how close we get to those lap times, but it's a proper wet road again, I'm afraid to say.
It is.
Not that it looks wet consistently all the way around. It's certainly quite wet where we are at the start and finish line. Macau being one of the few places where the start and finish line are the same thing. It's quite often you have a different place for a start line compared to the timing line. Anyway, that's another rabbit hole not to go down. Number 3 you're looking at then, pressing on, that being the third of the MP Motorsport entries for Matteo Colnaghi. Did Oliver Goethe go out? No, Goethe and Tappanen are still sitting in the pit lane. I would not be surprised if they stayed there, because they've nothing to achieve.
Why would they go out?
Absolutely.
Absolutely nothing to be achieved, and potentially a lot to be lost.
Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, you could argue they're going to get mileage and track experience. Well, Goethe doesn't need it because he's been here before. Tappanen hasn't, okay. But if he's confident enough to be able to do that lap time, don't think he necessarily needs to drive around and admire the scenery, does he?
Pop the kettle on and watch the telly for the next half an hour.
Now there, is Uga Chukwu. And have we had a car in the wall? There was one of the MP Motorsport cars in the background that looked a little bit crab-like. We're getting a replay here also of more drama down at Lisboa. And Kai Darianani going straight on up the escape road and very nearly tangling Evan Gilter with him. Darianani was the first casualty of the day up the escape road, right at the very start of free practice, and never got a lap time in that session. And the British driver is in further strife. Yeah, that car has been in the wall, hasn't it? Look, it is crab-like,
yeah,
and it's been tweaked at the back. Now, is that Rinicello or is that Colnaghi? I think it is Colnaghi's car.
We shall see in due course. It's heading down from the Melco hairpin down towards the completion of the lap and into pit lane. 24 minutes just over.
Past us has just gone Rinicello, so there it is, Matteo Colnaghi, and you can see he bounced it off the barrier. He's tweaked the suspension, and I'm being polite when I say tweaked. So he's heading for the pit lane with a very, very crab-like car.
Yeah, really difficult. So straight into pit lane. So that's been costly, hasn't it?
When you say straight into, I know what you mean, but it's just slightly off straight, isn't it?
Doing a good job of doing it.
Yeah, exactly. He did a good job of getting around the Melco hairpin as well in that state. Right, there is James Wharton going through, another fancied runner this weekend. So the last lap that people have done, 2:37, Alex Dunn, 2:32 is the best. So 5 seconds difference in the wet. There's your answer. And it's getting wetter rather than drier.
So Alex Dunn briefly best of the rest, other than the 3 that set the time early on, but that now changes. Aldaheri is now best of those out on circuit at the moment. Freddie Slater second, Matteo De Paolo third, and that relates to 4th, 5th and 6th overall. Red flag again, red flag.
Now, for why this time? I'm not aware that we'd seen a car off, unless it's the weather.
We haven't. Just seeing if we can find out whereabouts around the circuit that is.
I can't believe it's the weather, because it's not as bad as it was for free practice, and that ran. So unless it's Darianani who didn't get out of the escape road, and they don't want the car left there, because if anybody else goes off, they'll encounter it. So let's wait and find out. But third stoppage.
Not the work of a moment to find out when you've got these huge balls of spray around the circuit. We've got multiple camera points around the circuit, but picking things out in a ball of spray, not always easy.
So again, the clock stops. You've no plans for dinner, have you? We could be a while yet if we get to the end of the session. I say that rather facetiously, because there is the curfew to get the roads open, and it is Darianani's car, look, and he's failed to do the U-turn, so it's now effectively blocking the escape road, and that just can't be allowed to sit there.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that that has to be a stoppage rather than getting the crane to it under a, let's say, a full course yellow.
And it looks like that can be moved just on those little dollies that fits underneath the wheels. So was that not an escape road? Something is wrong with the car, is it? Is that why he went down the escape road?
I think he just understeered it off, or arrived too quickly and couldn't make the corner, went up the escape road, and has then, in the process of trying to turn it, stalled it, can't refire it.
Right.
You can't leave it where it was on the escape road, it's got to be moved. But these days, the FIA's governing regulations for the sport say that if you're going to have marshals trackside, it's either got to be under a safety car or a red flag.
Yeah. You
can't have it during a live session. So you have to stop it, marshals quickly get the incident sorted out, and you go again. Rui Marquez is the race director for the Macau Grand Prix, the FR World Cup this weekend, before he takes over next weekend in Las Vegas, the Formula One race director's role, which was announced yesterday, a couple of days ago. So a big surprise, but bravo, well done Rui Marquez, very experienced race official. So everybody comes back down the pit lane.
I've started tally marks for the first time today.
Oh.
Red flags.
Right, so we're up to three.
Yeah. It is, and the only reason I've done that is because sometimes it's difficult to remember when you get these constant interruptions. You don't really get into any kind of flow of the session, and you look back and you think, How many stoppages have we had?
And who caused the first one?
So I've no idea.
Right.
I can't remember. Can you?
Yes. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but Lu Rei Chi is the answer.
Oh, well done. Yeah. You're right.
Thank you. So,
it says here.
The session suspended again. Some of the cars, when they get to the pit lane, are being taken to the scrutineering area. Others released to the teams. So there is Valerio Rinicella, still third fastest. Comes down the pit road. And what have we got left? 23 minutes, effectively, in a very, very bitty session.
Yeah, very difficult. No flow. What you want to do is to get a few laps in, so you can do it in whatever conditions, just so you can get into some kind of a groove and get into some kind of a flow. But they're not able to do that, and it's very difficult.
I know the weather has got quite a lot to say about that, but the one session that we've gone through without any interruption at all has been the one for the real AMS, the earlier road sport session. And there is another road sport session to come, which has been cleverly put at the end of the day because they've got headlights.
It has, and we are losing light, aren't we? It's getting darker and darker, and it's been pretty dark and gloomy all day, but darkness descends, nighttime darkness descends over this area of the world quite quickly, and by 6 o'clock it's pretty much ready to go, which is great news for all the hotels and casinos, because Macau at nighttime lights up like nowhere else in the world.
Yeah, I'm still surprised that one year they can't persuade Macau as an entity that what you need is just one day where we'll open the roads a bit later, because a night race around here with all the casinos lit up would look pretty awesome.
Wouldn't it just?
I mean, yes.
Wouldn't it just?
The Macau Grand Prix puts Macau on the map globally, fine. And what you see is fascinating, and it gives you a taste of Macau.
Yeah.
But what we see at night is a different place altogether when it's all lit up.
It really is. I get a huge amount of joy taking people around for the first time at night time. I did it with you. I've done it with Chris, who is the circuit commentator. I've done it with Stephen, one of our journalists, here for the first time this weekend. I get a great deal of joy taking them to a couple of the sort of highlight hotels, which happened for me umpteen years ago. And you take them there and you just see the wonderment. Yes, this is a hotel lobby, correct. Yes, there is a huge tree.
Yeah. Oh, yes, that's right. Yeah.
It's just wonderful.
Now, an Alan Hyde guided tour is quite something, especially when you end up in the courtroom the morning after. So, quite something. So everybody back into the pit lane, and we are about 10 seconds away, because it was an easy move once the marshals were allowed trackside. So the green flag is going to be waved now.
For a remaining just under 23 minutes of this qualifying session, the first qualifying session of the weekend for the 2024 Macau Grand Prix, the 21st Macau Grand Prix here. Under wet conditions all day today. We've had one or two sessions that were drying, but predominantly wet sessions today. And this is not going to be nice, is it? That view from the cockpit, the ball of spray that you'll be driving just behind, not very nice indeed.
I've just been reminded by Dutch journalist René de Boer that there is actually a night race every night, and it's between the taxis and the local traffic. So there is one. Yeah. Right, we're back in business then. Still a wet, slippery surface, and forget banker laps, because everyone has thrown caution to the wind here. And they're going to have another push, but the rain is still falling, the umbrellas are still up, and let's see how far we can go now before somebody else oversteps their limit.
And the balls of spray are even more evident now after that last stoppage. So, yep, you're quite right. The circuit is getting wetter and wetter and wetter. And with Goethe and Tappanen, of course, remaining in pit lane, well, those times are not going to be got anywhere near in the conditions now. Another one stops.
It's going to be down at Lisboa, isn't it? Up the escape road. And he would have gone straight on, and has not kept the engine running by the look of it. Needs to try and spin turn the car. Please get going. Please get going. That's straight out of the pits, down towards Lisboa, and just goes straight on. And that's Thiago Rodriguez, I reckon.
I think Mauro Engel would get quite a few participants if he ran a masterclass in how to get out of the escape road at Lisboa.
Yes, because he'd had to do the spin turn earlier on, and
he
did it
supremely well.
Yeah. Never noticed he'd sort of been at the escape road. It was all done and dusted in the blink of an eye. And he just drove out like he was joining the road.
Did anyone see that?
Yep.
Good. Got away with it.
Move on. Right then. Green flag, green light still on, so the session remains live despite that car being up the escape road. Oliver Gerter and Tuka Tappanen have still not ventured back out, so they didn't need to waste their time in the last bit that never was, and they still don't have anything to really need to go out for. Red flag. Back to your tally marks.
Oh yeah, well done, thank you. 4.
That's 4.
4.
And it's purely because the car's gone in the escape road and has stalled. Can't get going.
But the good news in all of this is we're almost halfway through. So there's only been 4 red flags in the first 20 minutes. You're looking for the positive in that as well.
Yeah.
So am I.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not great, is it? Oh dear.
Unless you tell me that it means there are fewer cars for the next part and the next part and the next part.
It means the second half is going to be without interruption.
Right,
It's going to be fine.
So Thiago Rodriguez triggers the stoppage, and the car will be moved out of harm's way. And the rather bedraggled marshals help that car further and further and further up the escape road, so it's not going to be in striking distance.
So it's not going to take too long to get that car to a place of safety, which means we can get the qualifying session, qualifying 1, back underway. 20 minutes and 17 seconds of this session yet to go, as they're getting used to this now, aren't they? This is the drill. Bring it back, get it stopped, get it into place, and then count down for the resumption. I'm not sure this is going to take too long. Ugo Chukwu brings his car in. He's still only 17 years old, you know. Competed in British F4 back in 2022. One of the McLaren driver development program drivers. US driver, and still only 17 years of age, Ugo. So the umbrellas, the rain continues to come down. Actually, heavier rain than we've seen for a long time.
And I think even when the session does go live, you might find fewer takers. Only because, as we are increasingly seeing, risk versus reward now is getting to the point that you know, pretty much everybody, I think, has done a time that is able to do.
Yes.
You're not going to be able to improve over what you've done because it's wetter. There is kind of no point now.
Yeah. Would just be a large risk, wouldn't it?
Yeah. The only benefit is mileage.
Yes.
Learning about the circuit, but you've got to be doing that at sort of 7/10 of pace to be absolutely sure that you're not going to put it anywhere near a barrier. So that is the car that was tweaked early on, Mattia Colnaghi. So they were able to sort out the damage and get him back out and running, which is quite impressive. So Colnaghi pushed back the Richard Mille watch backed car. There also returning to the team is James Wharton, the ART Grand Prix entrant. And again, it shouldn't take too long to get the session back live. So we've got 19 drivers that have done a lap time. We know that Lou, Bowling, Darinani and Rodriguez are not going to be able to do because they've been in the wars. but there are still a number of drivers that have not done a lap time because the red flags have scuppered their chances of doing a flying lap.
Just over a minute until we get the session back underway. It's just coming up to 16:15 local time, 4:15 local time, and 16:16. So 1 minute's time is when we get the session back underway.
So Kobayashi, Sato, Kolnagi and Lee are the ones that need a lap. They haven't got anything to their names. In the case of Kolnagi, because he pitted because of damage. In the case of the others, because their laps have always been scuppered by a red flag. So those four need to be on the circuit, if nobody else.
And we just saw that the weather does not dampen the spirits of the spectators, eagerly awaiting the resumption of this session. So just about half of the session yet to go. It's all going to run beautifully now for the second half of the session. There'll be no stoppages.
I'm holding you to this.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. And
Right.
then we'll have a mighty Macau road sports session at the end of this.
True enough. Right.
They were superb earlier.
Oh, they were?
They were superb.
Yeah. So 5 seconds before the green lights go on. And, I mean, that was a little bit undercooked, you've got to say, by Rodriguez to trigger that on your out lap. Not even a proper pace lap. That last red flag. But here we go again. And out goes Sam. But look, it's a much fuller pit lane than it used to be, as people wonder what the benefit of going out
Because
really
they
is.
are weighing up the pros and cons, the potential things that could happen during this, and saying, you know what, we'll stick with this and we'll take our run into what happens tomorrow as far as the weather is concerned.
So the drivers that have ventured out are from 10th and back, and not all of those either. No, Leon 13th hasn't gone out. I think he's banking on the fact that he knows the circuit will be able to improve tomorrow. So it's a horrible track surface now. You tiptoe your way around.
Really nasty, yeah.
Yeah.
See.
So power boating his way around. This is a driver that doesn't have a lap at all. Mathieu Kolnagi needs a lap time out of this, so let's see how he fares. He is pushing because he wants to get a bit of temperature into the tyres. And there's another one at Lisboa up the escape road. That is Abkazova, but he thankfully got it moving again. So up the escape road, as he was doing twice in free practice, Alexander Abkazova, Kazakhstani driver. But he's still moving, that's good. Rain continues to fall ever so heavily, and Mathieu Kolnagi then threading his way, not even to a time, but to the start of the flying lap, and finding all the puddles at the same time.
So unpleasant. I mean, really so unpleasant. And just look how close the barriers are. The wall on the outside, on the inside, the barrier. This is just not very nice, and a repeat of what just happened there with Abkazova going straight down the escape road at Lisboa. It's been a busy road, that.
Yeah. But he kept the engine running and booted it and kept the engine running after the spin turn, so he got it moving and was able to rejoin the road. So they've got Kolnagi ahead of the French driver Enzo Deligny. The two of them making their way up towards the start of the flying lap. Deligny for our ace, and for MP Motorsport it's Kolnagi. And bear in mind, Kolnagi did some damage to the suspension early on. They've done an amazing job of getting that car back out. Those red flag stoppages helped a little bit to buy them some time. Tiptoes out of Malco hairpin. And with fewer cars on track at the minute, there should be fewer opportunities for drama.
Well, we hope so.
Yeah.
That's the theory.
Tell you what, the fans are being remarkably stoic about this, because nobody has budged. Nobody has headed for the shelter. They've all stayed to watch the cars, and even though they're wet at the mermaid's flannels right now. They've all stayed.
As soon as they see themselves on the big screen, as usual, big waves.
Yeah, true.
Hang on, I'll just put the umbrella in the other hand so I can wave.
Talking of big waves, that's what you get as the cars come through the water. Kolnagi over the timing line, right, onto a flying lap. He survived the out lap. Now he's got to do it all over again, and now get a time. So let's see what he can do. Mathieu Kolnagi then accelerating down towards Mandarin, and the runner-up in the Spanish F4 Championship this year, graduating to an FR chassis. So new car to him, new circuit, and the worst weather conditions you could imagine. Welcome.
Yes. And by the way, it's not always like this.
No, No, sometimes it's drier and faster. So
yeah.
Welcome aboard. Down towards Lisboa he comes. This is increasingly the first pinch point of the lap, but he's okay there. Sideways, but he's okay.
Through Lisboa, bit of a wiggle on the run up towards San Francisco Hill. Oh, that, much more than a bit of a wiggle there. Goodness me. This is such a test, isn't it?
Oh, he's as safe as houses. He'll be right. Trust me. Through Teddy, through maternity, on the Solitude S's, and Matteo Colnaghi having an awful lot to adapt to. New track, new car, new team. Really challenging conditions, and needs a lap time out of this. Even if it's not mega, he just needs a lap. The drivers take their better time out of today and tomorrow's session for their grid position, and Colnaghi needs a time. Was there a car stranded there that he's just gone past, did I see, or was that something else that was by the side of the road?
I didn't see that.
Okay, might be my eyes. It's been a long day. Colnaghi has survived, what, 2/3 of the lap?
Yeah.
Still quite a bit to go. Here is where we had fouling in the barriers early on, and a sideways Colnaghi just about survives that as he heads up the hill now through Moorish. And then the road starts to open up a little bit up towards Donna Maria, goes over those white lines which mark out car parking spaces during the week, but equally you don't want to touch those in the wet. Painted wet markings on a track, bad news, and he has to steer clear of more of them coming down to Melco hairpin here.
Slipperiest surface known to man. Yeah, a race circuit with rain and painted markings to be avoided at all costs. Right, down towards the end of the lap now.
And a lap time beckons. This is Fisherman's through the right-hander, and then the straight down towards our bend. And as the speed starts to build, behind him is another driver pushing on, and that's Enzo Deligny. Deligny has already got a lap time to his name, and 2 minutes 40, so we'll see how this compares. But for Colnaghi, it's his first proper flying lap, and he comes up towards the line now. And a 2:52 for Colnaghi, and that will put him 20th. So he's the slowest of those that have done a lap time, but in fairness, that's no real surprise, given that he's done it now in the unofficial powerboating session.
Yeah, I was going to say, in the worst conditions, but the good news is all in one piece.
Yeah.
Because with the conditions the way they are, it's only going to take the slightest of problems, particularly here, for example, just coming out of the Melco hairpin. We saw it a number of times today. Put the power down too much, too soon, and all of a sudden you're facing the wrong way at the exit of Melco.
And tellingly, 1 or 2 drivers that ventured out have just boxed at the end of the lap. Yeah. Too wet, not going to go any quicker, don't want to risk it.
Can't do anything.
Don't like. Stop.
Yeah.
Let's wait and see. So the session continues, as you see there, Kanato Lee coming up towards the line.
Competed last year in British F4, did Kanato Lee. Came 7th in the championship, had a couple of overall race wins as well.
Well, he's up to 20th, and Rintaro Sato ahead of him is up to 21st, so Colnaghi actually drops back to 22nd in the times, but at least they've got a lap in finally, those 3 drivers. 12 3/4 minutes remain on the clock. This is James Wharton, still pushing on, finding quite a bit of water on the outside of the road coming out of our bend up towards the line. Goes through. If you're wondering why the car looks as it does, grey on one side and red with a sponsor on the other, it's because of an accident that he sustained in the practice session this morning. Did quite a lot of damage to that car. He dragged it around the rest of the lap as best he could, but it did do quite a lot of damage. And big aquaplaning moment as he finds a huge puddle there on the way down towards Mandarin, and that's not going to help your confidence on the way to a really fast right-hander where you need to be oh so committed.
This is taking such commitment for drivers that have such inexperience around the gear circuit here at Macau. It's just astonishing, really.
Melco hairpin in contrast. still lies there, ready to catch people out, but with still 11 3/4 minutes of the session to go, there are drivers trying to improve their times. And Sato improving 3 personal bests across the sectors. So it is possible to shuffle the order, even if we're never going to get a shuffle to the top 3 times that were done in dry conditions. But there is something to fight for lower down. But we've only got a handful of cars really circulating at the moment, including Ugo Kachukwu, who's gone back out. Here is Sato then, up towards the line. And a 2:47.6, the lap time. So an improvement. 3 improvements, bookended by slower sectors, but Sato then 20th, finds a bit of pace out of the car on that last lap. So Oliver Goethe remaining the fastest, as he was in free practice, but a very, very difficult qualifying session, not only in terms of the weather, but in terms of what he's going to do to the grid. It might do nothing at all if tomorrow is drier. But if it is drier and people have to commit, we might end up in a similar situation of lots of interruptions.
Umbrellas are up, and it's beginning to brighten up as well.
Yeah.
It's a most peculiar afternoon, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Now the next one to keep an eye on here is Jin Nakamura, who is 18th at the moment and heads up towards the beam, goes through now, and a 2:52.4, not an improvement, stays 18th then, Nakamura. Who else have we got pressing on? 10 more minutes to go. And as the drivers start to get into a rhythm, there's a little bit more confidence, maybe. Yeah, I know the track is horrible and wet and nasty and it's ready to catch you out, but drivers being perhaps able to push just that little bit harder now. Past that big grandstand on the approach to Lisboa, and there, heading up towards Donna Maria once again, is Mattia Colnaghi. Gets to the top of the hill, goes left, car swings through, and FR machinery competing in Macau for the first time, but continuing this long, long tradition of Macau Grand Prix, and from Formula Atlantic to Formula 3, a couple of years or so of F4, and then FR starting a new chapter in the event's history. You can see where they are cutting through the water at certain parts of the circuit, and I just wonder whether it might have eased, if not stopped raining, it might have eased ahead of us.
I think it's easing right off because, as we were saying just a couple of minutes ago, it looks a little bit brighter. Our own little barometer, the security man with the poncho on, has taken his hood off, so that's a good sign. It's the damage has been done to the track, hasn't it? These huge plumes of spray. The only good thing is that with so few cars on the circuit, you can kind of pitch it so you're not running in the spray of somebody else. And you can try and do as much as you can to pick your own lines. So that's the one advantage that we have, but it's horrible. It's really not very nice.
So Oliver Goethe watching all of this, as are now all of the drivers in the top 7. Cooper Webster, we've not really touched on yet. He got up to 8th, and he's gone back out for a look. And Murray Boyer, who is 11th, has gone out for a look as well. But as we keep making the point, they're not going to improve their lap times.
How important was that lap that we talked about of Oliver Goethe's right at the start of this session? Absolutely vital.
Indeed, and the same for Tappanen and Brunicello behind, because they were the 3 that got through before the red flag came out. So there, a run up towards eternity, and another big slide as the back wags. Who was that? 55. So that's the car of Ritaro Sato. Just about survived that.
That could have been a lot worse, couldn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. Sato 21st at the moment.
Only 7 minutes of this session remain now, and what was that for car number 2? For Brunicello, just had a notification crossing the pit lane exit. Notification for car number 2.
Yeah. So that's Rinicella, who is third, but may not survive that, depending on what happens to the outcome of the investigation.
Following this lap for Rintaro Sato. Talking about Takuma Sato this morning, weren't we? Oh dear, this is not good news. So
it's Kobayashi.
Yeah, Kobayashi's car.
Same again, he's gone up the escape road at Lisboa by the look of it, and then tries to turn the car around, and that's where, if you let the reds drop, you're in strife. And once the car is stalled, it does not instantly like restarting. And with 6 minutes to go, if that stops it, I think that will stop it for good.
I think you're probably right.
Because there's barely any point going back out. We'll see. We'll see. It would be 3 minutes for an out lap. And anyway, we'll wait and see what transpires.
That was a correction.
Yeah.
It wasn't car number 2, but car number 5.
Enzo Deligny, crossing the white line at pit exit.
It's a correction.
Yeah, okay. And there is Kobayashi trying to get going. So Rikuta Kobayashi stranded up the escape road. And he's done what Kai Darianani did. He's ended up getting the car at 90 degrees to the road, and that makes it even more dangerous there, because if anybody else goes straight on, the road is virtually blocked. An escape road is there for safety, and if it's blocked by a car, it ain't safe, is it? And there he is, gets it wrong, coming into the corner, and goes up the escape road rather than try and make the corner and hit the barrier, then needs to turn it around, and this is where it all goes south on him.
That's been the busiest road all day today, hasn't it? The escape road at Lisboa. Better that they do that than, unfortunately, hit the barrier down there at Lisboa. But it has been a bit problematic during this session for the FR World Cup.
Murray Boyer, who had gone out for a look, has come back into the pit lane as well, as we see Kanato Lee pressing on also, going up through San Francisco. And 4 minutes remain for Oliver Goethe. Another one that's been looked at crossing the pit lane exit line is Théophile Néal. Some race directors will tell you, treat that white line as a barrier. You wouldn't drive into a barrier, don't drive into the white line. And it's there to demark the cars leaving the pits at a slower speed from those on a flying lap at full racing speed.
I've seen a bit of that today, haven't we? Quite a few sort of investigations.
Red flag.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's going to be
5.
the 5th, and it's for Kobayashi down at Lisboa. Session will not be resumed, so when I said if it stops again, that'll be it, I wasn't far off.
Yep.
That was the most bitty qualifying session I can remember.
That was really tricky, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And yeah, with those 3 drivers early on in the session making a lap count early on in the session, you never know what's going to happen. I don't know what the weather forecasting systems that the teams have got here, but that was a glimpse into the future for Goethe, Tappanen and Rinicella, putting those laps in nice and early in the session. And they have cars that are very much in one piece, which is good news.
Indeed. Yes, to say qualifying is all about timing is rather obvious, but that was about timing and when you got a lap in relative to a red flag that you couldn't control at all. And whatever the plan was, you know, we saw Prema after the first stoppage lag back, send the cars out, and then they couldn't get the lap in because the next red flag came. You can have a great plan and it all goes wrong. So 2 out of 2 today for Oliver Goethe. Perhaps mirroring what Luke Browning did last year. He could be the man to beat this weekend. Oliver Goethe fastest from Tuka Tappanen and then Valerio Rinicella. Rashid Deheri 4th, Freddie Slater 5th, Matteo De Paolo 6th, ahead of Alex Dunn, Cooper Webster, Dino Beganovic, and 10th, Théophile Néal. Then Murray Boyer from Enzo Deligny and Noah Leon. Uga Chukwu 14th, James Wharton was next from Evan Gilter, Kanato Lee. And a little bit further down, you can see how many drivers crashed or went off on their either out lap or first flying lap, didn't get a lap time in. Kobayashi 23rd, but they'll all be hoping that it is drier tomorrow and they can get some proper mileage in, some proper lap times in for the 2024 Macau Grand Prix. The FIA FR
Day one of the weekend for the 71st Macau Grand Prix. Our final session of the day is back to free practice. We've just had our first competitive session of the day. It was rather interrupted. First qualifying for the Macau Grand Prix, and the single-seaters were unfortunately interrupted 5 times during that 40-minute session. We're back now to free practice, our final session of the day. The Macau Road Sports are very well featured over the course of this weekend. This is for the Macau SAR Establishment Cup. Now, last time we had Road Sports on circuit today, it was around about 1 o'clock this afternoon, and they are the only session that were able to complete a full half an hour without some kind of interruption during their session. Let's hope that for the final session of the day we can have the same, an unblemished half an hour of free practice for the Macau Road Sport Macau SAR Establishment Cup. In the commentary box with me, I'm delighted to say, is David Addison. The last session we had, first qualifying for the single-seaters, that was hard work. I'm relying on the Macau Road Sports to do well, uphold the honour of Road Sport.
Show us how it all should be done. Yes, I'm with you on that. Do you see Ivan Cito there? Certainly all fired up for this, and yet again, fantastic liveries on display, including the car there, the Toyota of Chan Chun Man. The way that we ended up with 2 Road Sport grids, in effect, is that there is a huge entry for the season-long Macau Road Sport Challenge. They're split into Group A and Group B, and the top 14 go through into this, the top 14 in each group, into the Establishment Cup, and 15th and back are in the Road Sport Challenge, for which we had the qualifying earlier on. So these, in theory, are the best drivers out of the championship this year. You've got the champions in there, like Damon Chan and Jack Tin Chung. They won their respective groups, so you can expect those two to be competitive. A choice of car. You're either in a Toyota GR86 or you're in a Subaru BRZ. After that, what you do to the livery of it is entirely down to you, and there are some very impressive ones. This amongst them being Huang Ying's car. A couple of third places he had in his Subaru this year. Third in Group A in the championship. 95 is Feng King Lun in the Parkview Motorsport Toyota GR86. Another man to watch. He was 13th in Group B, and number 18 there is Sei Ka Hing, who took a third place and was 11th in Group A.
Opportunity to see quite a few of the drivers before they go out to start this half an hour session. Unusually wet here today at Macau. That's the number 24 car, that's Chung Chung Young in the Morgan Team Track Day King Toyota. Yep, Toyotas or Subarus, the order of the day. Chen Hinghua is the driver of the number 8 car, the SS Racing Team Toyota. A wave for the cameras as they make their way down the order, and that is Thomas Jack in the number 1 car, the Monkey Racing Toyota GR86. And with the door closed, we do get to look in and get a thumbs up to make sure that everything is all good inside the car. All good, thumbs up, ready to go. 17, Sabino Osorio Matthias Lay in the RPM Racing Team Toyota. See just how bright and colourful these liveries are, and that's the number 44 car which is next, and that's the car of Chan Ka Ping in another one of the Morgan Team Track Day King cars, the Subaru BRZ. Thumbs up, ready to go. They've waited all day for this. They've seen the weather come and go over the course of today as far as wind and rain and drying, and now all of a sudden, as if by magic, just looking out of the commentary box, the wind has died away and we've got a far calmer scene outside.
Not for long. You wait, because this is going to be lively. I can feel it. They've waited all day
Half
for this.
an hour of liveliness, please.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The forecast still says there's a bit more rain to come, but it's going to be an energetic session, this, that's for sure. And the road sport drivers are having the circuit to themselves for the last half an hour of the day. Free practice, chance to remind themselves what the circuit is like, and if they're new to Macau, chance to learn. But the championship has been 4 weekends, double headers, all at the Zhuzhou circuit, and the man that's been really dominant in Group A and will be the man to beat here is Damon Chan, because he won each of his 4 races.
Just looking at a thumbs up from Wang Chuk Pan from Hong Kong in his Toyota as we wait for the word to go out to send the cars out onto the circuit. The first one is Chan Chung Man, or Action Chan as he's known in the Team Master Champ Toyota. First to leave the assembly area, head out onto the gear circuit here at Macau. And I have to say, you know, the pictures that we're getting on the television screen give it credit to be a lot brighter than it actually is, because when you look out the window it gets fully dark here in about an hour's time, at about 5:45, 6 o'clock, and that's when the circuit closes and the roads open up once again. It's looking pretty bleak out there, isn't it? It's pretty dark.
It is. The reason these cars are out last is for that reason there. You can see they've got headlights and they will penetrate the gloom as they come down towards Lisboa and ignore this lap. It's the next one after that where they'll start to offer up lap times as they paddle their way into that right-hander. Quite a lot of rain has fallen in the last half an hour or so, which caught out the Grand Prix drivers, the single-seater drivers. And so as they paddle down towards Lisboa, the session underway.
Half an hour in prospect for the second of our Macau road sports, for the Macau SAR Establishment Cup free practice. Well, that's good news. They seem to be threading their way through Lisboa without too much problem, which is was really the problem area, wasn't it, for the single-seaters when we had worsening conditions.
And because these are fairly narrow cars, they're able to overlap and overtake even where other championships can't.
They can do things that the GT cars just can't do.
Yeah. So, as I say, you've got the top 14 eligible from each of the 2 groups into this race. They have just the one race, and important, therefore, that they get the cars absolutely dialed in nicely in these admittedly rather testing conditions up towards the end of the first of the 4 days here for the 71st Macau Grand Prix. It's got quite a heritage, and of course it's only in the last couple of seasons that the Road Sport Challenge has gone this way for 2 different types of cars. I think that even during the COVID era, and the local races were a bit of a catch-all of saloon cars, weren't they? We had, you know, the Subaru Imprezas to the hot hatches, minis, you name it, everything out there. But that rule set was a bit disparate. This has levelled the playing field somewhat. And the entry size, the fact that you've got enough cars for 2 races, rather illustrates the concept worked.
And also, just walking around yesterday in the paddock area, essentially where the cars are worked on, which is an indoor car park, multi-layer car park. I'm seeing the level of preparation of these cars. Very impressive. Really, really top quality stuff taking place down in the preparation stages of this weekend. But from now on, it's going to be all a bit more urgent, isn't it?
Was there a sign for that? Because normally it says level 1, level 2, not level of preparation. I just wondered if there was a...
Preparation level was on 3rd floor.
Oh, not the top floor. Wasn't that good? Out of the Macau hairpin, they slither. That part of the circuit looks almost dry and bright and not too bad. Then you start to see the cars here, and with the headlights reflected on the ground. One thing that we were talking about in the earlier Road Sport Challenge qualifying session, and maybe at the moment the road is too wet to allow us to see this, is that because these are effectively road-going cars with the safety modifications that regulations dictate, when a driver gets to a corner and does a hard brake, the car thinks it's doing an emergency stop and the hazard lights come on.
It's an interesting thing, isn't it? Yeah, that we picked up a couple of years ago, and it's absolutely fascinating. Great observation, and yeah, you see it. We saw it during our Macau Road Sport Challenge free practice session earlier on, and we will see it again today. We're also seeing lights being flashed, headlights being flashed to make way. Gangway, I want to come through and put my quick lap in nice and early on in this free practice session. However, this is free practice, it's not qualifying, so the weekend is not going to be started and finished on the result of this.
No, and the first driver through was Ivan Cito, who is going to be therefore the one that we need to keep an eye to for a proper qualifying time, and we'll get there in due course. But Jack Tin Chung, who was the winner of Group B this year for the Team Endless squad. He is already looking good in Sector 1, but not as good, actually, as number 24 of Chung Yun in the Mogan Team Track Day King Subaru BLZ. So Chung is the man on a major mission, and that's pretty brave, going up San Francisco Hill.
Wow. So that was Huan Ying in the Subaru, the 55 car, being, as you say, very, very brave. You said it was going to be lively, this, didn't you?
Didn't lie to you, but he got ahead of, as you say, Action Chan, and not only that, but has managed to pull away quite markedly as well. Chan Shun Man.
So that was a lot to do with the urgency of doing that before this section, because it might be a little bit more tricky now. They get into this really twisty section of the Gears circuit here at Macau. In these conditions as well, with the windscreen wipers going on full pelt there, you want to be ahead. You don't want the spray in front, do you? So if you are going to be piecing together a quick lap, you want to be able to do it pretty much on your own. Testing part of the circuit, this, through Police and through Moorish. It's the exits of Moorish, and now on the way towards Donna Maria, this long left-hander, which will take them up to the part of the circuit where no overtaking is permitted throughout the course of all 4 days of Macau Grand Prix. Why? Well, you wouldn't be able to do it even if you tried, because it's so tight, so needy, and you have to be so careful on the exit. In these conditions, we've seen it go wrong a little bit today, haven't we?
Yeah, absolutely. Oddly, for the manufacturer-paid pro drivers in GT machinery, but it's a bit of rum sort of a day all round, really. We're about to get then a proper lap time, and it will come from Jack Tin Chung, who comes now through Fisherman's Bend down towards our bend, absolutely on his own. Nobody around to get in the way.
A perfect scenario, really.
Yeah. And Chung has done 2 absolute bests. The target time is Ivan Sito's 3 minutes 18. Another one in a big hurry there, look, is Chung Yun, number 24. Coming up towards the timing line now. Lei Kit Meng was the best in the earlier session. Similar cars, but the drivers that had fared less well in the championship. It was a wet track, but his best lap was a 3 minutes 3. So that's the target, if you like. That's what these cars are capable of doing.
Ivan Sito with a best lap of 3:18.4, and top of the times for Ivan Sito in car 57. Jack Tin Chung in 3rd position now, because the 96 car of Chan Kin Sang in the SS Racing Team Subaru goes 2nd. A time of 3:18.514. Have faith in these races. This is going to be a session without interruption.
The other one to keep an eye on is going to be Damon Chan, who is up to 9th, but he was unbeaten in his group this year. He dominated Group A, so Damon Chan will be another driver to factor into the mix, I'm convinced.
Ivan Sito it is with that target time in the 57 car on the first of the flying laps, 3:18.452. Hasn't come through and completed the first sector.
Sito.
Yeah. Which is perplexing me at the moment. So it completed with an overall best time, 3:18.452, but has not gone through. Right, okay, that's weird. So it's now completed sector 3, but no times in sectors 1 or 2.
Transponder glitch somewhere along the line.
That is a glitch, isn't it? Yeah, which is now going to be confusing, isn't it?
You're an educated man.
Well, you say that.
And I'm looking at the weather forecast that the event have put out, which today talks about occasional showers.
Yes.
And tomorrow, a few showers. Now, which is worse? Occasional or a few?
That's a really good question. I don't know. What do you think?
I think a few is slightly better than occasional.
Occasional. Do you?
Yeah. Yeah.
That seems to be the consensus, and yet I would say that occasional showers would be more vague. So I don't know.
Okay.
either way, it's going to be wet on occasions tomorrow.
Thanks for your help.
Is that fair to say?
Yes. It is forecast to be a bit wet at times.
Yeah.
Not great news if you're a motorbike rider, because you've had no mileage
Well,
yet
not
at
really,
all.
no.
They could be doing it all on Saturday and a Grand Prix on Sunday at this rate.
Which would be the contingency plan for the weekend. I guess would be that.
First thing Sunday morning, yeah. Anyway, thankfully we don't have to make up a timetable. Ivan Sito remains the quickest. Jack Tin Chung down to third because Chan Kin Sang is up to second now. And that's quite something, because Chang was only 13th in his group in the championship.
It's impressive, that, isn't it? Some people, you know, they absolutely relish this gear circuit, and they might not go so well, or they might go better at other circuits, but when they come here, they just absolutely shine, and it's something to do with the challenge that the conquering of the gear circuit at Macau in whatever machinery is something to relish for a driver or a rider, and some drivers, some riders absolutely just shine around this circuit, even in conditions like this where it's difficult to shine.
Jack Tin Chung back to the top now, 3:13.8 from Chan Kin Sang. Ivan Sito third, Huang Ying is fourth, Chun Chan Yuan fifth, and Daxing Chen now sixth. So Damon Chan, that I was praising early on, now goes third. I was about to say is disappointing, but he's gone third. That's all right. That's where he needs to be.
Number 21, Damon Chan, goes up to third. So the order now is the 27 car of Jack Tin Chung is quickest, 3:13.890. The 96 car is second, and that's the car of Chan Kin Sang. And in third, Damon Chan, with Ivan Sito now demoted down into fourth position with a transponder that's questionable, and also a time of 3:18.482. Right, 18 minutes of this session remain. They're doing well. Car 27 we're looking at just there. That's the car of Jack Tin Chung with top time. Overall best second sector for Chan Kin Sang in the 96 car. So personal best in first sector for 96. Overall best in second sector. Now an overall best in the third sector for Jack Tin Chung. Car number 27.
Yeah, we didn't see Chung in the equivalent race last year, did we? So it's giving an opportunity this year for some new names to shine.
In the Toyota. Very smart looking presented car, that. Heading around Donna Maria. Bit of a wiggle there. The run towards the Melco hairpin now. And second and third sector best overall for second quickest, the number 96 car of Chan Kin Sang. And an overall best fourth sector for the car we're looking at, Jack Tin Chung. Final sector to go now. What can Chan Kin Sang do about that fourth sector? See if that's going to be a purple sector as well. At the moment, top of the times is the car number 27 that we look at there, with the wipers working hard. Is the rain coming down again? 3:13.89.
I was thinking it had eased off a bit, actually, but it's just so wet
it's
around
so
the circuit.
difficult to see,
it's deceptive, isn't it? Yeah.
So difficult to see.
Right, so Jack Tin Chung heading up towards the line. So is Chan Kin Sang. They're both in that last sector, and Jack Tin Chung goes quicker again, but was slower in the last sector, but still enough to drop the time to a 3:11, and that's 2.9 seconds to the good.
I wonder what we're going to see for Chan Kin Sang this time, waiting for the completion of the final sector, sector number 5 around the gear circuit. There were a couple of purple sectors 2 and 3 for Chan Kin Sang. And once again in that final sector, we see not even a personal best. So the top two have failed in the final sector to improve.
And you've been trying to get somebody to get 5 purples all day, haven't you? It's just not happening.
It's not happening. Will it happen tomorrow? We shall wait and see. Tomorrow is qualifying day here at Macau. And there's a move around because Damon Chan, third place with an overall best in the final sector, goes third, a 3:12.222.
It's a good effort, that. and it means now that the margin between the top two is 3/10. It's 7/10 first to third, but then you've got sort of 3 seconds worth of a margin back to Chung Hing-Hua, who is fourth. So the top three very evenly matched at the moment. And Jack Tin Chung just ahead as we nudge towards the halfway point of the session. 15 minutes on the clock. Now, Chung Chung-Yuan quicker than anybody in sector one, followed by Damon Chan, who goes even quicker still, number 21, Damon Chan. So that now becoming the car to watch as we focus in on 96. That is Chan Kin Sang, still second after, as I was saying earlier on, a fairly subdued season out of his 4 races at the Zhuzhou circuit.
So second half of this free practice session now for the Macau Road Sport Macau SAR Establishment Cup, and Jack Tin Chung, quickest time so far. No improvements here.
I think that shot answered about the weather, didn't it? It is raining again.
It is raining, yeah.
Yeah, quite heavily looking out of the window near the start line. So
have we seen the last of the improvements in this session? I think we have.
Yeah, unless you were really slow early on, that's the only thing. I mean, these are on a tyre that's going to cut through the water pretty effectively. But I think it's now probably wetter than it's been all day, actually. It suddenly looks like it's turned really nasty.
Yeah, the light level is low, the rain is increasing, and although we've had a fair few stoppages today, drivers in each of the categories have dealt very, very well with incredibly testing conditions. This is a hard enough circuit as it is in the dry.
Totally right. But maybe, in fact, the message has hit home to the AMs more than anybody, because they've realised, gosh, daunting circuit and it's wet.
Yeah.
Need to be really careful here.
Yeah. Let's not push this, shall we?
Whereas in the dry, sometimes they're a bit gung-ho.
It's day 1 of 4, so let's take this easy and look after our prides and joys, because these cars, I've said it before, are beautifully prepared.
Yeah.
Jack Tin Chung is into pit lane now, so with the worsening conditions, with 13 minutes just under of this free practice session remaining, into the pit lane. That's astonishing by Ivan Sito. Had done a purple in the 4th sector on that last lap, and the rain was coming down.
Wow, okay.
That's impressive, isn't it?
It is impressive, that. There is Huang Ying, who is quite a way down at the moment, 10th, 3rd in the championship this year gone. But every shot makes me think that we've not seen the track look this bad, and it's not helped by the fact that it's now getting gloomy. Because the light's going as well, it makes it look even worse, doesn't it?
Yeah, the light level really, really low, and it does almost like a switch here in Macau. At 6 o'clock, it goes absolutely pitch black, and on come the huge amount of illuminations on all of the buildings around Macau. Yeah. It's a different place at night time. It's an incredible place. It's just wonderful. You can't describe it to people. If you try, you can try and describe it, but you need to be here. You need to be here for Macau Grand Prix week as well. It's a very, very special event, this.
On the most amazing circuit, you know, anybody that has ever driven it will always say it's one of their, if not ultimate, favourite circuits. And you can see why, because it's got everything in it. Got a real mix. So, what have we got? 11 minutes and change on the clock, and so far so good. 63 there is Cheng Hoi Man, had a 2nd place in Group B races within the championship this year. And another improver, Sabino Osorio Matias Lay, who's been another mainstay of the Road Sport Challenge in whatever form it has been over the last few seasons. For
many years, actually. Yeah. So, lots of these names have been racing here at Macau. The opportunity, if you're a racing driver and you live locally, why would you not have it on your list for the most brilliant way to finish every season, to race on the gear circuit here at Macau? So we have, this is incredible. Look at this, how many are putting in purple sectors, which is astonishing. So we've got a purple sector for 63, that's Cheng Hoi Man in the first sector, a purple. That means overall best, better than anyone else in that sector. And so too for Ivan Sito. He's done it again in sector 4.
Which kind of suggests that's not as wet as elsewhere, but it just looks wet everywhere.
It really does. Or is that Ivan Sito goes top?
So, on a 3:11, so nearly half a second quicker.
But is that the car that we wondered about, the transponder?
Well, yeah, because it doesn't give a time in sectors 1 and 2, but its lap time works from beam to beam.
Yeah.
So I would say that the lap time is right.
Astonishing. So goes top, does Ivan Sito, car 57, a 3:11.023. A change in position, a new top time in worsening work, maybe the worst conditions of the day.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
And by nearly half a second as well. And there is Ivan Sito. So he's still pressing on. He's not giving up. He's not decided that it's time to bail. He's still maximising the track time available to him. So Ivan Sito now up through San Francisco, the Hong Kong driver, with now Chankar Ping going second, number 44. He was the race winner in Group B to be the runner-up in the championship this year. And he's 0.309 of a second back. So at the moment, we've got the leading, 5 between them, covered by less than a second.
Ivan Sito last year was qualified second and finished third in the race for the Macau Road Sport Challenge. And still with these conditions, do you know what? We've got 8 minutes and 40 seconds of this session remaining, and we saw it earlier on with Macau Road Sport Challenge. No interruptions in that session. You know what I'm going to say, don't you?
I do, and I agree.
We might be about to repeat this. It's a really huge credit to the driving standards of the road sport drivers that they have been able to piece this together and keep it neat and tidy, because look how much water there is.
Yeah.
It's horrible. Absolutely horrible.
You could also argue these are the right cars for the track surface, because they're not overpowered.
Yeah.
They're not overly blessed with aero that need the downforce and need the speed. These are good cars. They're small enough. Look, the headlight's picking up the amount of rain that's falling.
Yeah.
That you and I have got to walk back through in a minute.
Well, you say that. I might stay here a while, because it really is raining very heavily now.
Yeah, indeed.
Not nice. Not nice at all.
So Ivan Sito then from Chankar Ping. Now third is Jack Tin Chung, 0.4 of a second back. But Jack Tin has gone back out again to see what can be done about the top time. If other people can do purples, thinks Jack Tin Chung, maybe take an eye.
That's exactly what's happened. Looking at the timing screen coming through, and none of us expected that we would get an improvement in times, but we are getting it. And not just for one car, but multiple cars are improving not only times, but also positions as well. Bear in mind, this is just free practice. There is something to be learnt. They're going to be qualifying tomorrow. 12:10. The weather forecast is that it's going to be wet again tomorrow, so there is plenty behind staying on circuit and seeing what you can do in horrible conditions. Mind you, having said all of that, when qualifying happens, it was a reasonably event-free first session of the day for the Macau Grand Prix cars. When it was free practice over 40 minutes, there weren't too many problems. As soon as we went qualifying, then all of a sudden we had the problems.
Word of credit to the camera crew as well as the marshals for being out in the rain all day, because it's barely stopped. I mean, just when they thought they might get a bit of dry, the rain has come back. It's been a really tough day for everybody from race control.
Camera crews, marshals, track workers, all of them. Yeah, it's been pretty superb work. So
6 minutes remain of the session of the day, and Ivan Sito has done a very good job. I think now he probably has decided that he ain't going to go much faster, but the rest paddle on. And 12th quickest currently, Lu Long-yin, who comes up towards the timing line, and Lu Long-yin has done 2 improvements in sectors. 44 goes by as well, that being Chankar Ping, still second, not improving on that last lap, and he did not improve by, gosh, about 13 seconds. Now, does that tell us that we've finally had the best of the track? That's quite a margin to be slower by.
I think you might be right. Yeah, with 5 minutes and 25 seconds of this free practice session remaining, yeah, I think we might have seen the best from this.
Yeah, I would concur now. Drivers are staying out because they want to be out, they want to learn, they want to see if anything can be done. But I think, yes, we've pretty much got to that point where we've had the best times, haven't we?
They also want to show their cars around the world, which they'll be doing. The huge amount of planning that goes into the liveries and the sponsors and all of those elements that go into a meeting as big as this. This is the world stage, isn't it, for them?
Yeah, indeed.
Still got purple sectors coming in.
Sector 4 again. Oh, no, Sector 5, sorry, this time.
Sector 5 this time.
Yeah.
Lu Longyin.
Who did an improvement of a 3 minutes 12 and is therefore 6th fastest. There's 55, the yellow car Huang Ying, who's fallen to 10th now. He's been elbowed down the order. Another improver, Sabina Lai, who should be an improver in as much as knows the circuit well, and Adrian Chung, who was a race winner, I want to say, last year, also up to 14th.
Which car was that?
Adrian Chung.
Adrian Chung.
Number 11.
Correct. Race winner. Yeah.
Yes, last year we had 2 road sport races, but over the 2 weekends. So it was a similar situation. One was split. The top drivers did the Grand Prix weekend. The remaining drivers did the 2-day weekend. It's wrong to call it the club meeting, but the smaller meeting, if you like.
It's a great celebration, that, isn't it?
Oh,
Every
yeah.
decade to have 2 weekends of racing. It's just superb. Absolutely superb.
Number 6 goes through, that being Lu Longyin, the monkey racing car. And another improver, admittedly 20th, but a better lap time, Lo Kai Tim, 3:28, so it's still possible to find a bit of time. Monkey racing car there for Lu Longyin, 6th in his group in the championship. And it's interesting as well how many people are staying out, even though the weather is horrible. They've not been sort of frightened into the pits, if that's the right
That's true.
describing it. They're staying out.
3 minutes just under remain in our final session of the day. The day started in a slightly unusual way in that we were expecting at 7:45 this morning local time for the free practice session for the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. I suspected that something may be up when the motorcycle riders were still having breakfast about 10 minutes before they were due to take to the circuit. And yep, it was a wet circuit, so no session for them this morning. They've had, if you like, a day off. What that does is to make the rest of the weekend potentially a lot more intense, because tomorrow morning, I think the plan is that their free practice session will take over from qualifying one first thing tomorrow morning, and they will qualify in just one session at the end of tomorrow afternoon. But that presupposes that it's going to be dry tomorrow.
Yeah.
And the weather forecast is that it's going to be a bit more like today.
Although some of the teams that we've heard from in the touring car context were saying it'll be a bit wet, but not as bad.
Yeah, a bit better tomorrow.
Yeah, who do you believe? But it could be, like you say, that it becomes a very intense Saturday. Anyway.
There are plan Bs, Cs, Ds
Yeah.
and Es that
Yeah.
will all go into action. That all things being well, the plan is that the motorcycles will go out for free practice, their first time on circuit this weekend at 7:45 in the morning tomorrow morning, and these cars will be qualifying at 10 minutes past midday.
Down the pit road then comes Lu Longyin, a minute on the clock. So that's really one of the first drivers we've seen actually bail coming down the pit road. There, also pressing on still, Roy Tang, number 9, who is 16th, being been 9th in his championship this year. And 1 or 2 more going on to their final lap of the session.
Last minutes of our last session of the day in just around about 45 minutes. The circuit that you see here on screen will be playing host to all of the local traffic, the cars, the mopeds, the buses, the trucks, the taxis, all will be on these circuits and nightlife in Macau will be well and truly underway from 6 o'clock. And then at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, that's when we have the track inspections get underway. It's back as a racing circuit, as the gear circuit here in Macau.
And if you're up really early, it's quite impressive on an active day to see the amount of work going on between 6 when the road is closed and half 6 when the track inspection happens. You know, they're busy. They know what they're doing. There's a well-drilled machine. But, oh, red flag. Checkered flag, forgive me, lights have gone red, checkered flag is out. But yeah, the amount of work that goes on in a very short space of time because the road is closed as late as possible.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's not just a case of get the track ready, it's get it ready specifically, normally first thing for bikes, which takes a bit more work.
It does, yeah, because there are various cushions that are placed around the barriers around the circuit, and our second clue that the bikes were not going out was when we saw those paddings and cushions being taken away and packed up ready for hopefully tomorrow morning, because bikes around the gear circuit here at Macau are just something else.
Yeah,
absolutely something else. Right, now I don't wish to gloat about my road sport drivers, but we've had 2 sessions.
Oh, they're your road sport drivers now, are
they? They are part of my family.
Right. Okay.
We can be very proud of them. We've had 2 sessions, 2 different collections of drivers, and neither of them have had any interruption.
No, fair point. And they're the only 2. Out of all the other aspects of the day, they're the only drivers that have not triggered either a full course yellow or a stoppage or multitudinous stoppages. So good on them. And at the very end, Jack Tin Chung goes quicker than anybody at the 3 minutes 9. So finds over 1.7 seconds to go quicker than anybody else.
That is astonishing.
In horrendous weather.
Horrible, horrible conditions.
Absolutely.
Wow.
So we get to the end of the day. It is 5:15 local time. Everybody is wetter than an otter's pocket, and Jack Tin Chung manages to dig deep and find a lap over 1.5 seconds quicker than anybody else. 1.7 seconds the margin. That's impressive stuff.
Wow, what a way to finish the day, right at the end. So Jack Tin Chung with the quickest time at the end of half an hour of free practice, but that was free practice. Qualifying happens tomorrow here at Macau at 10 minutes past midday local time. Everything else gets underway at 7:45 tomorrow morning. All things being well, we'll have free practice 1 for the weekend, the carried over session from today for the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix.
I was just pondering whether Ivan Cito might be able to go any quicker, because he did an absolute best sector 3, but the lap, not. It was a slower lap, 3:18. But a fascinating way to end the day, and really impressive to see, as Alan has made the point, the local drivers, if you like, the true AMs racing this weekend, going so well.
Superb. They don't want to push the envelope too much, do they? They want to display what they can do, display their sponsors, display their cars, display their team's work on the global platform that they are presented with this weekend, and they have done so in a supreme way. Yeah. Absolutely brilliant. Well done.
Yeah, credit where credit's due, and particularly well done to Jack Tin Chung right at the very end, last lap of the session, faster than anybody, although Chen Hui Man now goes second on a 3 minutes 10.659, and that puts Ivan Cito to 3rd. So a couple of shuffles late on, proving that you never give up.
Never ever give up, not until the final checkered flag is complete. And that is very much what the Macau Road Sport, Macau SAR Establishment Cup drivers have just done. Number 63, Chen Hui Man, we follow into the pit lane on this final lap, the slowing down lap after half an hour of free practice. But it was Jack Tin Chung who finished at the top of the times. Car number 1, just a brief look at Thomas Chack, who finished up in 18th place. And a look at 57, Ivan Cito, who finished up in 3rd. So that's our final session of the day, a busy free practice session filled day, and confirmation of our final result with Jack Tin Chung in car number 27 going quickest from Chen Hui Man, in car 63 Ivan Cito in 57 going 3rd, and Chan Kar Pin going in 4th place. A rundown of the complete finishing order for our final session of the day for the Macau Road Sport Macau SAR Establishment Cup there on the screen for you. And confirmation that tomorrow things should, all things being well, if it's dry, if the circuit is dry, get underway tomorrow at 7:45 with the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix 56th edition. Free practice will happen tomorrow morning.